All right, we are live. Welcome everybody to Project Uprise. We are in day 3, and I know for those of you that joined day 1 and day 2, I mean, insane. It was absolute fire. And today is going to be an incredible day that we're going to go into a little bit, but we want to give people a chance to join the stream. Some of you I know are just found out that there's a day 3. Others that were on with yesterday know about it because we really want to provide as much value as possible to help you rise to who you know you can become here in 2023. So that's why we're here today. And in fact, today we've got some exciting things that we're going to be talking about. And I just want to go over a couple of highlights from yesterday. Adora, I would love to hear, what was your biggest takeaway from yesterday out of all the incredible speakers? Like when you were sitting there last night thinking about the day, what really stood out to you?
Oh my gosh. Yesterday was so full, but the first image that comes to my mind is Cleona, and, just her beauty, her elegance, her, stand for how we think and how we speak to ourselves. Very, very powerful. And also don't get it perfect. Take action now. It's not about perfection. It's about action. I see people are starting to come in. Good morning. Good morning. Make sure that you share. Today is our strategy day. Today is strategy. So make sure you have a notepad. Cape Cod. All right. So we're going to ask you a bunch of questions in a moment. So great seeing you all. Make sure you invite your friends. Eric, what about you? What was your big takeaway from yesterday?
Well, first off, it was so inspiring. I actually loved when Matt Osborne was on talking about OUR and the world that he enters into. I mean, I couldn't do that. I couldn't have the self-control to sit in front of a trafficker and negotiate. Obviously, that's why he's been trained by the CIA and others. But the fact that we have somebody like that in the world that is help pushing the cause on his end, and we're doing the same thing on our end, I mean, that was just mind-blowing for me to be able to experience that. And I want to, by the way, I want to welcome Nikki is here. Nikki, you've been amazing the last couple of days, commenting. I want to recognize that. Manny, same thing. Great. Good morning, Manny. Marissa, good morning. Debbie, Joanna, Teresa, so glad that you guys are here. And I know a lot of people are joining right now. I want to ask a question and put this in the chat if you actually know the answer to this question. What percentage of people do you think actually set goals? If you take the United States of America, what percentage of people in the first place set goals? Everybody know the answer? All right, I'm going to give you the answer right here. I just want to see if anybody's got it in the chat. Carissa, day 2, good morning. It's amazing. 30%. Oh, Ava says 10. You know what? If you take the average between Ava's and Carissa's, it's 20%. 20% is actually the answer. And 8% of people that set goals actually accomplish them. And there's a reason for that. And here's another statistic that might blow you away. And this is appropriate because we're now on January 9th. In a week and a half, 97% of people that set New Year's resolutions will have already had broken them. I mean, that is crazy to think that we set so many goals and we think they're so important, and yet we don't follow through to the end. Most people don't accomplish their goals. So as Adora so appropriately mentioned, that's why we are here today. We are here, and it's going to be an insane day to learn how to execute on our programs. If we don't have a program, how to create a program. We're really going to push our businesses so that we can rise to the goals that we have, the level of impact, influence, and income that you guys want to achieve. If you guys are in for that, say, I am all in the chat if you're in for that today. Hopefully that's exactly what you wanted to do. Good morning. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Teresa, what's up? Carissa, I already said hi to. We got Facebook users. Got to get some names in there. Ava says she's all in. Teresa says she's all in. Carissa says you're all in. Woo, let's go. So I have a question for you, and it's really important. First question is, what is your business? Are you an influencer? Do you build courses? Do you do masterminds? Do you have a physical e-com product? What is the business that you're in? I would love to know the type of business or career that you currently have. I want to know what you do, and please put that in the chat. I want to get as much feedback as possible. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to know what you do and also what your goals are, which is the next question I'll ask in a minute. What your goals are for 2023. If there's one or two things that you could just accomplish in 1 year, it would just be absolutely successful for you. And the reason why I'm asking is because we're going to disseminate this information out to the rest of the speakers for the rest of the day and let them know, hey, this is what they want to accomplish. These are the goals they want to break through in 2023. So we are literally in real time taking the brains of these incredible speakers and trainers and coaches that are be talking today and influencers, and because a lot of these people are where you want to be right now in their lives. And we're going to give them that information so they can tailor the message for exactly what you need. So good morning from San Diego, looks like. Jennifer says, let's go. That's awesome, Robert. Thank you for chiming in. So please put in the chat right now, what is it that you do so that we can understand that. And as you're doing that, I want you to think of the 1 or 2 goals that if you could accomplish them, what would it be? Is it income? Is it influence? Is it impact? Is it starting your first program? Is it launching? Is it writing a book? What is that? Okay, Robert, thank you. Trading and network marketing with Driven Trading, looking to hit 10K a month in 90 days and 100K. Now that is a goal, Robert. You must have listened to me what I said yesterday. That is a goal. Jennifer says, I'm an entrepreneur, author, and mentor. I help average people make above average income and shorten the learning curve so they live the life that they desire. Jennifer, there's a huge market for that. Joanna says her goal is impact. Ramona says income and impact. That's amazing. What else do you do? Tell us what you do in the chat and what's 1 or 2 things you hope to accomplish this year that would be ultimately your dream outcome for the year.
Yeah, another way to say it is like, if you did this one thing this year, your life would be like totally just a whole other level for everybody surrounded. So what's that goal and what do you do? Look, I'm a consultant, life and annuities broker, notary, sales and technology trainer, and an ordained minister. You are multifaceted.
Wow.
Wow.
Nikki, you should be on this stream talking to us right now.
I'm starting anew. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Her goal for 2023 is starting a charity called Climbing Together to help other homeless parents of young children. Oh my gosh, we talked about the homelessness problem yesterday in Albuquerque and how that's a place where traffickers can recruit. Wow. Teresa, you're starting anew. You've had retired and moved to the middle of nowhere. I know the feeling. And I want to create something beautiful to share to the world. Adora told you to choose something from her list. So publishing a children's book is on top of the list. Oh, that is fire. That is so good. I own a gym, grow to 200 students, and to create an online course. You are going to love what I talk about this afternoon because I'm going to teach you how to get to your first, essentially $10,000. And then the program that I have deeper helps you to get to your, meaning 10,000 per month. And then it goes to how to get to the 100K month. I'm going to be talking about that today and what the absolute key is for you to be able to accomplish that most people don't think about. So, and Nikki says, I love that. Chris is showing the love. Robert, more impact, more income, ability to help more people. I am also looking to work with veterans of the United States military. I think that's Marine Corps, correct? USMC. So, wow. Robert, were you in the Marines as well? That's pretty amazing. Debbie says, I help people break through limiting beliefs while learning to give attention to all areas of your life, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, and write my first book. And Debbie and I are now new Facebook friends too. She added me to Facebook earlier today, or yesterday. So that's awesome. Joanna is a real estate broker, investor, and author. I love to impact and influence each in that area. Wow. We've got, Dora, we've got quite a wide variety of talents and skills from a wide range of areas.
Well, and I just want to add, so, you know, one of the values of being in an event like this, and when you actually comment, is other people get to hear you and hear who you are. And I want to give some shout outs. Debbie has a podcast she does with one of our speakers, Lee, later. So those of you looking to, so do Lynn and Will, you know, those are good people to know when you're looking to get, you know, on more podcasts or want to figure that out. And then our real estate agent and investor and author, Joanne, what area are you located in? And what type of real estate? Do you do residential or commercial? And let's see, we've got so many here. I'm a trader with Driven. Full-time, you want to make an impact, even if it's small, you want to be able to help those in need. Always wanted to do it. Well, you're in the right place. You are in the right place for that. Yes, pastor's wife, an education director, small mountain church, reaching pastors' wives to encourage them. Oh my gosh, yes. It's like, I think of my kids, Eric, you must know this too, when they go to events with us, and I learned it. Like my son David, who's in the background, he loves going to all the events. But for the kids, I always thought, oh, it'll be so cool to take them to all the events. They'll travel. But what I realized, some of them, two of them, don't like it because their role is they always have to be on. They always have to be polite. They have to be happy. They have to be, because, you know, it's the nature. And a pastor's wife, that's like times a million. You have to just be on your best behavior all the time, representing, you know, that's a lot. So that's a huge, 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 huge cause. Wow.
I see that. I think your name is Jessin J. If so, that is the coolest name I think I've ever heard. Wow. You're a hope dealer. Well, whatever you're dealing, if it has to do with hope, you let me know, because I want to buy some of that. A hope. I've never heard that. A hope dealer. Man, if there's something that the world needs today, it's definitely more hope, and then reasons to move from hope to complete faith and faith to knowledge, for sure. Beautiful. If you have other thoughts, and tell us as you're joining, those of you just joining, tell us what you do and what's one or two things you would love to be able to accomplish. Mahone Consulting says, I help ladies ditch the imposter syndrome and ugly money stories, transition from entrepreneur to CEO, and make six figures in the process. Oh my gosh, you and I are so aligned, because I do a lot of this as well. Imposter syndrome is usually the number one reason why that holds people back, at least in the entrepreneur game. But of course, behind imposter syndrome is one word. It's fear, right? Ultimately, it's fear.
Well, before we go to Joyce, Eric, I want to say there's a gym owner who has like 200 members. Ooh. And it's showing up as Facebook user because of where they're commenting. But he or she wants to start a course online. Another great play. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, I have something big to say. Follow Alex Hermosi. He started Gym Launch. He was able to do incredible things with gym owners, and yeah, follow his content. He is an insane resource for you as a gym owner. Plus, what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon is just as applicable for you as a gym. Yeah, Alex Hermosi is my favorite. Yeah, he's amazing. I've read his book. I don't know how many times, 4 or 5 times. And it's really powerful. In fact, some of his content will be integrating into some of what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon.
Okay, wait, I got to go to my Audible. Make sure I have that.
Oh, $100 million offers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I have that. Okay, he's the one that did the $100 million offer, so I need to listen in. Yep. Okay.
Acquisition.com. Gary says, work with y'all. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I do want to say, just notice though, because that's leaders take action. That's been a theme of all weekend. I didn't just make a note. I was ready to go on Audible and get it. And I know many of you are like that. You wouldn't be here if you weren't like that. But as we're throwing down the things we're going to throw down today, take action. Take action on the actionable things. Part of the reason we're figuring out who you are, where you're watching from, is so that we serve you the very best all day. We've already got an incredible lineup of speakers, but when you let us know your goals, then we know what to ask and to make sure we deliver for you today. And that is our number one goal. It's having fun and delivering valuable strategies that you can use right now. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Gary says, work with y'all to make $1 million a month to help raise all ties with a simple project that works in all business. The ultimate form of sophistication is simplicity. Da Vinci. Yes, I love it. Gary. Joanna, I'm grateful to be where I'm at with all the people and surrounded with. So thankful to be here. This is where it was meant to be. Joanna, you're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. What other advice do you have for creating online content? I'm currently working on some. Oh, content creation is amazing. I'm going to talk about content creation in my segment as well this afternoon. I think I'm on at 4:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern, I believe, because content is important. There's some other things that your content has to be very aligned with in order for it to connect with your audience. One is the audience, of course. The other one is you and your superpowers. And I'm going to go a little bit deep into content creation. And I have this really cool framework, this crazy cool framework that is like mind-blowingly simple and easy to implement, that will literally write your entire program and content fulfillment schedule for you. And when I tell you this afternoon, you're going to be dying, because you're like, oh my gosh, why didn't I think about that before? I literally wrote a program. It's actually the one back here, Platinum Partners, in 2 hours. And sold it in one day and did $437,000 in one day from that. So yes, we will be
That's so
doing
exciting. We also have the Challen family that they're paid they get paid for it's like one of their streams. They have other businesses. Savvy is one of their core, they're the top earners, Kim is, and Savvy, but they're paid for creating their reels, and they're going to show us how to do that and they're awesome at it. So they're going to let us know the latest trends in content creation. So between Eric and what Tom and Kim are going to deliver, that's incredible.
And Tom and Kim, they're amazing. I was actually involved in their Savvy launch about two and a half years ago. Incredible people. I've spent some time with them in person, and like amazing kids, amazing family. They're doing some really cool things. So I'm super excited for that.
Savvy is mostly what I wear. They're a couple I'm very close to them. I had no idea, Eric. This is fresh between you and I didn't know you know them. Go ahead.
It's going to be a friend reunion here this afternoon, because I don't think they know that I'm here either. Jess and Jay, so I'm assuming I got that name right because you didn't correct me. That's great. Firefighter, paramedic, aspiring entrepreneur. I see holes in my community that I'm learning to fill, from personal finance to culture revitalization. Ooh, what a great word. To elevate the people of Hawaii is my overall good. I have a special heart for Hawaii. I owned a home there for several years in Laie on the north shore of Oahu. And my daughter's actually there right now in Laie for a little bit. So happy to be doing that. And I want to comment on his comment, which is I see the holes in the community. One of the best ways to create a new program is to find an underserved market and serve them and solve a problem. I've once heard that the definition of an entrepreneur is solving a problem that's not yours. And we're willing to go through the depths to do that because we truly believe in the cause. We truly want to make a difference. That's why the entrepreneurs are often referred to as the 1%. You guys are here. You guys are the 1% that are here to rise, to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, but at the same time, help people. So that's absolutely amazing. All right, let's see. Robert says he needs some content help. Harry, the Flying Angel, Sydney, Australia. Awesome. So glad that you are here. Oh, Robert's in Savvy also as well. Fantastic. Reels and podcasts must have. If you guys watch my content on Instagram or Facebook, I publish a reel every day, every single day. And a lot of times it's like somewhere that I'm speaking or a stage that I'm speaking, because I speak quite often in person and virtual events. And I have my team repurpose those powerful segments into a reel, and it is amazing. One of my goals is to publish every single day, so that's fantastic.
I do have a question. Yes, I know you're about to go somewhere, and we have about 10 minutes till our next speaker. But if we could solve anything for you today, anything other than world hunger and sex trafficking, other than this isn't the pageant answer or the real authentic answer of like the big, but if we could solve something today, personally or professionally in your life, what would that be? That like if we had a magic wand and we could solve it, what would that be? Put it in the comments and take action on this and be vulnerable, be real. Put it in there because it's going to set you up to win. And that's part of getting coaching. Like, it's funny when I hit a certain level of being seen, like author, and now I'm a coach. And I was just hitting that 6-figure mark as a coach, Eric. It was weird. I suddenly started feeling like I have to have all the answers for my people. I have to never look like anything is not working or my clients won't want to work with me, right? And it's a weird place that a lot of entrepreneurs get to, that now they've risen to the coach, the teacher, and now they got to have it all together all the time. But then they don't get the coaching to go to the next level because you're so busy looking good, right? So being willing to say, this is what I'd love to solve next, is how you break through to that next, and to actually get the coaching, right? So that we're not just giving you our best, reading between the lines. We're going to give you epic value, but we want to give it to you exactly. Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So Teresa, how to create content consistently. Awesome. Best prospecting practices. Wow. We all need leads, lead generation. Lynn, great advice. Strip the video from your podcast and make a podcast. I've done that several times. However, one thing you want to be careful about is there's repurposed content and there's purposeful content. So I'll usually take a video or a podcast and I'll turn it into like a blog, but there are certain there's certain media that I use that I do purposeful content instead of repurposed content. And the reason for that is because there's a slightly different audience in certain segments of the market. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, which is awesome. Okay, certified conscious coach to teach and live and parent conscientiously. I'm passionate about changing lives by changing the way people see themselves and interact with the world around them. Beautiful. Let's see, you're excited to have your mind blown by the end of December 23, what you've done in the lives, etc. Georgina, I need to get out of my head and abuse that is there and able to move to the next level. Oh my goodness, Georgina, sorry, did I say that right? Georgina, yes, that's incredible, incredible. Jay, would love to share more and learn new ways to share that doesn't take hours of my time. Purposeful and intentional content. Awesome, thanks for reiterating that. Coach and consultant, Mahone, because I need the wisdom from somebody who is further along than I am to get you there. Perfect, we have that today, don't we, Adora?
Yes, yes, we have a lot of that today. So awesome. So awesome. All right. So I see I see there's a little bit of a delay because we're getting some new introductions of people. So depending on what platform you're watching on, you may not be yet caught up to the live. So there was one person who introduced herself. I'm a certified conscious coach. Yep. And my own struggles have fueled my why. This year will be course creation, speaking engagements, and in-person workshops. And you want to, by the time you get to 2023, be blown away by what you've done. Who else wants to get to the end of the year and be blown away by what they've done? Let's see some fire in the comments, or any kind of me. If you want to be blown away, how about if we get to the end of January and you're like, whoa, I can't even believe what I've accomplished in January, because that actually is possible. One of the things my business mentor, Shanda, really landed for me is that, often what we take 12 months to do, if you bring it down into 6 months, you can do it. And then if you bring it down to 3 months, like I used to take my courses and teach them over 12 weeks. And then what I realized is if I teach 2-day intensives instead, the action takers get everything they need immediately and they get the results faster, right? And the learning faster. And so it compresses time, right? So I'm with you on that 2023. And one way to have a year that you're blown away with is to blow yourself away in January, blow yourself away in February, like blow in a good way, right? Like take so much action on the vision that you have, that you get the wisdom, you get the learning. And if you stack that, it creates just like incredible results.
Beautiful. And Georgia, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Thank you for correcting that. You're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Temlin from Hammond, Indiana. Oh, thank you for the fire, Mahone and Jennifer. That's incredible. We're going to go into the speakers in just a little bit here, just a couple of minutes. But I want to just tease something that's coming. We have spent a few hours last night talking, and this morning, because we have such a desire to serve you, because we know that the more we can serve you and the more we can help you rise, the more children we can save, and at the same time help you accomplish your dream outcomes that you're telling us about right now. So thank you for opening up and telling us, and keep those comments coming. We want to know, especially throughout the day, who you are, what you do, and what's that one thing that you want to accomplish in 2023. Having said that, we have reworked a lot of the structure of the offers we have to be able to help save kids that will probably be a little bit easier for you to get into, and frankly, a little bit more appealing for you to be able to get into. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I wanted to let you know that that's coming. We've gotten your feedback, and we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to get as many people into these programs as possible so that you can absolutely solidify your 2023.
Eric, I apologize. I'm supposed to wait for your pause. I am.
You're excited. It's good.
And I will. I'm excited, and I'll get better. So I get to grow here right live with everyone. If you are one of the people that are like, I want all the things I saw so badly, I know that would elevate my business to hang out with Eric and to learn how to get 100K months and to do that in a 90-day live thing. I know I want to be at these events. I know I want all of that. And there's something that's stopping you, let us know either in the comments. send a private message on Instagram or Facebook to me. And when I squeeze away, I'll look, because we're looking at how to have you win, how to have you win first in your business. And if we do that well, then we get to help the kids win, which is our core desire here, right? So be bold, right? And we'll do our best to work the offers some more if we need to, but we've worked them really nice, and we'll bring that up later. I want to, let's see this one before we bring up our speaker. I want to and will retire myself and my parents within 2 years, and my job is stopping me. Okay. What do you have to say about that, Eric? Eric's frozen. All right. Well, we're going to have a lot of information around that today. And as a rebroker, I like to close 41 transactions. As an investor, I'd like to purchase 500 more apartments. As an author, I'd love to help in knowing who to connect with to market this book, The Power of Real Estate. Okay, this is powerful because we do have coming to you a surprise Brent Gove interview later in the week. It'll be a bonus restream, so hang with us. We have things coming today that will help with your author questions and your investor questions. So, and finances are the only thing preventing you. Then you'll like the way we reworked the offers for you later. Okay. All right. So we're ready. We're ready for our next speaker. Eric, anything you want to say before we bring her on?
Just a little bit of advice. Again, play full out. Come into this just ready to learn, soak it in, because you're literally one idea away from a breakthrough. Or as Adora knows, you're one connection away from a breakthrough. Will today be the day that you get that one idea, that one thought, that spark, or that one connection? So let's dive in. We're ready to go.
Awesome. I'm super excited about our next speaker, because what she tells you right now, for those of you that are going to be filing taxes, and if you have a small business or a side hustle, put that in the chat. Business, side hustle, put it now. She's going to give you some things that you may not even know that you could write off, and how to write them off ethically. Okay. She used to work for the IRS, and she's one of the #1 tax strategists in the world. She was introduced to me by Alex Sharfin. She's my personal tax strategist. There are things that you can ethically write off, and that will give you huge savings on this when it's time to do taxes. Okay. Let me see all my hustlers and side business people. So Carlotta Thompson, I'm so excited to have you with us. So excited. Let's bring her back up. I touched the button. That was my fault, Jennifer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Awesome. All right. I'm so excited to be here today, guys. And I know taxes are super boring, so I try to make it super exciting. And I'm going to change my information a little bit, because it looks like there's a lot of newer business owners here. And usually I'm talking to business owners who are making $200,000 plus. So if there's any of you here, put it in the comments just so I know who is the audience. But it looked like, from what I've been seeing, is it's mainly newer business owners, people that want to start a business, people that are in ministry. I love that. I started this business as ministry. We can talk about that a little bit more, but just so I know who I'm talking to, if y'all will put in the comments kind of where you're at. Are you a business under 200,000, over 200,000, starting a business, where you're at, so I can make sure that I tailor the content to you.
Let's see it in the comments. Tailor-made for you. New business, smaller business. What was the other question, Carlotta?
If they're going to start a business, if they haven't started a business yet, but they're starting a business. Okay. Awesome.
So we have a few over the range.
We have a range. So I guess then we'll talk to both. And so I only have 30 minutes. Usually my speeches, I also travel and speak a lot. And usually they're about an hour. So I'm going to try to give you as much information as I can in the next 30 minutes. Adora, I tend to just take over and do the thing and don't really
do it. And I'll jump in when I want. Okay.
Okay,
So if I abruptly jump, okay, perfect.
Awesome. So the first thing is the top 5 tips for new business owners is, first of all, you're going to always start with an LLC. And that's probably the biggest question I get asked. What kind of entity am I? So you're going to start as an LLC. The reason why is because the IRS doesn't necessarily see LLC. So they give you the chance to determine if you're going to be a partnership, a Schedule C, or an S corporation, or a corporation. So we always start with an LLC. That gives us the best for tax strategy. That is not legal advice, just the best for tax strategy. Number 2, when you start your business, you're going to then start having all these transactions. My biggest tip for you is to have a separate bank account. Do not commingle your money. Even if you do not have a bookkeeper, you want to have a separate bank account. And the reason why is because at the end of the year, you can go back and look at all those transactions. Tip number 3 is keep your bookkeeping simple. Put it on a spreadsheet, put it on an Excel sheet. You don't need to have QuickBooks. Actually, if you're going to do your own bookkeeping, QuickBooks is a lot harder because there are a lot of transactions on QuickBooks that you don't see. Unless you're an accountant, you can see the balance sheet. But as a new business owner, keep it simple. Just have you a spreadsheet of all of your expenses. Tip number 4, sales is most important. Okay. If you don't sell, you're not going to have a business long. But tax savings is second most important, is in keeping your money. For every $7 in sales, you're only going to keep about $1. All right. So, and that's because $7 in sales, you've got overhead, you've got taxes, you've got payroll, you've got all the things. And by the time you're done, you're usually going to, if you're profiting about 30%, which is what most businesses profit, you're going to have about $2, and taxes is going to take about $1 of that. So you're going to have about $1. So if you can save $10,000 on taxes, that's actually equivalent to about $70,000 in sales. So sales is most important, but keeping the money and saving money on taxes is second most important. All right. And then I don't know about you guys, but I know that probably a lot of speakers are talking to you about creating a business. I'm going to tell you, the thing that I focus on the most is buying businesses. And that is because the business is already started and you don't have to go and recreate the wheel. So I have a lot of content on buying businesses on TikTok, Instagram, and also in my courses, in my strategy, because I know that it took me, I was just like you guys. I was starting a business as a W-2 employee. I actually started this business as a ministry at night, helping business owners pay less tax as part of the church. And that ministry became my business. All right. And so it took me about 4 years to get to where I was making over $1 million a year. And then I went to look at buying other accounting firms, and I could have bought that firm with an SBA loan for about $50,000 to $100,000 and made over $1 million a year the first year. All right. So buy a business instead of creating a business, because you have so many baby boomers right now that are retiring, and they're just closing down their businesses or selling them for pennies on the dollar. So if you follow me much, you'll know buying businesses is one of the things I'm going to tell you to do over creating a business. All right. That goes for my seasoned business owners and my new business owners, because the way, and this is where I'm switching into my millionaires that are on here, or a couple $100,000 plus, the way to pay zero tax is actually real estate and buying other businesses. All right. And so where right now you have your own business and you're paying taxes and you're like, okay, how do I grow my wealth? How do I grow my wealth? You're putting it into the stock market. What is the stock market? It's just businesses. You just own a little small piece of it. But if you'll buy a business, or if you'll buy real estate, the tax incentives from that will actually zero out your income from your other businesses. All right. So Let me go into that a little bit, and then I'll flip back to what you can do this year for taxes for last year, because now that the year's over, there's not a ton of strategy we can do, because strategy for 2023 has actually already started, right? We're working on strategy for 2023. 2022 is done, but you're just now filing your 2022 return. So for 2023, I'll come back to what you need to do so you can get advice for 2022. But my business owners who are here, who are already doing well, I want to talk to you for a minute. So this year, you're going to start seeing that business may be slowing down. Sales may not be as good. We're probably going to go into a recession. So what am I doing in my business right now to keep that going? Number one, I'm making sure all of my employees are 100% utilized. I'm not hiring new employees unless I have someone that is 150% utilized. I'm making sure everyone's utilized. Number two, I'm going through all of my expenses. I know this is elementary, right? But after you become a multi-million-dollar business owner, you forget the basics. So I just went through my bookkeeping, and I canceled probably $2,000 worth of subscriptions, all right, a month, because we were overpaying for stuff we didn't even notice, because we're focused so much on sales that we're forgetting to focus on keeping the money. Number three, even as a tax strategist, and you would think I would think about this all the time, my number one focus this year is keeping the money instead of making more sales, because it's super easy to sell more, right? But if you're giving it all to the government, or you're giving it all to these things that you don't really need, then you're not being a good steward of the money. So keep more of the money. All right. For my seasoned business owners, like I said, you should be looking at getting tax-free wealth. So you have a business, you're about $1 million, and say you're $1 million business, maybe your net income after expenses is $200,000. So how do you make that go down to zero? Well, first of all, you're going to do all the regular strategies: rent your home to yourself, pay your kids, doing your retirement, doing all those strategies that are normal. You're going through the business strategies, ERC, R&D, disability, all those strategies. That's what our company does, is we are tax strategy implementers. So we're doing things for you, and we're implementing all those strategies. So once all that's done and you still owe tax, your next step is Airbnb. And the reason why is because your Airbnb income, if you manage it yourself, can actually offset your business income, whereas long-term real estate can't unless you're a real estate pro. So your next order of business is going to be Airbnb. And then after that, it's going to be looking at buying other businesses. So I have a physical therapist right now who his net income was about $700,000. And he was like, Carlotta, what do? I've done all your strategies. I've done all the business strategies. I'm still at 700,000. I need more strategy. And so he's bought, he just got through buying a business that is giving him huge profit margin. So he paid $100,000 down for the business. It's shooting off about $700,000 in net income a year. So he paid $100,000 for $700,000 a year. This is legit, guys. I'm serious. And then he got about $600,000 of FF&E, which is a first year 100% write-off. So he just wrote off that $600,000 against his $700,000 of PT income. And now with everything else, he has zeroed out all of his income for this year, and he's just continuing to do that. So I'm going to go to the questions right now, because I know that was a whole lot, and then we'll answer some more. All right. Is there, let's see. Can you tell me if there's any questions here that I need to be answering?
Yes.
Okay.
So I saw one from a qualified, one that is your normal kind of client. And she asked, let me come back. It was Genia. With an LLC, do you think S or C Corp?
With an LLC, it depends on your situation. I always have an S Corp usually. at least an S corp, and then later on, as I'm making more money, I also have a C corp. So I like S corp first, and then I usually have a C corp for some additional strategy, but I usually do most of my strategy in an S corp.
Okay, awesome. Let's get those questions in.
Y'all come in with the questions, because I know I just spit off a whole lot of stuff, right? But I'm just trying to show you all the impact of strategy. What can you do? You can actually pay zero tax. It is, I mean, let's not get political here, but there are lots of people that don't pay taxes. I mean, we just heard this big thing of Trump's tax returns getting released. He's doing exactly this. Real estate businesses. You've got Elon Musk that's not paying taxes, Jeff Bezos. Yes, there were years that they paid taxes. I'm not saying that there weren't, especially whenever he's selling his stock. But there are many years where he doesn't pay anything.
Here's a question from the same, is the S because if you sell, it's more beneficial?
No, the S because, so there are a lot of strategies that you can do with an S corp that you can't do with a C corp, like paying your kids, renting your home to yourself, your home office, those kinds of things that really a C corp wouldn't be the best way. Also, a C corp is double tax, so it's taxed at the C corp level, and again, when you distribute money, an S corp isn't. So that's why you should always have an S corp, because you're not double taxed. Even people that have C corps usually then pay an S corp so that they can get away, because their C corp, they want it to be zero.
Okay.
So
I want to add something here, because those of you who are on the rise, so you're like going toward that 6 figures or reaching to the 300,000, you're going to work with Eric. And so you're definitely going to be in this bracket this coming year. I'll be very transparent. Numbers. When I came to Carlotta, I had 6 different accounts. Because I read a book that told me, and then I was paying personal and business and transferring between all of them. So it was a hot mess. Okay. It was a very hot mess. And I was not renting my home to myself. I was not paying my kids. Like I've always heard that my whole life, you pay your child and set it up a certain way. And so they really were able to come in and get these strategies really straight for me, so that we're in the final numbers now. But I already know that the strategies that we've implemented, even with an LLC, and I don't want to give away any of the things, but as an S corp, or it's going to be incredible. It's going to be a total game changer. So, there's no shame. A lot of times entrepreneurs, especially if you're coaches, authors, speakers, you're in your heart, you're in the people business, you're in the promotional business, you're in massive action, your head's in so many places. And, the tax game is a theory, it's like a theory, and you're doing the best you can. But I want to tell you, even the top, like Alex Sharfin, his story is that he had been using, and that's very high level, he'd been going to some of the best strategists, and that you and your company was the game that took him to a whole other level. So if you're already at that million and beyond, or 300,000 and beyond, 200,000 and beyond, there's still more to go. Carlotta, not only she started as a ministry, but she used to work for the IRS. Yeah. So you're not just getting like theories, you're getting actual, real, legal, ethical ways to implement these things. Okay, so we have more questions.
And the difference is what sets us apart from everyone else in the country. We are the only firm that implements strategy on a monthly basis. I have not found any other accountants that even implement strategy. They tell you about it. They give you this idea, but what we do is actually do all the forms. So if you rent your home to yourself, we go and find out what the rate should be. We do 12, the 14 invoices for you to rent your home to yourself. We do all the paperwork behind it. So you're simply just saving money on taxes. So when you should start working with us is when you have a business that is doing over 40,000 net profit. Okay. So if you're making over 40,000 after expenses, that's the earliest you should start working with us. But we are a game changer because we do it all for you. Entrepreneurs don't have time to do it. They go and pay $10,000 for a strategy plan, and then they have to do it themselves, and they don't even know what the crap they're doing. Like, numbers are not your game. Your job is to have a good team. And that's what we're here to do. We're just your team doing all the strategies. We work with your accountant, or we have accounting referrals, but we are the strategists doing all the work. And then we send that off to your accountant or our accountant, whoever you decide to use, and it's all put in there for you.
So we have 3 more questions, and then I'd like to get to, for people, I know there's not much that can be implemented on 2022, but there may be things that they actually did. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. This question.
So these are the things that you can do. So we always preach tax strategy starts on January 1 for the current year. And most accountants don't even look at your stuff until the next year. And so then you can't really do any strategy. There are a few things you can do backwards, which we're going to include as a bonus in our webinar, if y'all see the webinar. So if you like this stuff, you may want to come to our webinar and hear all the things, because we show you exactly how to do it. But anyways, if you used your home office, obviously, if you did that, you can go back later and claim that. If you had people over at your home, or you had events at your house, you can rent your home to yourself. Obviously, you can't make up days that you rented your home to yourself, but I know a lot of people have like networking events at their house, or they'll have employees come over and they just never use that. So if you already did that, you can do that going backwards. You just need all the support. Next is changing business to personal. So how many of you are starting your business and you're like bootstrapping and you're using your computer, or you're using a desk that you have, or a chair that you have? Or if you're a seasoned business owner, how many of you got like a Keurig for Christmas, or a camera that you're going to use in your business? Either of those things are personal items that you're going to turn to business use. And so all of that can be done backwards. I always say, if your family got you a gift and it didn't run through your business bank account, make sure that you reimburse yourself for that. If it was like your mother, make sure that you put that in on your taxes, as a business purchase. All right. Mileage is something, it's the #1 missed deduction. And right now it just moved to over 60 cents a mile. So all of us business owners, whether we're new or seasoned, we're missing mileage. We're leaving money on the table. Mileage is one of the only deductions that gives you more money back than you put out. So if I buy a $10,000 car and I put 100,000 miles on it, my mileage deduction is going to be over $50,000, right? It didn't cost me $50,000 to use that car for 100,000 miles. Even with gas prices being a lot. So mileage is one of the only investments. Oil and gas is the other that actually gives you more than what you should get. And the next one is retirement. We can still give to our retirement plans up until our deadline, and up until the tax deadline. So that's one that y'all should be thinking about. Also, in our package, we also look at ERC. Someone asked about that. R&D, cost segregation, things like that. Those things can go backwards as well, because cost seg is if you bought a home to rent out. Obviously, you bought that in the prior year, then that can go backwards. It can actually go backwards up to like 10 years and actually make sense. ERC is going to be for 20 and 21. R&D is going to be back 3 years. So there's lots of things you can do backwards that we would look for. Going forward, the things that you can't do backwards, obviously you can't pay your kids backwards. If you didn't pay your kids last year, you need to start doing that now, because that is something that you can't go backwards on. Paying your kids, what do they do for you? Well, my oldest daughter, she runs one of our businesses, and it's a multi-million-dollar business. She runs it, so she gets paid more than the $12,900. I think it's $12,900. Somebody else asked that. That she can get, but my 2 boys that are younger, they're not running a business. They're lazy. So I put them in my ads, and put money behind the ad. And that gives me that they're my Gerber baby. Right. And so I'm paying them to be in those ads. So those are the strategies you could do backwards, and then some that you can actually do forwards as well. Adora, do we have any other questions?
Awesome. Yeah, we did have other questions. Here's one. Can you make an LLC for any 1095 business and put money put many, I guess, under the same LLC.
Yeah,
Put many
I think he's meaning 1099 business. Yep, your 1099 business just goes into that LLC. I would suggest starting an LLC now and having that 1099 money come to your new EIN that you're going to have under that LLC. Yep.
Okay, and Genia, who is in your demographic, she said, if I'm, yeah, there it is. Can you see it online?
Yeah.
Do you see the comment?
No. Okay. Yeah. So if I already have an S corp that incorporated from my other company via C to take advantage of other strategy, you're still doing S. It really depends on how much the income is for those companies and where you're at, how many employees you have, what strategies you're looking at. So it really depends. I don't know what your actual setup is. So that's going to be more of a one-on-one question, but it depends on income. If you're still under a couple 100,000, I would probably still keep it as an S corp.
So I added Carissa because she's been putting comments back here, and she is in that rise and is in your demographic as well. So Carissa, I wanted to see, do you have any questions personally about where any of this that would be powerful for you and therefore for our audience?
I can't hear her. Not sure if it's Chris. I think you're muted.
You're muted, Carissa.
At the same time, I unmuted myself. Somebody unmuted me. So we're back. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. Something that I'm navigating right now is I have several contracted employees, and I'm not sure when is the right time to bring on a full-time employee. And I obviously know this is more of like a business strategy question, but from a tax perspective, if you could speak to that, contracted employees versus full-time employees, I think that would really help me.
Yeah. So for contracted employees, you don't pay any of their employment taxes. They pay all of it, right? But you also can't control them. You can't tell them when to show up. You can't ask them to come on your daily huddles. You can't make them do specific things in certain hours. And also, if you watch Alex Sharfin, which is my coach, you'll see that in the Billionaire Code, you really want to start having employees to grow your team, especially when you're getting over that $100,000, $200,000 mark, and you're trying to get to $1 million. It's all about your team. And so if you're going to have a team, you want that team dedicated to you. Now, obviously, if you have team members outside of the country, Canada, Philippines, wherever, you don't ever pay them as employees. They're always 1099s. But if they're in the US, you do pay them as employees. And remember, if you're hiring anyone from California, and some of the other states are doing this, that they have to be employees. It's very rare for a 1099 contractor for anyone to be able to be a 1099 contractor in California anymore. And so just make sure that you're staying cognizant to that. I know because I have our team is all over the country. We serve clients in every state. And so our team is spread out by about 10 states. And it gets really hard. But we use Gusto to do all of our tax filings because it's cheaper than having a human do it. And it's very automated. And so when do I suggest having an employee? So personally, I had contractors until I was at about 200 to 300,000. And then I switched over to employees because the reasons why had nothing to do with taxes, because obviously it costs more to have them as employees, right? Because you have to pay half of their employment taxes. But you get people that you can then control. You can set their hours. And when I mean control, I mean like, hey, I need you to come to this daily huddle every day because that's part of our business. Like you need to be here. I can tell them what to do and I can set deadlines and I can really mold them into who I want to be. Also, if you're going to be a real business, then you're not going to be a one-man show. And to be sellable, you have to have employees. You have to have a team. And to grow, you have to have a team. So I would say once you get to that $200,000, $300,000 mark, you need to start thinking about hiring those people to become your employees. That way they're dedicated to you.
Yeah, that was super helpful for me. And I want to ask one more question, and then I know we're going to start wrapping up here and we can see if we can answer a couple more of these. But I'm curious, a lot of the people who are joining, and this is primarily for our thought leaders, coaches, entrepreneurs, influencers. And so, I've talked to people, a couple different tax people about this, and they've talked about like getting, supporting that person who's the CEO with things like working out, physical therapy, like can you write those things off to support the betterment of the person who's the coach, the influencer, the author? Are those things that you can actually write off? Are there strategies for that?
There are strategies if you have a doctor's note, if you have a HSA plan, and you can write it off through that, but you can't just write it off as an expense. It has to go through a health plan. All right. But also you have to have a doctor's note. Like I say, like you can't write off a swimming pool without a doctor's note. You can't write off your, now physical therapy, it's a medical, it's medical. So you would just need to put it through a healthcare plan, right? But anything dealing with health actually has to go through a healthcare plan of some kind, whether it's an HSA plan or a self-directed health insurance plan. It has to go through something like that. So make sure if you're getting your massages or your therapy or your whatever else you're getting, then it's, a lot of us, if you are in business very long, you're probably going to do therapy of some sort. Most of the time it's going to be like going to a therapist, because we have all of us deal with our trauma, our childhood trauma through our business. Okay. And then when we start growing, I mean, for me to get, my goal is $1 billion exit in 10 years. And to get there, I've got to do therapy, right? Because I'm dealing with so much. So to get that written off, I've got to do it through a healthcare plan. Does that mean I need health insurance? No, it just means I need a healthcare actual plan set up through my company.
Got it. Yeah, you spoke to exactly what I was thinking, which is the entrepreneurship is its own spiritual process in and of itself, right? It shows you all the cracks and crevices where you doubt yourself, where you undervalue yourself.
Now, if it's a mastermind, that's definitely different. That can be written off. Okay. So like, there's spiritual masterminds out there that help you in business. Well, that's a mastermind. That's an expense. But therapy is going to be is going to go under medical. So if it's positioned as a mastermind and it's helping in your business, then that's something totally different than a therapy session.
So helpful. So a couple of things. Masterminds can be written off. That's incredible for all of you who know.
So whoever's doing this program. Yep.
And yes, and everybody who offers these kinds of masterminds. Mm-hmm. And then you said you don't necessarily have to have insurance, but you need a health savings account or a health savings plan,
right?
To be able to write off the therapy.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of different ones. One that you don't have to have health insurance for is called a MERP. We set these up in year 2 of our strategy because most of the time year 1 is so focused on the main ones that everyone needs. A MERP is a second year strategy for us. It's a medical reimbursement plan. To do that, it's you just run it through that, but it's a separate business and it's got to be set up separate. So, but you could do a HSA. HSA does require a high deductible health plan. So a MERP is the only one that doesn't require any health insurance at all.
I'm going to be calling you and your people about that. So that's
going to be second year. So we start that this year in January.
I'm going to put the link in here because I'm seeing people still have questions, which, she's going to do a whole class. It's a webinar that she's going to break down all of these things. Team, I sent that. I'm having a hard time talking and getting it done. So Jennifer, if you'll put it in the chat. We haven't been giving away the free gifts. We've been saving them till the end. But while you're fresh on this is so important. The keeping of the money, the legal, like you and your company taught me, Jennifer, I think you're looking for it, right? You taught me that there are a lot of ways that are really set us up as entrepreneurs to win, but most entrepreneurs just don't know that because the government knows that businesses drive the economy, the jobs, all of that, but most of us just really do not know what's possible. So
the government wants you to take advantage of all these tax strategies. That's why they make them. I mean, think of it, guys. Whenever, during COVID, whenever we were all struggling, what did they do? they gave us a credit. Whenever they want us to invest in solar, what do? They give us a credit. When they want us to invest in certain types of employees, what do? They give us a credit. Like everything is, everything that you do is a credit associated with it if you do it the correct way and play their game. And so that's all we're doing is playing their game.
I have to jump in. Team, it's not that link. It's the one for Uprise. You'll see it in the group chat. So I'm here trying to delete these that we just did. So it's in the chat. Look at the last one that I sent. And
I'll step back and I'll help with that.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so I do want to answer a few more because up next are Carissa and I, but I want you all to, there it is, Project Uprise. You get it in there. And yes, and it's a free class. You're going to go over some of the top 10 things. Tell us about that free class.
So it pretty much gives you all of the strategies, first year strategies, and tells you exactly how to do them. Like you don't have to buy anything. You can do them all yourself. It tells you the forms you need. It tells you everything you need to do. And then we list out, there's probably 30 other strategies that we list out in there of like, these are things you should be looking into. But there's several in there that we go through and tell you exactly how to do them, what to do, what forms to file, because it's educational. Like people save, we do a calculator in there and people save $60,000 just by coming to the webinar. So they, it's amazing how much people can save. It's awesome. And then they can do it all themselves. They don't have to hire us. It's all stuff that you can do yourself if you have time. The only thing we want is for people that don't have time to pay us, because we'd rather you pay us and to do it for you than not do it at all. So if there's so much of this, I mean, we tell you the exact things that you can do to do it yourself, though, if any of you are DIYers.
Yeah, so awesome. And just a few more things to add is that those of you who have questions, there's usually Q&A and more opportunities to get your questions answered. So definitely do that. And I will tell you, I'm a personal testament of this is such a game changer. And I'm looking forward to the year 2, because I've seen strategies where people like Genia and those of you that go beyond with Eric and all the offers that we have for you this year, and in your own strategies that you can actually get tax credits. So not only in some strategies, not only pay 0, but have the government paying you. Do you want to say anything about that, Carlotta?
Yeah. So like the R&D credit. Okay, that's going to be, so we're building out a software, which it applies to so many different things, but like we're building out a software and the government's going to pay us to build that software out because they want us to do research and development. ERC credit is another one that's a credit on your taxes. The work opportunity credit is a credit on your taxes for hiring certain individuals. Like there's so many of these things that the government is giving you the money to do what you need to do in your business. The disability credit. So like some of you are bloggers and you've had to make your blogs very, you've had to make them where they're disability accessible or whatever. That's a credit. You get a credit for doing that. And so there's so many credits out there. Probably
credits are different than deductions. Can you make that?
Yeah. So a deduction means that, like, so if you say you pay your kids and say you pay them $12,000. Well, if you make 100,000, you pay your kids 12,000. That's 100,000 minus 12,000, right? So that means you're still paying tax on the remainder. But if you have a credit, say it's a $12,000 credit, well, you pay tax on 100. So maybe that 100,000 tax on that's 15,000. Well, if you have a credit of 12, that means you only pay 3. So a credit is like actual money towards your tax bill, where a deduction is just taking the amount off of what your net income is and then paying tax on the remainder.
So if they had paid 0, if they'd followed your path all the way to 0 and they have a credit, it means they would get
that. Some of them are refundable credits. Some of them are not. So it just depends. But in our strategy, we would actually save that strategy till next year to get that money back. So because you're always going, I mean, all tax strategy is kicking the can down the road, right? And we're trying to kick it down the road till you die, and then getting a step up in basis on businesses or real estate or whatever there is, right? We're trying to get a step up in basis there. And so we just keep kicking it down the road. So I don't usually go down to zero. I usually like to pay about $15,000 to $20,000 a year in taxes. That's a personal preference, but that's what I like to show on my return.
And you have a much higher earning level than most of the people.
I'm at over 3 million now, and that's just in my business. That's not in everything else. So that's very minor, 15 to 20,000 on 3 million is not very much, but I like to keep my income there for a variety of different reasons, but that's just what I prefer. Whenever I was under 2 million, I usually paid zero, because but as you grow, I like to pay a little bit, just because it makes more sense to not get down to zero, because it's a lot of work to get to zero. I mean, this year for me to get to zero, I would have had to buy another apartment complex. Well, I didn't have time to buy another apartment complex, so I just didn't get to zero. But like this year, I bought 2 apartment complexes. Well, I didn't want a third one by year end. So sometimes I do pay tax because I run out of time, and you just have to choose. But if I would have bought another apartment complex, I would have paid zero.
Well, and I want to present some things, because I know we've got all different levels of entrepreneurs here. And as you think in these wealth strategies, that's how you actually move into them. So even if some of it's way over your head, or some of it is, the class will make it all tangible. But just imagine, what that savings is in taxes is actually a raise. Like, most people are paying 20 to 25% of their income or more in taxes. Well, now if you're keeping more of that in your pocket so that you can move money, get coaches, go to masterminds, invest in equipment, that's super powerful. The next thing that I want to present is that when she's buying apartment complexes or buying something, and one of the reasons you need to start these strategies earlier, so that is imagine if you were going to have to pay taxes anyway, if instead of paying taxes, you did some creative financing and bought an apartment, or you bought an Airbnb. So you have that choice. Like, it either goes to taxes, because it's going to go somewhere, or you have this strategy to, instead of taking the money there, moving it into a real investment that is going to do what? Create income for you, create assets for you. Like, do you see where this is a game changer and real wealth building, and why
tax
it's worth
strategy
taking
is
time?
Tax strategy is just building tax-free wealth. That's all it is. And I think that as new business owners, like, we're so focused on the business, but then when you get to a certain point, you have to flip, because the government, on $1 million, I'm going to pay 500,000 in taxes. Okay, that's crazy. But I could go and buy an apartment complex, or go and buy another business, and take my 500,000 I was going to give the government and go give it to the bank, and have this other business, or this other real estate. And that is the key. Like, I always say, look at a Monopoly board. And people, I just had this breakthrough like 2 or 3 months ago. I was like, oh my gosh, the Monopoly board is so right. Like, the real estate is all the real estate on the Monopoly board, but the businesses that you can purchase are going to be like the railroads and the utility companies. Like, that should be your ratio. If you look at any billionaire, which is what I study, because my goal is to be a billionaire. If you look at any billionaire, they are multiple multi-business owners and multi-real estate owners, because that is the only way that you can grow your wealth and not give it all to the government. That is it. So real estate and businesses are where it's at. But before you get there, there's about 100 tax strategies that you'll need to look into and see. And then every time you buy another business, or every time you buy a piece of real estate, then you just run those strategies through those purchases, and it's just over and over and over. So if I buy, we're looking at an equipment company right now, right? And the sell price is 10 million for 10 million in FF&E. FF&E is first year write-off. So if we buy that business for $10 million and it shoots off 3 million of cash flow a year, which is their net income after expenses. So I'm going to get $3 million a year, but I'm going to have $10 million in first year expenses. Okay. So I'm going to be able to write off that 10 million against my other businesses, first of all. Secondly, I'm going to be able to run through and say, oh, does this company qualify for R&D credit, ERC credit, cost segregation, all these things, right? And then every time I buy another business or buy something else, I do the same thing over and over and over. And you were asking, can you get a refund? Yes. If you paid in taxes, like most of you are paying in quarterly taxes or something, you get that money back. But the only time you wouldn't get a refund is if you're at literally zero, and then that carries to the next year. Because at some point, right, there's going to be some tax due. But also, if you haven't done these credits in the past, you can actually go back and do them and get a refund from that as well. We have people, I got someone a $500,000 refund the other day, and she was just in my just regular program. And she was like, Carla has already saved me $500,000. I've been in the program literally a week. so that's
cool.
the power of it.
Yeah. It's so cool. And so a few things as we're wrapping up, and Carissa, I know we have another segment we're about to go into together, but people are loving this. They're totally loving this. So a few things. Thank you so much for your commitment. It's already been incredible. In my personal life, my daughter is so excited about her salary, and I get to leverage that, and it's just opened up so much. And I know that I didn't even find you till the end of the year, practically October or something like that. And it's already been like so big. So I'm looking forward to this year and beyond. The other thing is, our cause and our mission, and I love your staff. Like, I just love them. They've been so patient, and I don't feel like an idiot when I talk to them, because it's embarrassing, you guys, when you first come and you're like, here's my mess, it's like showing someone your closet or the junk drawer. I know. And you all have been so amazing with that. So I want to reassure all of you that this is very normal for visionary leaders who are, creatives, artists, moving. You're in what you're in, but this is how we level up, is making it normal and then stepping into the coaching. So that free class, we're sending it out. It'll go in the treasure chest. But going forward, our cause. We have an academy that not only goes globally to all nonprofits. Anybody who knows about it will get these things free. But to the survivors that we work with, and the organizations that we work with, and then the entrepreneurs that pay for them. We have both free and paid courses. 100% of the profits go to whatever mission we're on. So, we're on the mission harbor right now. So we want to collaborate with you and take this further, so that we have your courses, some of them in our own academy, and that we become regular advocates for you as well. And so we'll have more conversations beyond. Yeah.
And we're big into the ministry as well. Like, we started a school that helps kids do entrepreneurship and evangelism along with their schoolwork. And so we're on the mission field daily, and we're big advocates of anything giving back, because I'm going to tell you guys, when you reach that goal, like, all of you need to do this exercise and figure out how much it would really cost you to have the life you want. And for me, it was about $300,000 a year. So once I got over that, and it probably wasn't even 300,000, that's high end. That's for like me to have my house cleaner, my cook, my everything. It was 300,000. Okay. You need to calculate how much that is for you. And as soon as you meet that, you're going to understand that it doesn't matter how much more money you make. All you're doing. And for me, I'm a Christian. So like, it's for me, I'm just being a steward, and I'm giving back, and I'm just growing the mission field. And so there comes a point where the money doesn't matter anymore. The only reason and you hear that and you're like, oh, that's so stupid. That's not true. Guys, I hit that so much sooner than a lot of entrepreneurs. And I was like, what do I do with this? What do I do with what do I do? And you think, oh, that's such a great problem to have. But it's actually you're going to learn that it's actually hard when you are making so much, because you have to be a good steward. You have to give back. You have to do all these strategies. So you need to learn these things early, put them in your tool chest, but just know that it will be sooner rather than later that you don't even have to worry about the money anymore. And you're just really trying to change people's lives. And that's what we're here for too.
Oh, so awesome. And you live in, some of the California folks are going 300,000. How? But
well,
you
right. I live in Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys are probably like, that's crazy. We just built a huge, beautiful log home, and it probably would have cost $5 million in California. And here it costs like 500,000. I don't know. Anyway. But it's, yes, there is a difference in cost of living. We live in the middle of nowhere. We have chickens, and you'll see my mules because we write those off as the face of our company. So if you come to our stuff, you'll learn like creative things too, because the biggest thing I can leave you with is quit asking yourself or your accountant, is this a tax deduction? And start asking, how can I make this a tax deduction?
So awesome. Carlotta, thank you for your heart. Thank you for taking you're truly someone that shows that when you take a gift or talent, right? Like sometimes people go, oh, I wish I could speak or help do therapy like Carissa, or I wish, I was tall like Eric and had all his whatever, right? But it's when you, or Livia, I think like she is so cool, like covered in tats and UFC people, right? And just like naturally cool and creative. Like if sometimes you think if I was more like this or more like that, but you have this brain that really, I always say you are the kind of person I imagine you dream in spreadsheets, but I'm like, exactly. See, she does. And I don't.
I dream in tax strategy. Like, how can I get this person to zero? Yeah.
Right. And that's so cool. It just shows that no matter what your area of wealth is, or your gifting or your calling, those of you that are just really awesome at getting your kids to pay attention, or really awesome, coaches in sports, or there's always, all of us have been given a certain amount of gifts and talents. And when you own that and wrap it up in service, you can take it all the way to now you're working with some of the top leaders in the world on their strategies. And you're helping some of us with big top level visions, but are, somewhere else along the road. So thank you for following that and just really owning your voice, and then giving us the access that you had. We appreciate you so much.
Well, thank you guys. And I appreciate y'all for having me. And if you guys need anything, holler at me. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, and all the places. And also come to our webinar. It'll be the best time you've spent, and you'll know right then how much money that you can save. Just doing simple strategies.
We'll send out a reminder email and everything. We'll get behind you on that. Okay.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Awesome. Carissa, anything you want to say about that?
I was thinking, I'm like, what are all the things that I learned? And I think the biggest thing I'm taking away is that I want to hire her.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was thinking about like talking to my CPA and bookkeepers in the last couple of months, and just being like, there's got to be a better way, because it seems like the more money you make, the more you're kind of paying in taxes. And I'm like, there's something. This is so divine that this is happening right now, and we're having this conversation. I know a lot of people are really excited about ways that they can save money, and then using that money in ways they can give back and steward that money. And I really appreciated how she brought in Christianity from a lens of stewarding money, right? Generosity. That's a lot about what we're talking about here in the Project Rise is about transformation as well as contribution. So I think that she really tied in a lot of that very well. And I'm definitely taking away that I can get down to zero. I definitely have higher goals of $1 billion, and I certainly want to hire her in the process.
Yeah, and it's so worth it. And Livia didn't know I was going to pull her up, but I saw her nodding back there and paying attention the whole time. So I just want to hear, Livia, anything, because you're a business person, you've worked at very high levels for a lot of years. Any takeaways that you had right there? And we'll put you
yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that was no, I love you, Carissa. So it's great to be here. No, she was incredible. I was just like, oh my gosh, because like everything that she's saying, like, people can use, each thing is applicable, right? And now most people really don't know at all, right? At all. And it's just like, it gets so much harder to run a business when you don't know, right? Because exactly, like, it's just like, it's not fair game. So it's incredible. And I love what you said, Carissa, because it's true, like working with certain professionals, right? If they don't specialize, they don't know, right? And so they're literally, just giving you the same that you'll find, like, it doesn't really help. But having those strategies, like, it's a make it or break it for a business, like literally. So I'm just so glad we had her. That it was incredible.
Awesome. Okay, I'll let you go back. We can remove Livia from the stream. I just put her up there without her knowing. Jennifer's probably like, don't touch my buttons. Yeah, Carissa, yeah, it's huge. And really, no matter where you are in the conversation, and you can speak to this, Carissa, one thing I found out is there were a lot of things that I delayed thinking about because I thought, like, I don't have time. I'm not ready. I don't know enough yet. I need to get to a certain place. But when I actually put myself in the room and paid attention, often I would like manifest whatever was needed for that next level, because now I had a vision for it and I had an understanding around it, right? Like a lot of things that I've paid for or that I entered into, I entered them way before I was ready, right? Like you think, okay, when I make enough that I'm thinking in billions or millions, then I'll jump into something like this. But actually you don't get there. You don't get there by doing that. You have to like get in, get the strategy, right? And then it calls you forward. So, and the cool thing is the stuff she's giving will actually help the brand new entrepreneur. It really will.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I remember these conversations when I first started my business. I was making so much money and I was just like spending it, not knowing what to do with it, multiple accounts, just like you were saying as well. And I got to the point where I played it off as like it wasn't a big deal. I would handle it later. But deep underneath that was an insecurity that I didn't want to face around not knowing how to manage money. It felt overwhelming for me. And there are even moments now where I'm making money and I'm like, ooh, okay, like it's meeting an edge for me to look at these things. But I think the more that we avoid it, the bigger that sort of the problem gets. And it becomes very liberating on the other side when you confront the thing. It's like the monster underneath the bed. I always tell my clients this, right? With like children, it's like, oh my God, there's a monster underneath the bed. Then you look and you're like, there's nothing even there. It's not even that big of a deal. It just, you got to be able to master those emotions that come with facing some of the biggest things that we have insecurities around. And for a lot of people, it's money and managing it, whether it's generational trauma or whether it's just deep programming and insecurity about wealth and what it takes to manage it and the responsibility of it. Once you sort of take a look underneath the bed, you realize there's not much there. And there's so much liberation. Once you kind of know where things are at, you're like, oh, okay, I'm not in that bad of a financial situation, or wow, I'm in so much better of a place, or, oh, I only need to tweak a couple of these things to hit the goal. And what I've realized in my own process is that, leaders, entrepreneurs, people who are making waves in the world, they don't just get out of their comfort zone, they stay there. So that's meeting the edges, it's getting in the rooms and realizing that you'll ultimately never be ready. If you continuously wait until you feel that readiness, it's never going to happen. Actually, I don't ever think it will be. It never happens. And so it's meeting those edges, especially around finances. That seems to be a big insecurity for many people. So breaking it down, being in rooms where people are having conversations where you realize even people who are making hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars still are looking at these things saying, okay, how do I maneuver this differently? How do I look at this differently? It's a never ending process. We are a masterpiece constantly in the making. And even when we think we arrive, there's going to be bigger and better places to go.
So good. So good. So to reset the room a little bit, and then I know we've got some panels coming up, but we have a little bit of time here. First of all, if this has been valuable, I'm already seeing it, but let's put some fire in the chat. And Carissa, I'm going to get to ask you some questions because I know we have a lot of coaches and consultants, but I want to tell you what we've done, a little hint of what we've done with the offer as well, because I know many of you are wanting to take us up on all, yes, fire, wanting to take us up on all of these masterminds, the hoodie, the t-shirt, the new calm, the being in person. And so we wanted to make it more accessible for you. And by your request, we have split it up into pay plans. So we'll go over the offer more later, but those top 2 options, the 10K, you can now get in on that starting next week with Eric live, committed to helping you get to your first 100K month, okay, in 90 days. So you know you're going to get a return on that investment. You've got me committed to you knowing how to get connected and create that one connection that's going to give you authority, increase your income, all of that. You've got Ava breaking down how to do a show and what are some of the things that'll make it really easy for you, whether that's a podcast or a show like that. You've got Livia sharing with you, and you're going to walk out with a brand elevation in the 5 days she spends with you, the brand narrative, unschooling. You've got the hoodie, you've got all that. So we are taking that $2,500 package, and we'll go deeper in this later. I'm just hinting at it right now. We'll put the link in the chat, team. Go ahead and put the link in the chat if it's ready. But we're going to take that 1,000 is still 1,000. But those of you that wanted that 2,500 or the 10,000, you now have a 3-pay option. Okay, you have a 3-pay option. We're going to keep that up at least until the end of the day. All right, we're going to keep it up, the 3-pay option, at least till the end of the day, because we're like, how can we make this easy for you so that you get that leap? Yes, Carissa.
I don't know if I can do this live, but I've checked in about it multiple times, and I'd love to add something to this, actually.
Yes.
So there are a lot of people who are coming to this conversation, some people who may not have a business. A lot of people are thought leaders, entrepreneurs, of the like. And it seems like there's a lot of aspects for business building, relationship building, how to put on events. I don't know anybody who's teaching how to coach. And so I have a course that I'd love to add that's a $12,000 program as well. My background is in clinical psychology. I've been a coach for 7.5, 8 years. So I'd also love to add my world-class coach program to the mix, just to
make me cry right.
I'm like, let's just do it. I want to teach people how to coach and how to make those transformations for themselves and other people that they're working with. And even if you're not a coach, this will help you elevate in all of your relationships as well. So I'm going to add a $12,000 program to this as well.
Yeah, and even if you're not a coach, if you're in network marketing or direct sales, or you have a team of real estate brokers, knowing how to coach is the reality of like how you inspire people, because you can't arm wrestle them into submission unless you're in the UFC, and that's a whole different game, right? You can't like force people to show up and to do the things. So learning how to coach, yeah, it is so generous. So we have the pay plan buttons in there, and we're going to do that at least till the end of the day to make it. And so those are the live events, those are the coaching, that's the hoodie, the t-shirt, celebrities wearing your name on them, you know, throughout the year, knowing that we're doing this all to support the harbor, because it's, what's the temperature right now in Albuquerque? Like at night, it's, what is it, 46 degrees, 26 degrees. It's all for that cause, is why we're being generous, but also because we're here to give to you, because we know if more of you, like Carlotta said in ministry, if more of you have that freedom where your life is taken care of, your kids are taken care of, your family's taken care of, then what opens is overflow and generosity and abundance and more good people, as Livia says, who do the good things with the money, having the money. And so that's what we want, is you on fire, your business out there, 24 degrees at night. Yeah. So we're going to go through this offer more powerfully later. But Carissa, as someone who you have that background, and you moved into the coaching world, right? And we have a lot of people starting coaching businesses, starting influencer businesses. I'd love to know, you know, what can they do? And put it in the comments first, though, if you're already a coach or you're going to launch some kind of, we have a gym owner who wants to launch a course online. There's a little bit of delay, but we don't want to just chat to you because we could chat a lot. Me and Carissa can go for days. We need to and we talk in accents and we dance.
Yes, we
talk
do.
in a lot of accents and people don't know what's going on. And it's like, we're just having so much fun. You're a coach. All right. All right. Lovely. Christina's a great coach. She's a marriage and family coach and she's got an awesome marriage. So we want to let's hear some more comments so that we make sure we're chatting. I'm not going to move. I'm a coach. I have a few courses. I do live training and courses. Awesome. Awesome. So let's talk about that. I'm going to spotlight you for a moment. So how can you do a lot of embodiment and spiritual practices and psychology? But what I want you to lean in on is the business of that, like how to launch a successful practice and to actually get clients in the door, and speak to the different levels if they're already established. And I'm going to remove myself for a moment.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you so much. I'm excited to see that there are a lot of different coaches in here. Let's keep those comments rolling in. So if you're a coach, if you're a therapist, if you're somebody who wants to support people in transformation, I'd love to hear from you because that's how I started. My background is in clinical psychology. I have a master's degree in that. And I actually first started in counseling. So licensed professional counselor. And I was realizing was that I loved helping people, but I had capped income and I had capped income and I was constantly working for somebody else, working like 30, 40 hours a week, making capped income, capped influence. It didn't necessarily feel good to me. So at the age of 25, I started a business and I started a coaching business and I went way over my head. I was like, oh, I could do this thing, but I took the risk and I put myself out there and it was one of the best risks I've ever taken, but it definitely was challenging to go from counselor, therapist to now entrepreneur, coach, transformational leader. It definitely didn't happen overnight. I've been doing this work for 7 years now. And what made the biggest difference for me taking that leap, quitting my corporate job, I think I remember in 2018, I had went full time. Within 30 days, I want you to think about this for a moment. Within 30 days, I replaced my monthly corporate salary and I had already 3 speaking engagements lined up within 30 days of quitting my corporate job. That is unheard of. Most people are like, I don't even know how to do that in a year. That is what happened with me very quickly. And I want to give you a couple of tips on how to do that, because the reality is no matter what type of business you're in, you are in the relationship business. No matter what type of business you're in the relationship business. So it's the relationship with yourself. It's the relationship you have with your work as your passion, your purpose, your products, as well as the relationship with the customers. This is when I was doing business consulting, which I've stepped out of that. And now I do leadership and performance coaching, and as well as energy healing work for elite professionals. Is that was the biggest roadblock for a lot of the clients that I was working with. They're like, okay, how do I scale the business? And they were focused so much on how do I get more clients versus how do I keep my remaining clients, which is a big difference, right? We want to definitely work on how do we attain and how do we support getting more clients with lead generation, email marketing, things like that. But something that is not often taught as a strategy is how do I keep my current clients? Because your current clients, if they continue to buy from you, that is an important aspect of generating consistent revenue as well as referrals, right? If your current clients are happy with you, they're going to tell more people. And so as you realize you're in the relationship business, there's a couple of different ways you can think about this, right? The relationship with yourself and other things. The fundamental strategy that I think about when I teach business, when I talk about this work, what helped me the most go from 0 clients to replacing my corporate income salary within 1 month, having a sold out coaching practice, as well as 3 speaking engagements was networking. And for those of you who do coaching, a lot of it right now is virtual. When I was doing coaching at the beginning, it wasn't necessarily all virtual. A lot of it was in person. And so there's this big push to go online. There's a lot of social media components, and I love that. But networking is one of the most underrated aspects of growing an online business. You're connecting with people here. You might not realize it, but every single person who's joining this conversation, you might be able to collaborate with. They might know somebody who needs your services, your products. They might be able to refer you to somebody. So going to events like this, getting in person with people and telling people about what you do, putting yourself out there and realizing that there's so much transformation in the collaboration as well as the transaction. That is what helped me go from 0 to sold out private coaching practice in like 30 days. And realizing that the more events I went to, the more conversations I was having, not only did I become more confident, but I realized there are people who need my work. There are people who need my work. And as I was talking to these people, they were telling me about what they needed, how I could support them. It became a huge thing. And so now that people, a lot of right now, are talking about the recession and what's going to happen, my biggest thing that I'm doubling down on is recognizing the power and the relationship that I have with myself, as well as the power that I have with the relationship with other people. What do my relationship with my current clients look like? How do I keep my current clients continuing to support them with their transformation and their evolution? Because as I just told you before, they're going to be your best referrals. Third-party credibility is more valuable than you talking about you. And while I don't think there's anything wrong about you talking about you, somebody else speaking about you is going to elicit a different response in somebody, that credibility, than you talking about you. So I'm doubling down on the relationship that I have with myself. Where are my blocks, my limiting beliefs? A lot of that has already been talked about, but going to more events. I have a cruise that's coming up. I have 4 or 5 networking events and in-person virtual events over the next 30 days, because I know that these relationships are going to be invaluable. You could meet one person that could change your life, or you could change theirs. And as you really tap into the service aspect part of you and the generosity, it's only going to amplify your efforts. So that's one of the biggest strategies that took me going from 0 to sold out, is that as that aspect. And what you're realizing here is that people are already doing it. It's the subtle nuances that you may not realize. Right now, we have dozens of people who are coming together for a greater purpose right now. They're realizing that, yes, there's recession might be happening, but that we decide our reality. We create our reality. So coming together with other people for greater purposes, realizing how you can be of service, I think is going to only amplify your effort. So I would say that's one thing that really supported me. The other thing that's more of a spiritual component that I really want to speak on is there's a big difference between productivity and activity. Productivity and activity. Not everything that you do is going to be necessarily productive, right? And then you might just like think, okay, I need to go online and post this thing and write this email. If you're an entrepreneur and maybe haven't stepped into the CEO role, you want to recognize, okay, what's actually productive and what's going to move the needle in my business versus what is just activity. And really writing down a list. And I constantly do this for myself, where I'll write down a list and I'll say, okay, what are all the activities that I believe that I need to be doing right now? And then I write out, okay, what is actually productive? What do I think is going to move the needle? And then what are just other things that I have belief systems that are actually, that I think are going to, that I just feel this constant and never ending need to do. And when I look at that list, I want to make sure that everything that I'm doing is a hell yes, because that energy that I go into anything with is going to fuel the product. It's going to fuel the thing. So going into it with that passion and that purpose makes a really big difference. So really taking an inventory of what are the things that are actually going to move your needle forward versus what are just the busy tasks that you feel purposeful doing that are actually not going to move things forward for you.
I love that so much, Carissa. You gave so many productivity tips that are heart-centered, and connection is currency, and it is the top currency, the networking. And I love that you presence that and how important it is, and how it's even more important in 2023, because whether you look at this like a recession or not, or however you choose to view it, relationships are how we move faster. It's how we collaborate. We bring our audiences and resources together like we are right now. And so that's huge. And I hear the pings of messages. So I don't know how we turn that off on whoever's that's happening. We're doing our best. And then the other parts about retention with clients and making sure everything is a hell yes. ahead of time so that you have the drive and the vision for it. And we're going to hear more from you, not just in our academy, but over this event and our VIP sessions and all of that. So thank you so much. And I believe you're helping to host the next panel, right?
I believe I am. Yes.
That sounds good. Sounds good to me. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you. I mean, she's been helping us a lot, right? So thank you. And thank you for throwing that into. That was incredible. And I was just so excited to hear. And I'm sure everybody else was very excited to hear too. So thank you for all the support. And yes, so now we're going to bring, a whole bunch of really amazing people for this panel. And, so they are all part of Driven Trading. But their stories and their, actually, when I first met them, even the trade team, I told the CEO, I'm just like, it's like you cast them for a movie because they're all just so unique and have such powerful stories. And that was just so incredible to see. So, many of them are going to come and share their stories and talk about business. We also have, our business team come on, talk about business, mindset, and what they're bringing for 2023. Carissa, thank you for being here. I love the help. So I'm going to bring them all in, and then we'll introduce each one of them. Noah, and Jared, and Gary, Claudia. Hi guys, thank you for being here. I'm making sure I didn't forget anybody out there. I didn't. Oh, I love these guys. So thank you for being here and thank you for the support. They've been amazing support. To Project Uprise and just blowing this out and really partnering with us, not only promoting, and making it happen. So thank you for being here. So Claudia. She is incredible and she's also a coach. She's going to be talking about that too. She has incredible coaching and a mindset and personal development, things that she also does besides, trading crypto and educating in crypto education. We have Gary Engels. Sorry about that, who is the COO of Driven Trading. And he came, so he's the one who actually got us Royce Gracie, right? He introduced me to Royce, actually, and a little bit of met him before through the UFC, but we didn't really have a relationship. And Gary introduced him to us. And so, being a part of that was amazing too. So he's amazing. And Jared is also part of Driven, our executive team. He is a great coach too. So he trains everybody in the field in business every Wednesday, right? So that's, so he's going to be coaching us in business a little bit here because everybody wants to know the tips. And Noah, our VP of Crypto Education, who I work on so many projects with him all the time. So I work close with him a lot. And he's really, really incredible story. So anyway, hi guys. And I wanted to actually, Carissa, because you're fresh and you don't even know them, I'll let you get started. And Gary and Jared are just amazing hosts too. So I was just like, also help me host because that's not what I do for a living. You might notice. So thank you for being here, guys.
Wow, thank you so much. I remember some of these faces from some of the other events that we've been in together. So it's nice and lovely to see you again. Thank you for your time and energy. Something I'm thinking about with Project Uprise, there's this element of fire, right? Like turning it up, coming together and rising. And so I'd be curious if you can speak to what are some of the ways that you're turning up the dial, your own energetic thermostat, turning up the heat on your business. What does that look like for you? And what are some of the advice that you would have for people who want to take their life to the next level, like bringing in that heat and that passion? Maybe they feel a little unmotivated and they're like, I don't know how to turn it up. Like, what would be some of those practices or some of the things that you're currently doing to turn it up? And so Noah, I'm going to go first to you since you're on the corner there. Would love to hear from you first.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me all right? Just give me a thumbs up real quick if you can hear me. Great. I really, really like that question because I took that concept to heart this year. And I'll just give my perspective on that because when it comes to, say, how our year was or how our goals are according to that year, I mean, even just in the financial markets, 2022 was one of those years, right? It was a bear market. So I think a lot of people, and just generally, you come across these struggles, and depending on what you've gone through, it can sometimes be difficult to start that year with the fire that you need. It might start feeling like things might be crumbling. And I started to feel a little bit like that. I was like, all right, I have this mountain I want to get to, and I feel like I'm going backwards, right? So I asked myself the question, like, how do you actually climb mountains? You know, if that's your goal, if your goals are so high and you might not feel like you're getting there, like, how do you actually get there? And I love nature, how it portrays so well to getting to our goals. And I just always like to think of this as, when you have this goal, that's a mountain, how do you actually get up there? And it's not by looking up, it's by looking down. It's being present in the moment, only taking step by steps to get there. And you can't just run up a mountain. So, you know, you see people climb, say, Mount Everest or Kilimanjaro, whatever it is. Nobody's running up these mountains. You know, you have to go slow and steady. If you run up something like this, you try to, you know, do things too quickly, you're going to get injured. And I think that's something that a lot of us do, is we get injured. We try to go too fast, and then we feel all the repercussions of that. So I really stepped back into really, how have I gotten ahead? How have people gotten ahead into the top of these huge goals? And it's usually not sprints. I really don't see people just like flying to their goals, like, I got there super fast. It's really, they have a game plan that's consistent and deliberate over time. So the way I wanted to start my 2023 was really setting those tasks on how it can be deliberate every single day, just very small. I think of it like pebbles. Like, what could you create by just having a pebble of results per day? Like, if I dropped a pebble on the floor every single day, even though it's small, after a week, a month, even a year, you're going to now have like a mountain next to you. And it's the power of these little things adding up. So I started working with that actually before the beginning of the year, because I wanted to start off with some wins. So that's kind of my second thing here is find those little things that you can add up every single day, no matter how small, because they will build. And number two, try to get a win as quickly as you can during the year, because that's going to give you that energy to realize, you know, what can you accomplish. And I honestly think the smaller the better. I decided to take an exam. I took the Series 3 exam and started the year off with that exam. I started the year off with creating a course. I had a small investment goal that I created. In this little momentum, it really helped the year. So I'd say those are my two things when it comes to having that fire for the beginning of the year, is just set something that you can do every single day. I'm actually a fitness coach as well. And people always ask me, like, oh, how do I get fit? I just can't make it into the gym. I'm like, if you would have just literally taken 5 seconds to do a few push-ups right now and did that every single day, at the end of the year, you'd be pretty dang good at push-ups. And that's taking less than a minute to do something. So I really think we highly, highly underestimate what these little things that we can do every single day that will add up, because most of us, we're not doing it anyway. So it's a zero. But if you do just, 1%, over and over and over again, it adds up so high. So I'd say those two things is find that little thing that you can do every single day. And number two, try to find just a quick win this year so that you can just kind of get that spark, remind yourself what you're capable of. And that really got the momentum, at least for me during this year.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I know Gary's raising his hand. I want to go over to him in a second, but what I'm hearing you say is the consistency, right? That's really important, in being consistent and being intentional with what you're doing versus flailing around and just doing whatever, right? Really being focused and intentional and not burning yourself out or getting hurt in the process, because you want sustainable success, not just the quick and fast win. So love that. Okay, Gary, I know you saw you raise your finger, so I'd love to hear from you.
I just wanted to say, Bill, piggybacking off of what Noah just said, I had an instructor one time, I was getting ready for a 3rd degree black belt test. And he put a challenge on us. He said, okay, this year, in order for you to be able to test, you have to do 50,000 push-ups this year. You have to record 50,000 push-ups, and you have to record 50,000 sit-ups, and you have to run 1,000 miles. This whole long, ridiculous, crazy list of things that I had to do. And I look at that, like, sometimes we make these giant goals and we put these goals up in this place where it's like, how in the world am I going to be able to accomplish this thing, right? And first of all, this person I had a lot of respect for. So it was kind of a whatever it takes, I'm going to figure it out, right? We'll do it. But to Noah's point, he said, if you just do a few every day, right? If you just start with just something that you can understand, that you can digest, What we did is we looked at it like, oh, it was 150 a day, 150 every day, right? That's all it took, right? It was just kind of consistently just sticking with it. And what it turned into was, man, I can't do 150 push-ups. So do 50 in the morning, right? Do 50 in the afternoon and then 50 in the evening. And it makes sense. Anything is possible when you break it down into bite-sized goals and you just stay, just like you said, consistent over time. It's such an important piece, Noah, and such a great advice. You know, it's starting the new year. Because how many of us put out these giant goals, you know, in the first of the year? Here's what I'm going to do. But man, that first win, just starting with that first win, like Noah said, right, is just you know, that 50 push-ups or that 5 push-ups or whatever that is, just getting started. And clearly, you guys can take that into business or into trading or to whatever it is that you guys are working towards accomplishing this year.
That was a great ad. Thank you for that. And since we have you already speaking, would you like to add how you're turning up the dial, or would that be your answer?
No, well, I can say this. I one thing that I turning up the dial would be to give yourself permission to go through the process without how do you say it? Permission to go through the process, right? To allow yourself time to succeed is the best way I could say this, right? So I think sometimes we hit these roadblocks, we hit these struggles, we hit these things, and we crumble, right? And it's just, you know, we give up on a goal too easily. But the process is ups and downs. The process is wins and failures, right? The process is a part of it. And to learn how to become a trader, right, is a journey, and you have to allow yourself time to go through that process. That's what I'm seeing, right? To turn it up this year, right? There is a process to building driven. There's a process to becoming a trader. There's a process to, you know, getting in shape or, you know, building your business. And you have to give yourself time. The best thing I've learned to do is just stay consistent, you know, consistent to the point where if you keep going and everybody else is giving up on those tough times, you're going to be the last one standing. And you're going to find yourself standing on top of the mountain in a place, you know, breathing that fresh air that you're like, how did I get here? This was such an incredible journey. And it's just because you gave yourself permission to go through that process when everybody else wouldn't.
I really appreciate that, because I think in my work with working with people and their psychology, it's that most of the time it's that they're afraid of failing, and what sort of how they identify with I am my failures versus I had a failure, right?
Right.
And so it's almost like fail faster, like get in the habit of just being okay with the failing and giving yourself permission to do that. And that is a way to really transmute the fear around it, is knowing it's a part of the process and becoming more familiar with it. So thank you for that. Claudia, I'd love to go to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm going to just go ahead and piggyback and continue to add on with these great individuals that are on here with me. And for me, it's more about going back to your why. You know, you have to really go back to your why on a daily basis and really understand that you influence and impact people around you, and there's someone waiting to hear your story. That's just it. There's someone out there waiting to hear your story that's going to change their life. It's going to have them pivot to say, you know what, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So for me, I really just sit back and I look at not my failures, but my lessons. You know, I consider them all lessons, and there's plenty of them. But there's all lessons, and you just have to, for me, I look back, and every day before I go to bed, I write down that one win for the day, whatever it may be. Could be tiny, small, big, large, whatever. But I write down that win and I pat myself on the back. You know, I give myself that grace and say, hey, you know what? Out of everything, I got this accomplished, whatever it may be, even if it's walking a mile or, hey, whatever it may be, I ate healthy for today, whatever your choice is. But I really recommend individuals to be resilient, have resilience. You're the only person that could put the cap on your success. Like, we're the only ones that can stop our own success. That's it. Whatever else is out there, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. And if you continue and be persistent and keep going, you're going to overcome it and you're going to move forward. So just like Noah said, little steps, right? Little steps create huge wins. I just write down, step by step, break down what it is that I'm trying to accomplish, that I'm going to accomplish. Excuse me, let's correct that terminology there, that I'm going to accomplish. And then just take it one step at a time. It's not a race. Guys, don't worry. It's going to happen if you persistence, and be resilient. It will happen. But if you give up and walk away, then who else can you blame? You have to be accountable for yourself, right? So look in the mirror every day and say, you know what? Someone's waiting for me to hear my story. And trust me, when you start sharing your story, it just makes such a big impact in this world. And you'll see that you're very super special and important. So for me, I'm complete.
Thank you. Yeah, going back to your why is really what fuels everything, because that's what helps you show up consistently. That's what supports you in every day doing that. And what I'm hearing for you that I really would love the audience to think about is there's no such thing as just a small win, right? It's like they're all wins. And when we compare ourselves to, oh, I'm not at the $1 million yet, it feels like everything's a failure because it doesn't happen overnight. And so those small, consistent, oh, I ate healthy today, the more you can really be in tune with the things that you are doing, you just amplify and magnify everything. So I think that's a beautiful answer. Thank you for that. And Jared, last up, would love to hear from you. How are you turning up the heat and the dial right now in your own life and business?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you guys so much for having us back on. It's always a blast to get together and collaborate with some of these business minds. Even to this day, every time I hear somebody talk, picking up nuggets, picking up a different piece of information, or even just thinking about something that maybe I hadn't thought about for a while, I'm like, oh yeah, I should go back to that, right? And so for me, I've always been a huge believer in your reason why as the motivation that's going to get you through to get you to the goals that you're trying to set. And I'm also a believer of envisioning what it is that you want and borrowing the belief from that future self that you are to have success and belief in yourself today, right? And so you had talked about sometimes a lot of people are afraid of failure. But throughout my years of experience, I found that a lot of people are also afraid of success, afraid that they might actually make it and what that responsibility is to hold that success, right? And so there's fear on both sides of it, but the idea is to get comfortable with that fear, right? I always tell people get comfortable being uncomfortable because those are the signs and opportunities for you to have a chance to grow, right? So if I'm feeling a little bit weird about something, if I'm feeling like maybe I'm nervous, maybe this is I'm not sure if I should do this, that's the exact moment that you need to do it and get over it, right? Because every time you do that, every time you conquer, like everyone's saying, that little challenge, right? It builds your confidence. It builds your confidence higher and higher. And for myself this year, turning up the heat is just like having that constant reminder of why I do what I do. Being a dad and being able to be there for my daughter has always been my biggest reason why. Being able to drop her off at school in the morning, being able to be that phone call if she's not feeling well to come pick her up is why I work so hard. And so to step it up and really kind of light a fire, we just had a big mastermind session in northern Wisconsin, game planning, basically the year and what Q1 is going to look like. But we have some exciting stuff that, again, I say it almost every year that this will be the best year of my life. And it's come true so many times in 2023, shaping up to be that same way. But you've got to know what it is that you're going towards. And that reason why, like Claudia was saying, is that reason why is what's going to get you through those tough days when you're thinking that I want to quit. Maybe I can't do this. Maybe I'm not set up for this. Maybe this isn't my calling, right? Well, just take it one more day, right? Take it one more day and see what you can accomplish in that day. Have that small success and think about it, right? Like take a moment, literally take a moment by yourself and be grateful for the fact that you're just present in this moment. I'm allowed to be living this life that I have the opportunity to create and be grateful for it, right? And so that's kind of my momentum for getting into 2023.
Wow, I love that. And do you have a bowl that's behind you? Is that what that photo is?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, everything that you're saying, borrowing from the future belief, the future self and belief, I'm like, wow, you really know how to turn up the dial. And so I'm wondering if I could put you on the spot for a moment.
Sure.
And I'd love if you want to ask Noah, what do you think would turn this conversation up and really give the audience some more take-home value? What would you love to ask him that you think that would turn this conversation up just a little bit more and bring some more heat to it?
So I guess I would go with two parts of it. Noah, obviously, I love our friendship that we've developed over the years, our business relationship. He's one of my favorite people to talk to. We get into some of the most outrageous conversations on far-fetched and big ideas of existence and reality. I'd love to hear from Noah, just his thoughts on what it is that, why Driven was the company he decided to partner with, and how he envisions it and how many lives he thinks we can change this year, and how fast we can do it. Right. So what are we going to do to put some gas on the fire and really explode this thing? So I'd love to hear that from you on that.
Love that question. And it goes straight to the power of what trading and investing can do for people, really, because it goes all the way back to my reason why I got into this. Is I truly believe that just with the technology we have today, trading and investing is one of the very few things that can directly give you both time freedom and money freedom. And that's a beautiful thing, because that's really what we're looking for, freedom with money to have more options, freedom with time to experience, those options, be with the people that we want to be with, do the things that we want to do. And when I found out about trading, essentially clicking a button and being able to make money, that's pretty wild to me. I came from a manual labor background, and I really don't like breaking my back shoveling or painting things. We're here to live, and if that's your thing, that's totally cool. But really wasn't my thing. I also wanted to be kind of the superhero of my family. We all grow up with challenges, and a lot of those challenges are money or our time. Maybe our family didn't have enough time to be around, with the kids, etc. And I found that trading could potentially do that for people, and for me, for my family. So that's what really set off my mission. I found out about it through a family member, and essentially just didn't give up until I got that skill set. But coming to that skill set is really where Driven was so powerful. It was just, with anything that we want to learn, anything, whether it's, a different skill set, you have everybody trying to teach you something, and it's really, is that going to be right for me? And we all have to go through the gauntlet of who's saying what, how they can best teach you. And it really Driven was a culmination of years and years of kind of people filtering down to a point. And as you guys have maybe listened to yesterday, Corey speaking, he was the one guy that was actually saying things in a manner that actually made sense. Because as much as we'd like to wish if there was just one and done solution for life, we just buy this or, sell this, we'll be a millionaire. Unfortunately, that just, at least I haven't found it yet. But there are principles that are powerful within trading, but a lot of people aren't preaching those. They're saying things that really just don't exist. And in Driven, it was just Corey's vision of actually having something the correct way, because it is so powerful. It's a disservice in the investing and trading space to give people all these false hopes, but when in reality, you don't even need to. Even realistic expectations can change people's lives forever. Just even understanding how to potentially retire. What do you have to do to retire? It's actually not that much. And a lot of us just don't understand what to do, or how much to do, or what to put things in, the mindset to have to go through that process. And just having the right people to give that vision is incredibly powerful, because I truly believe if everybody understands money and understands investing, understands, compound interest, there's really not much a need to do a lot of the things that we are doing that we don't want to do. And I think there's a reason why this information isn't so prevalent, is because I feel like if we all knew this, not many people would be, say, doing other jobs and stuff like that. So it's a really, really powerful thing. And to be able to give that to people, I think is tremendous. I've seen a lot of people's lives changed from the investment space. And I truly believe you can be your best self when that money equation, when that time equation is out of the picture. For example, I'm a fitness coach. And if I'm pinched for money, the way I can think about, can I best serve this person compared to, can this person pay my bills, is way different. And I hate that feeling. I never want to feel that way. But guess what? I need a roof over my head, and so do many people. So I feel like a lot of those lapses in judgment, a lot of the negative things that we experience in life comes from those constraints in life. So I think what better than trading to have something you can even have on the side. You don't even need to dedicate, say all time and effort. Some people trade once a week, once a month, or invest passively. And that can solve that equation for people, because truly my mission, and I believe Driven's mission as well, is to get people free so they can just be their truest selves.
Wow, that's great. Thank you for that answer, and thank you for that question, Jared. I appreciate the understanding what is the drive behind Driven. And there's the education, there's the freedom, there's the mentorship, there's so many aspects to this. And so, Claudia, I'd love to hear from you. With Project Uprise, and kind of bringing it back to that, this is about a sense of freedom, right? We're really supporting freeing individuals from sex trafficking and from, this abuse that they're experiencing. And so how would you define freedom, and what are some tools or practices or things that you're doing to bring yourself and others around you more freedom in this year?
Thank you. Great question. So I am actually a survivor of domestic violence. I went through that for about 3 to 5 years. And so this kind of hits home for me. And being a female in this industry also hits home. I see this as a big opportunity for women to come into the forefront and be able to learn a skill set that they won't be judged for nor frowned upon. And they can do at any time of day, any time in the evening, the comfort of their own home or wherever they are around the world. It's just about applying yourself. And for me, as a coach, and for myself, it's all really about self-development. The more you continue to self-develop, the more you keep learning about yourself, the more the lid keeps being raised upon you, and you just keep learning more about yourself and how to really communicate with others, and really realize that you are an impact, whether you realize it or not. Like I said previously, someone's waiting for your story. You tell them your story and they see where you are today, and that will pivot them to change. That will pivot them to take that risk and go for it. It's better to go for it and fail and learn that lesson and continue than not to ever go for it, because then years down the road, guys, you're going to regret it. You're going to be saying to yourself continuously, oh man, I wish I would have done that. I had the opportunity. It passed me by. So this is your opportunity. Every day you have a brand new day for that opportunity to take it. And like I said, the only person that's limiting you is yourself, because anyone can say anything about you. It doesn't matter. For me, on a daily basis, I remind myself, don't take it personal. That's my rule number 1. Don't take it personal. Whatever anyone says, I don't take it personal, because it's their perception. It's their thought. It's not exactly what I'm going for. But thank you for your advice, or thank you for your perception. I'll look at it, I'll dissect it and see if it enables me or if it doesn't enable me. If it doesn't, okay, thank you so much. See you later. You just have to really dive into yourself, and self-development it's so key. You're going to have different conversations. You're going to surround yourself with different individuals when you start learning about yourself, and what may have triggered you in the past doesn't trigger you anymore, and keep uprising. So for me, when I was able to walk away from that domestic situation, I realized, speaking to women, and that it was making a huge impact. And I felt like it's a mission. It's just something within me that it has to be done. It has to be said, because there's so many children out there that unfortunately they're being trafficked out there, without their own will. Things are happening. They don't have a choice. So it's our responsibilities. It truly is, as adults, as teachers, as leaders, as consultants, as human beings, that we go out there and we help each other. It was God's word, so don't forget that.
Wow. Preach. I love it. Thank you so much. And what I really appreciate too, that I want to bring awareness to and acknowledge, is Claudia's vulnerability about something that she navigated. So I like to really honor when people open up their heart like that on live, broadcasts like this. So if we could all just comment and give her some love, whether it be a heart, fire, or maybe some way that impacted you, because she's really speaking to the fact that, your story matters, and she's embodying that in this moment right now in a live broadcast, sharing something like that. And that's the essence of what we're doing here, is we're bringing it back to the heart, really showing up vulnerably and talking about these things that really matter. So I just want to acknowledge her for that. And something I'd like to go a little bit deeper on is, she talked about leaving that situation, and she also talked about the essence underneath that is a decision, right? She made a decision to leave. She's making a decision to show up. She's making a decision about the tools that she's using in her life right now. And so I'm going to ask one more question here, and then I'm going to bring Eric up in a moment, because I know he might have some questions as well. But if you could talk for a moment briefly about, I think this is Gary, right? I think that's your, is it Gary? Yeah. Sorry, my thing's not pulling up to show me your name. I just want to make sure. So Gary, if you could talk for a moment, you talked about doing 150 push-ups a day and the commitment underneath that. And so what are other commitments that you're making this year that you are demonstrating to other people, that you walk the talk, that you're really showing up for this year in a big and bold way? So what are things that you're committing to? What are decisions that you're making that you think are really going to help elevate your life and some other people might be able to take away? Oh, are you muted?
There it goes. It wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
I don't know how that happened.
No, that's awesome. You talk about the 150 push-ups. I think is a great lead into. There's some days where I failed. I didn't get the 150 in, whether it was traveling or you're sick or whatever, right? And what happens is you have to get back up and you got to just do them the next day, right? And you have to do double the next day maybe to get back on track, but you're committed to the goal, right? The power of a decision that you made a comment about this, right? You said the decision that you make, right? But when you make that decision and you're so concrete in your decision and your why is connected and you believe in the purpose and why you're doing that goal, that thing, when you start to fall behind, you find a way to kick back up. You find a way to be able to push forward and to do it anyway. There was a story I was just kind of listening to some of you guys when you're saying this, and it reminded me of a story I think is a really important story. And my wife and I, she was my girlfriend back then when we first started my martial arts school. It was 18 years ago, and we stood in this empty room that we're like, this is going to be the place. This is going to be the new school, the new thing that we're building, right? And I brought a rock with me, right? And as cheesy as it was, right? It was a beautiful moment. And we stood there, and I said, Nikki, I said, this is the place that we're going to build our dream and build our life and our family, and everything is going to happen from this moment. And I said, it's just like if I was standing in the edge of a pond and we dropped a rock into that pond, and it's going to send ripples all the way across that entire pond. You can't even see how far those ripples are going to go, but they're just going to keep going and keep extending on beyond this one moment, beyond this decision, this point in time where I dropped the rock, right? And then I dropped the rock, and it was really anticlimactic, and it just went thud, and that was it, right? But it was just kind of a funny moment. But the idea was really sound, is starting the new year, right? What is that rock? What is that thing that you're doing, right? That you're setting you're writing in stone, right? This is my thing. I'm dropping the rock. I'm going to send ripples from this point forward. I'm not going to give up. If I fall behind a little bit, that's fine. I'm going to kick back up. I'm going to get back on top. I'm going to do it again and again and again and again consistently until I wear everybody else out and I'm still the last one standing, right? There's several pieces to answer your question, right? There's several things that I'm doing, personally, between, the fitness and the physical side of, reaching my black belt with Hoist Gracie recently. And it's like, well, what's next, right? What's next is I want to be the best teacher that I can be, right? On the mats and focusing on that side of things. I want to find the ways to be able to help all the other people around me be able to reach that same goal. I'm focused on that. I'm focused on others to help them reach that pinnacle. And I think that you can't really be influential leader, right? An influential person in any area, right? If you're a trader, I mean, Claudia and Noah, you're phenomenal, you know, in your sessions and trading and doing what you do, but you cannot inspire and teach and lead others until you've gone through that process first. And you have, you guys have already gone through that process and dropped the pebble yourself and gone through that process and achieved a certain level of success. But then once you get there, right? Once you kind of pass that point, that threshold, you're like, what's next? Oh man, now it's all about leading and inspiring others and helping others develop that same, you know, that idea, that same story, the mentoring side of things. So for me, that's what it is, Carissa. It's mentoring and inspiring and helping others, reaching a hand down to pull everybody else up.
Being of service. I really appreciate that. I know that's the essence of what we're talking about here. And something else I want to highlight is it seemed like you had a lot of clarity when you dropped that pebble and you set it in front of your partner. There was clarity and there was claiming. This is what I'm claiming for myself, and doing it in the presence of somebody else. I know Eric talked a little bit about writing out your goals. I think you amplify it by accountability, by saying it publicly. And so I'd love to give the audience an opportunity to claim something for yourself this year, and the accountability and in the presence of all of us. What would be a one sentence liner of like what's something that you're claiming for yourself that we can all witness you in and also hold for you, right? There's a process to that as well. So thank you all so much for your comments and your engagement, as well as for the panel. I'm going to hand it off to Eric and step back here. I know he has maybe a couple more questions before we head into the next segment, but thank you so much. Eric, what would you like to ask the panel of these amazing humans and traders?
First off, thank you for the goal that you guys have dropped. Like, it's absolutely insane. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, we have people watching on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as the live stream here too. So there's quite our audience is pretty strong out there listening to you and getting the goal. And by the way, those of you that are watching, would you put the love in the chat for everyone? And if you have questions throughout the day today too, from this panel or other panels that we bring on, put the questions in the chat, because again, today is all about customizing this for your journey so that we can help you take your life from where you are right now to where you want to be a year from now as well. So, and I don't know if you guys can see that, but you're getting some love from Elaine and Nikki and Chris. So thank you guys for that. So I do have a question. I loved what some of you have said. And Claudia, I just have a question for you, because I love how you are really about like pushing through and making sure you're breaking through those obstacles. What if everyone that's on the entrepreneur journey will fail? I saw a graph that a couple of weeks ago that showed like an entrepreneur that has been successful and an entrepreneur that has failed. And the entrepreneur that failed 3 times and stopped. The entrepreneur that succeeded failed 8 times and kept going. And so it's really funny, because we think that when we stop because of failure, we think that we're a failure, which is obviously not true. But the person that succeeded failed more times than most people that have failed when they stop. So when those obstacles hit, and they will hit, I would love to know, Claudia, like, how do you break through to those? How do you like just keep pushing, keep going?
Oh, talk about failures and lessons. I started my trading journey 4 years ago, and I will say I had plenty of blown accounts. I mean, there was a time where I took a step back and I actually walked away. It was like, oh, this isn't for me. And then I realized, I was like, no, if they can do it, I can do it. I just have to keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. And then one day I had the breakthrough. I saw the chart and it made sense to me. So that's when I was like, oh, Eureka, I did it. So seriously, so I kept going. But I will say that with everything, even becoming an educator, actually, okay, the doors were closed. People were laughing at me. They said, no, you had no chance, this and this, different companies. And here I am in Driven. I was lucky enough, okay, and blessed enough to have this opportunity to be part of this dynamic team. I'll tell you, the team is insane, guys. If you're not part of Driven, you're slacking. You got to come on board. You make some money and learn. But for me, it was just really continuing on. Even with the challenges, with all of the self-development, I bring it right back to self-development. I continue. I'm part of the John Maxwell leadership team, so I'm a coach with them. And I continue for me to keep growing. And throughout that growth, I realize when these challenges come upon me, it's just for me to really analyze what's going on and pivot in a different direction. It's not to give up. It's just that the road that I'm on, I need to make a turn, but keep going. Okay. So whatever it is that you're doing, if you're not succeeding, then you have to change something. It's not that you're not good at that, because you don't know yet. You haven't hit that pinnacle. You haven't done it. But something along the way, you have to realize you need to pivot, change something, tweak something, ask someone, go look at someone else that's already doing it. Okay? You look at what someone else, if they're already doing what you're trying to accomplish, take notes. Success leaves clues, guys. We really do. We leave clues behind. We're here to help. And for me, that's what I do. I go back, I tweak what I'm doing. If I see it's not really working, then I pivot and say, okay, maybe this time doesn't work. Let me change it to a different time. Or maybe this sentence isn't working very well. It's not really impacting the way I want to. Let me rewrite this and see if that works. And I've seen that it's really helped me in accomplishing the goals that I have set out for myself. And I'm very excited for 2023, because I'll tell you, because of that perseverance and continuing, these doors continue to open, and more than my imagination could have ever imagined. So now, the fire's turned up even more for me and my personal goals to keep going. So that is for me, those are my steps. And I just advise everyone, don't stop. Just keep going. You will get there. Just keep it moving.
Claudia, that is insanely good. There's a law of 10 that I use in my content all the time. And the law of 10, you basically just described it, is you try something. If it doesn't work, tweak it, try it again. If it doesn't work, tweak it, try it again. And if you do that 10 times, one of two things is going to happen. Number one, either you're going to get to the outcome, or number two, you'll actually find the journey you were meant to be on throughout the beginning, in the very beginning, and you'll pivot towards that journey. That happened to me. I tried it that 10 times and I didn't quite hit on my journey, but it pushed me to where I was meant to be in the first place. And all along connected with my true purpose and my power. So I love that, guys. And when you think, and people in the chat are blowing it up about Napoleon Hill, 3 feet from gold, that there's no such thing as true failure except for when you quit. Napoleon Hill taught that there's only temporary defeat. And temporary defeat really, frankly, just helps us adjust to the content, the strategy, to whatever it might be for us to actually get there. No, I want to ask you the same question. You've got the medals in the background. You obviously accomplished a lot in your life, and you've obviously hit obstacles. What would be your advice when you want to quit, when you want to stop, you don't want to go one more step, but you know that there's something for you out there? What do you do?
I love this question. So the way I really ground everything, along with this question about hitting failure, anything like that, is you have to have your goals being way more important than if you fail or not. Really, your goals need to be at a level of, you would be disappointed if you did give up, if you didn't try. I think the best thing that I've done in my life is I always like to just kind of like future vision my life. And I always take myself to, say, my deathbed. And I ask myself my questions on the deathbed of, what would I actually regret, right? Would I regret that I kept going towards my goals? And always, it's like, no, I would always regret the what ifs. Like, the one thing I don't want to have at the end of all this is just a what if. What if you would have decided to quit your job and go for your dreams? What if you decided to not give up on trading for just another few more years? What if you decided to just keep going for your fitness goals? And those would be painful at the end of my life if I had a bunch of those what ifs. But if I had, hey, you gave it your all and it didn't work out, I wouldn't be too upset. So that's really the foundation of how I look at failure, is if you're going for your dreams and you're failing, there's nothing wrong with that at all. What the only thing wrong is if you're doing things that you're going to regret in the end. But how could you regret going for your goals? Because they're your goals. So that's really the foundation when it comes to failure. And another thing that I think about as well is there's really nobody at the top of whatever you're trying to get to that hasn't experienced probably every failure in the book, right? Like, if you're a master at something, it's often because you've probably hit all the potholes you could possibly hit. At least I know I've done that in both fitness and trading. I hit all of them. And I think it's just part of the process. You just kind of got to go through all of the gamut to get to your goals. So overall, when it comes to the failure aspect, is know that it's part of the game, and know that if you're going for your goals, it's totally okay, and you're not really going to regret that. I think you're just going to regret at the end if you didn't go for it. So that's what I look for. And one thing you said, Eric, that I really, really love, this was a big piece that helped me this year, is understanding that when you get to an obstacle, a lot of us, we think like when we get to all these obstacles or whatever that point is that we're afraid of, that it's going to be like this calamity, like we're just going to like implode. But it's just really a pivot usually. It's actually way less dramatic than we often think. You know, we get into a situation, it's not usually we have to restart and do everything from scratch again. It's usually we just adjust a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, and we keep going again. So all these crazy things that we bring into our mind, usually they never come to fruition. And really, it's our challenges that make us in the end. You know, if anybody, I'm a video game player. If you ever play a video game and you put all the cheat codes in, that game becomes fun for about 5 minutes, right? Then it's no fun because you're not developing. It's all about what you go through. And there's nothing better at the end of your goals because, you know, we all have goals that we've hit, but there's nothing better at the end of the goals than to realize what we've gone through. It's the whole game is what we've gone through. It's not always fun going through it, but that's what makes us. We don't even know who we are unless we can judge from our burdens that we've carried. You know, you don't know how strong you are unless you've tested your strength, your physical strength, your mental strength. So that's what makes you in the end. So you should feel happy because one of my mentors a while back, he said, I bet I could argue with anybody saying that the worst thing in the world that ever happened to you was actually the best thing that ever happened to you because it's what makes us. So I always like to kind of go back to that in some of my challenges to know that this is what's going to make me, not only me, but this is also going to be something that helps other people. I'm a coach myself, fitness and in trading. And if I haven't gone through what the people I'm trying to help are going through, I'm not that helpful to them. So if I get hit with the worst of the worst, I can just be that much better for the people that I'm serving. So those are the things that I typically think about when it comes to failure. I don't know. We might have lost Eric here. Or me.
I think he's frozen.
Oh.
Jared, go ahead and follow up on that. No, that's amazing. I'm totally get Eric back on.
I blew him away.
That was it. Speechless.
Speechless. Yeah, I love it. So I think one of the biggest things too is just embracing those failures like Noah was talking about, right? Like inevitably we are going to hit those failures. And it's like, you have a decision to make when you face those failures, right? Because we're going to hit them inevitably. And that decision you have to make is how long are you going to let that failure affect you, right? How long are you going to sit back and beat yourself up about the fact that you didn't accomplish whatever it was that you were trying to accomplish? And one of the biggest things that I think that you can do is to understand that recognizing that it's okay to fail, but it's not okay to be stuck on that failure to the point where it holds you back for, days and sometimes weeks and sometimes, months and years, right? Like all this stuff, everybody's had bad things happen to them. Everybody's had massive failures in their life where they thought to the point, like, is this even worth it? Should I even try and continue doing this, right? But the sooner you can get past that point, right? I always say we work in these big circles of life, right? The circle of life. Life is going to happen to us no matter what we do. But what you can control is how fast you react to it and how you react to it, right? So if I'm going to get knocked down, how fast am I going to get back up? If I'm going to have somebody shut me down in my business, how fast am I going to go on to the next person and not worry about it, right? How fast am I just going to move on? And, years and years ago, I used to do door-to-door sales, right? And I believe everybody should give it at least a couple months of having to get out there and experience what it's like to get doors slammed in your face, to get that negativity thrown at you because you're interrupting someone's household or whatever it is, right? Like they'll come at you with some of the most heinous things that I could just talk for probably a couple hours on some of the negative stories that happened from that experience. But the vice versa happened as well. Families embraced you and invited you into their homes for dinners, shared conversations and stories about their family and success too, right? So it's like, yes, the negative is going to happen, but so is all the positive stuff, right? And at the end of the day, 10 years from now, I remember way more of the positive stuff that's happened than I do the negative stuff, right? Like I want to continuously move forward as fast as I can without having to think about that negative thing that happened to me, because all it's doing is holding you back. It literally is holding you back, and it's up to you to decide how long you want it to hold you back, right? And so having the end in mind, kind of like Noah was talking about as well, is a huge part of it. You've got to know where you're going to borrow that belief that you can even get there.
Awesome.
Right?
Guys, we have Eric back, and you have been throwing so much fire. I've been seeing lions, bulls, fire. You know, it's a whole new experience having all of you here. And it's always a pleasure just getting to see you and also your community. And I see Claudia's taking a shot, so we'll let everybody do their shots. All right. And then I know that you're all working closely with Livia and other projects, and that we'll be doing more together with Project Uprise. Thank you so much for your wisdom, for your time, and just what you've given our community today and the communities you all serve. Jared's taking a shot. One more. All right.
Everybody hands up.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right, guys. So we'll go ahead and put you back in the green room. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. You're amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let's see it. I see so much good wisdom in the comments. You guys are living it up. Eric, how are you feeling?
You know what? What a perfect time when we're talking about failure and temporary defeat for me to have my internet drop. It literally just dropped for like 5 minutes and I jump back on and I'm thinking, wow, like awesome timing, because that's just an example. Things will not go perfectly, whether you're doing a live stream, whether you're working on a course, whether you're trying to coach somebody. You will have temporary defeat. But also one thing I didn't mention is Napoleon Hill said that with every temporary defeat, there is a seed of an equivalent success. So how incredible it is that you are who you are, including your successes and including your failures. And frankly, your failures will probably make you more of who your authentic self is and drive you to the core of who you are than your successes will. So perfect timing on that.
It is perfect timing. And I have some announcements for you, Eric, that you don't even know about. I know we're going to
let's go.
Yeah, I know. We're going to seed some of the ways that we put our heads together and went, how do we make this so awesome? And Carissa added to it. And then we've got another great, you're going to give us some value right now. And then we have another panel. And you always give us value, but I mean tangible. Like today, as you've noticed, guys, you've been getting real strategies all day, like starting with our tax strategies, you know, how to go out there and make it in the business world as a coach, a consultant, and then all the things our lovely panel, the guys plus Claudia, dropped earlier. That was phenomenal. So, but before we do, I love Jim Rohn. He used to say, you know, don't pray that your problems are smaller, but that your capacity is bigger, that you know how to handle them. And I know last year, and I heard Claudia talking about, we've all said it in different ways, money loves speed, or like fail fast, get into action, get on the bike, fall off the bike. We've heard all kinds of metaphors for just like get in the freaking game. There's so much more wisdom in the actual game. And yeah, we do want you, Elliot. He's part of our announcements. And so he's like, I'm happy to hop on. So we'll have you hop on in a bit, Elliot. But last year, I took the coaching in that. And I used to take all this time getting ready, preparing, making it so perfect, combing over every detail. And my coach challenged me to take things that I normally took 3 months to do and to do them in a month. And then she challenged me to do 3 of those in a month this next year, right? Which is like, I can't, how, right? But as I will tell you, last year, when I first started doing that, The first round, I went to bed every night with my body battery at like a 5 for 1 week. I was like, oh, like this is so stressful. But then something happened. I went, wait, I'm living my dreams right now. And I'm not going to have it be like I was living my dreams if only it wasn't so stressful. If only people would cooperate with each other more, right? And what happened is I grew as a leader. I asked, like, who do I need to be to inspire these other people that are collaborating with me to play instead of trying to control, make someone wrong, and what happened, and who do I need to be to bring the joy that when I remember living my dreams in this moment, that it felt like living my dreams. And what happened is I grew so much, and that set the stage for the second half of the year, which last year was my biggest income and tripled. All kinds of projects came in, all kinds of incredible opportunities. And so I know that it's true that if we will just do the thing that you say you're going to do it faster. Don't focus so much on the perfection. We get the power. And that's what we're doing right here. We're doing it fast and playing this game of contribution. So great stuff there. Eric, I know that we want to talk a little bit before we start getting some nuggets from you. We want to talk a little bit about how and why we shifted our offers a little bit.
Yeah. So, I remember the first time I built a company, and it took me a long time to get there because I didn't have the tactics, tools, and strategies. And honestly, it wasn't until I hired a coach, and you mentioned this as well, that I was really able to accelerate. You look at these people on the panel, maybe you look at me, and there is no difference between these amazing, successful people that we've seen for the last 2 days that are talking to you and you. There's no difference, except for one thing. They're just a month, a year, 5 years ahead of you in their journey. That's the only difference. They all had the potential to become what they became and are continuing to become, and so do you. And we are always, right now, you're at the level you're at because of your thinking, and also because of your strategy, tactics, and tools that you're employing in your life. So sometimes it takes, and frankly, most of the time, it takes other people to help us get there. There's no way I built an 8-figure company after I sold my company. I built it to 8 figures, but it took years and years. And then I sold that company, relaunched another company, and within a year and a half, built an 8-figure company. That's what I'm good at now. But the first time I did it, it took me years to get to that point because I didn't have a coach or somebody giving me tools. I'd never joined a mastermind or a course or anything like this. So congratulations for being here, because I wasn't in a room like this until just literally 5 years ago, which is insane. And so we wanted to make sure that we can give access to the tools, the tactics, and the strategies to get the influence, impact, and income that you guys want in 2023. And you guys know, it's no surprise. You guys know we've given you 3 offers to be able to choose from, plus VIP. So that's no surprise. But we wanted to do something really to make it more accessible for all of you. So we've decided to do a couple of things. Number one, on the $2,500 package, we decided to do a 3-pay option, a little bit down plus 2 payments, and the same thing on the $10,000 offer. We decided to do a little bit down plus 2 payments. That way it splits it up and breaks it up over 3 months rather than, having had to pay up front, because I know how hard that is. When I was first investing in myself, it was like, oh my gosh, every dollar counted. But here's why this is important. It's not only about the cause, but when I told you that story about me investing $50,000 into a coach, do you think I listened and implemented every freaking thing that he told me? Yeah, absolutely. Like, if I was going to spend that much money, there was no way I wasn't going to implement every single thing. Why? Because people that pay attention. And frankly, the more you pay attention. It is so much more about implementation. And I said before that the transformation is actually in the transaction. I've seen that. And I mentioned the book yesterday, Be Your Future Self Now, talks about the statistics behind the fact that when you make a transaction to invest in yourself and invest in your growth, there is a transformation that follows. And you'll pay attention because now you have skin in the game. So we did break that under payments, but I wanted to add one more thing. After I saw all of the comments this morning about what you want to become and the things that you want to do, after I saw those comments, I saw there was a lot of people that were looking for content. It just so happens that I love content, and in my ad agency world, that's where I live. And I have a content and copywriting program that I launched a couple of years ago, and I've updated it several times since. Actually, no, only a year. It's only been a year. So I'm going to add that as a gift to you guys in that $2,500 package to make that package even better. And you'll get instant access to this now, tomorrow, whatever. And it has all the templates to build and launch a program in 1 weekend. Because there's a lot of you that are like, okay, I don't know my ideas, etc. By the way, it also gives you a program on how to create the idea. It also gives you actual templates of proven copy and using NLP and psychology to be able to drive into the minds of consumers to more compel them to your offer and what your offer is going to look like. So I've added that to the $2,500 package for those of you that do that. So if the team could put in the chat, if you guys can put that link, we'd love to be able to get you guys, partner with you guys, and have you guys be a part of our journey.
Yeah, and we had some other things added. I know you had a meeting, Eric, for a moment, so you may have missed that. What else was added is Carissa, who has leaned into, okay, got it. I'm reading from Elliot. So we have Carissa, who has a background in clinical psychology, and she added her $12,000 program at the top level to our programs for how to coach and get results, like actually how to do the coaching. So those of you that are, consultants, coaches, and you want to get better results with your teams, with your, who better to learn from than someone with a background in not only clinical psychology, but also who, replaced her coaching, her corporate income in 1 month into going into a coach. So, and a lot of what she talked about was retaining customers. So if you're going to retain customers, it's because you're getting real results for them. So she threw that in. And then we had, so the link is up. And Eric, I know you're about to teach some for us, and I want to let that happen because I want our entrepreneurs that are on to get the value of whether you do anything with us or not. That's our commitment. Today is your strategy day. So if you're hopping off, stay with us. This is even learning for you on when you're giving your own offers and how to be comfortable and stay in the room and lean in and all that jazz. So, definitely stay here. But Elliot threw in that for the next 30 minutes. So the next 30 minutes, I don't know if we have a timer that we can put up. Anybody who purchases either one of the packages, and if you've already purchased a package, don't worry, this is included. All right, if you've already purchased a package, then for the next 30 minutes, he's giving away a marketing planning session that'll help you create a marketing plan and strategy around your specific goals in 2023. These are the same conversations and strategies we use with the top 1% influencers and entrepreneurs. We know this is going to be a very popular bonus, and we'll start scheduling sessions in order of the purchase. So we'll schedule in order of the purchase. And what I need to say about this is Elliot, who's working with us long-term, he's behind some of the biggest launches you've ever seen in affiliate marketing, like Pace Morby's. He's worked with Pace Morby. He's really good friends with Grant Cardone, Shanda's launches, a lot of these launches, he's behind that. And so not only in that, and helping the top influencers and entrepreneurs stay relevant right now in the algorithms, in whatever's happening and whatever's moving in marketing and all of that. So he has thrown in a 30-minute bonus. And I don't know if the team can put up a timer because that adds minutes to you all that are hearing it right now. It's only 30 minutes whenever that timer starts, or we're going to have to call a time. So I'm going to give the team a moment and I'll look and see where they are on that, Eric, when I hand you the mic. But 30 minutes and it's going to go away. We're not going to add it because it's personal time. And if you know, these guys don't give personal time away because they're busy, except for to their top clients, but they'll come in order of orders. If you've already ordered, you're in that line, so don't worry. Isn't that incredible, Eric?
I didn't know about that. I had to drop off for a minute because I had a couple of clients that I needed to take care of. And yeah, that's insane. $12,000 in value plus that, like, wow, that's insane. I want to know how you guys are feeling about today. If you guys are loving today, you're loving the content today, give me some fire in the chat. If you've been sitting for a few hours, get up, move a little bit. Let's get some energy in the room here, because next, so we actually do have a slight schedule adjustment. I'm not speaking right now. I'll be speaking at 4:30. I believe it's 4:30 Eastern time. Maybe it's 5:30. I'm not sure. One of those two. But we are going to have our next panel here coming up. But I don't want to bring the panel on until I see some fire in the chat. And questions would be great too. Robert, look at that. You've got explosions and fire. Jess and Jay, amazing. You got some fire. Catherine says she's loving the inspiration and encouragement. Yes, we want you to succeed. All boats rise in the tide. We help you succeed. We succeed at the same time. It's amazing. How do you upgrade from the 1K to 25 with the additional payment? Thank you, Teresa. I'm going to have our team message you directly so that we can get you upgraded. And by the way, let's give her a round of applause for upgrading, because the profits go to our awesome, the charity that we have. We're trying to really fight human trafficking, so it all goes to that. So way to go. Way to help combat human trafficking. Marissa, look at the fire. Oh, we're getting some energy back in here. Diana, oh, amazing. And Antoine, is it Antoine? Nikki, April, Lily. Oh, it's amazing. Jess and Jay says she's pumped for the next panel. Well, what a great introduction, Jess and Jay. Thank you so much. Let's go and let's bring up our next panel that we're going to be having here. I will be jumping off in about 15 minutes for a little bit, and then I'll be back for the rest of the day to rock it with you guys here.
Eric, thank you so much. I am so excited for our next panel. We are ready to rock. So let me bring our panel up on stage. We've got Jennifer. We've got Manny Blue. So Jennifer Quartas, I'm going to bring you up on the screen. We're going to bring up Manny and Debbie, and then we're going to go around and introduce ourselves to you. You know, yes, you know, this is what do we call ourselves? The rock star group. My name is Ava Manuel, and I am the show to business coach. You know, you've seen the packages that's included with the 2,500. I will show you and teach you how to create summits, events, your online shows from show to business, literally up to closing. So I'm excited for those who are upgrading to 2,500 and the 10K. You're going to get that. So we're going to have that live event. And so let me pass this on to Jennifer, and then we're going to go to Manny and Debbie. Tell us what you do and the value that you can bring to our audience.
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on here. This is very exciting. I came on here not really knowing what to expect the last couple of days. And I can say I not only have learned a lot about myself, but that I'm not alone and that I'm on the right track. And I hope that you guys are feeling that, right? Take the notes and implement it. And basically that's what I do. So for the last 13 years, I have been working for myself from home and helping other people to get from point A to point B with a step-by-step, you know, how do you do this? When I got into this space 13 years ago, it wasn't by choice. And I had to figure out really quickly how to catch up and make money from home and replace my old income. And no one wanted to teach me that. Nobody wanted to share their secrets because they looked at it as competition instead of leveraging, right? And so that's what I started doing. I started reaching out to the underdog, to the one that really had the skill, the talent, and they just needed that little bit of sometimes just encouragement. Sometimes it's just somebody in your corner saying, you know what, you can actually do this, but here's how. And so I failed a lot. I failed a lot for the first 7 years of my business, okay? For the last 7, I have been in scaling mode, right? But for the first 7 years, I had to fail to figure out how to move forward. And then I took all that knowledge and I just, you know, made it my mission to help people, you know, to shorten that learning curve, create the life they desire, and live the life they deserve, whatever that is, you know?
Well, Jennifer, did you say 2013 or 13 years ago?
13 years ago.
Oh, you're a pioneer. Who knew this 13
almost
years
14.
ago, right? You're a pioneer. Manny, let's get to you. Thank you, Jennifer, for your share.
Hello,
Manny.
everyone. My name is Manny Blue. Again, I'm so grateful to be a part of this. This is so much bigger than what I could imagine. I am in the personal finances and personal development space. And how I got here was actually hitting rock bottom myself, where I even contemplated suicide because of the situation I was in. And I saw how underserved a lot of these communities are. And I made it my mission to help myself first so that I can help the people in the community, the people that I serve. And again, every day for me, it's finding a way to find a solution to help those in need. And it's been a learning experience. You know, it's just, again, you're gonna fail, and that's fine. Failure is just a lesson. So don't let that stop you. Again, grateful to be a part of this. I can't even begin to show how grateful I am to be here.
Thank you, Manny. That's so awesome. I'm seeing a theme in here. You know, I'm seeing a theme of authenticity. You know, where we're just being authentic with our process. It's not all hooplas and wins. And of course, I'm looking forward to hearing Debbie. Debbie, I'd love to know about you. Tell us about you.
You bet. Oh my gosh. First of all, how fired up are we? I am so fired up to be here and on this project, you guys. We are changing lives. Get that? Changing lives, not just yours, but millions of people. And listen to me, you guys, I'm going to tell you something. I have probably failed more times in my life than most of you have been alive. Okay. I was born into an entrepreneurial family. And I am a psychologist by trade. I've had 5 traditional businesses. I've had online businesses, network marketing businesses, podcaster. I'm a wannabe author. I learned that this week, right? This weekend, it's coming, right? That book is coming. But here's what I really love to focus on. I like to focus on people creating true affluence in all areas of their life. Okay. First of all, I want you to know something. Perfection is an illusion. It does not exist. It cannot happen. So throw that out the window, right? So you can't even have perfect balance in your life. You hear people say that, oh, I want to be balanced. You cannot have perfect balance, but what you can do is make that pendulum not swing so wildly. So I love to focus on helping people understand that you've got to have balance and true affluence in emotional, spiritual, physical, financial areas. And you guys, I'm telling you, if it has gone wrong in the world, it's gone wrong in my life. Okay. I am a grateful recovering alcoholic of 31 years. Okay. 31 years. I have been taken advantage of on a job that I had where I was groomed by my boss. And he abused me and took advantage of me. Unfortunately, how many of us here have that story? I've got it too. Here's what you need to understand. I am you and you are me. And my main focus in life is to share my experience, my strength, and my hope with you, as I personally want to be a walking monument of love to lift up others.
Woohoo! Let's all give Debbie some fire. This panel is on fire. And like you're seeing a theme of authenticity. You know, there's a lot of like, oh, we've got Ali Medawi joining us. Woo-hoo!
Hey.
Ali, tell
on?
us about you. I know Ali personally. He's an amazing, awesome guy, but I'd love to give you the highlight. Tell us about you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the love and thank you. I know I'm supposed to be seeing you guys in about an hour and a half, but I wanted to pop in and just say hello to the world. This project is by default most personal to me because of many experiences that I've had that relates in many ways to what Project Uprise really represents for me as a survivor. I've gone through a whole lot of abuse growing up in many different ways, and just to have the ability to also grow as a human being. And what better place but to be here with each and every one of you, with the greats that we've been hearing from. I tried my very, very best to be on throughout the whole day, and I even cheated. So all my colleagues, clients, and partners, wherever you are, I had, it's like I treated it like the World Cup. I put it on the side and I do my business and whatever I got to do, and then I come back in whenever I can. But I'm excited for the collaborations. I'm excited for the possibilities. I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I'm a survivor. I'm a global citizen, and I'm just grateful to be here with each and every one of you and to learn from each and every one of you. So it's an honor to be here.
Well, Ali, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again in an hour, right? We're gonna see you together in the panel. Awesome, awesome. So let me get back the highlight to our panel right here, Jennifer. So our theme is going to be authenticity and really the process that we all went through, in this jump to entrepreneurship. So tell me some of the things that you had to pretty much power through, go through to be where you are right now. And where are you right now? Like, what's your accomplishment at the moment? Who are you helping? And let's just bounce off of that. And what can we give our audience?
So, obviously it's kind of important to know the backstory, and we have like short time. But I believe that most people, and this is from experience, they get into entrepreneurship because of circumstance. That circumstance is either going to be something that happened in your life that shook it up, or it's going to be financial. But one way or the other, you have to make the decision to be willing to overcome whatever happens. We're talking about things not being perfect. And the one reason that holds most entrepreneurs back and why they never go from the idea to really full on implementation past a couple of days or weeks or knows is because they lose that comfort. They're fired up, they're excited, they're ready to go, and then somebody crushes their spirit. But you know what I've noticed on this panel the past 2 days is that every single entrepreneur, every single author, and the people who come up and the ones that are doing it, they all overcame something. And my mission to you guys is to say, listen, you can overcome all of it. And the fact that many people here are survivors, I thought I was alone. I've never shared my story with anybody, actually, outside of my family. And I ended up in a situation where I had applied for a job, and I ended up in another country, not knowing how I was going to get back home. And very much part of the situation of what we're talking about in Project Uprise and what we're trying to do. And when I came back here, I got back to this country on my birthday, okay? Like a rebirth of who the heck do you want to be? I can take that and I can say, I could crawl up in a ball and I can say, I'm never going to trust anybody and I'm never going to do anything. And I'm going to let it stop me. Or I'm going to say it's me against the damn world, right? And we're going to rise up and we're going to find the people who our vibe attracts that tribe, because there are people in your corner, even if right now you don't have the people supporting you like you need to. So I ended up in a situation where I couldn't work for other people. I had no option but to figure it out on my own. And nobody else was willing to help. So I went to YouTube, I went to Google, I found the mentors. I tried to find the people who had the knowledge I had. And the truth is, I didn't have the money. I didn't have it because I was starting my life back over. I had to figure it out with $0. And so there are people on here right now. I would just want you to know, listen, Napoleon Hill's book, 3 Feet from Gold, is what literally got me to where I'm at right now. Because every time I wanted to quit, I just went a little bit more. Every time. And so I have read that book. I can't tell you how many times. I've shared that story. I can't tell you how many times, as far as like not quitting and keep going. And the one thing that I took from that book is that I tried to do everything on my own. And you can't do that. Sometimes that you try to be a perfectionist at all of it, but you're only good at some of it. So leverage building relationships, networking, do more of that, because you never know who you're going to find, who you're going to come across, and what that leads to. I started out wanting to be a network marketer. I ended up owning an insurance and investments company because during my journey, I met the right people, and then circumstance happened again. And I lost a couple of family members in a couple of months. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. I just taught all of these entrepreneurs, 4,200 of them, how to break out of their 9-to-5. And I didn't tell them they needed insurance or tax-free retirement or how to do these things. And I gave them a problem now. So I got really good at becoming a problem solver for things. And now looking back and all of the people who I've helped, you know, that's where I'm at today. I do have courses. I've got 4 books out. But even with that, I still struggle sometimes at just pushing through to that next level. And this year, that's what it's going to be for me. But I'm changing the narrative a little bit. I decided that I was going to step up everything. But I'm going to shift it to the kids, because you know what? Here's the problem, is that all of us, every speaker on every panel that we've had, is still trying to overcome the things that block them, including Ray Higdon. You know what? That story hit with me so much when he said he had anxiety, because I've been right before him and I'll get up on stage and all of a sudden full-blown panic attack and don't know where it came from and wasn't nervous up to that point. And really what it comes down to is that we're not scared as much as we want to be perfectionists, and it's not a perfect world. We have to just be willing to make the mistakes, you know, to overcome that. So the kids, if we focus on them, our whole mission is saving them, right? But
Absolutely.
If we focus on education to them, then when they're our age, we change the world.
Absolutely. JC's on
That's so
fire. Oh my
fun.
gosh. Manny, how are you going to add to that?
That's hard to beat. No, Jennifer, I work side by side with Jennifer, and yeah, her story is amazing. For those of you that I know we're running short on time, but for those of you that are watching, that have been listening, whether you're watching the replay later on, if you aspire to be something, if you are looking to get started, I know the last panel they discussed a lot about failure, right? Don't be afraid of failure. Failure is just a lesson. Failure is just a lesson. And the last thing that you want to do is be terrified. Be terrified of regret, because that's a much bigger disease to be worrying about later on. Trust me. Regret is something you don't want to live with. But if you're looking to start, just get started. Sometimes you have to just reinvent yourself, recreate yourself, create a new identity. The people closest to you are not going to first support. They may not support you at first because they don't know you for what you're trying to do, for your mission that you're trying to take on. And that's okay. That's okay. Recreate yourself. Sometimes you have to create an alter ego. That's how I got started. When I decided that I wanted to start, become a recording artist, I was a very shy individual, and I'm still kind of shy. But I had to create this alter ego, the Manny Blue, that was going to go on stage and rock the stage. Off stage, I was a complete different person. But you may have to go that route, right? And you do that by finding someone that you admire, that you want to become like, and just emulate some of the things that they do, and implement all the stuff that you like from them, and start acting the part like an actor, right? An actor reads a script, learns it, becomes a character, and then lights, camera, action. You can do the exact same thing. And it's not being fake or being someone else. It's you're slowly transforming yourself to becoming this person that you want to be, that filmmaker, that writer, that producer, that author, that speaker. Walk in the shoes that you want to be, that you want to become, because again, your closest circle may not support you at first, and that's okay. But whatever you do, take action, and do not be afraid of failure. Failure is just a lesson.
You know, Manny, I'd like to piggyback off of that, and I'll give you an analogy for those who are watching and listening. You know, if you are having car trouble and you just sit in that car, no one is going to come to help you, right? You see people driving by. But the moment you start pushing that car, as heavy as it is, you start realizing that everybody around you, like people will literally stop and say, hey, do you need a little push? That's what Manny was just talking about. Like sometimes people won't help you because they don't understand or they don't comprehend. To them, you're just sitting in the car enjoying some music while you're actually struggling. So just do your very best and put your very best effort forward, and you will start noticing everyone around you start giving you and showing you that love. The other part to that I would like to add is just the idea of the recreating yourself, the identity, just so you know, whether you want it or do not, it'll happen. The question is, are you in control of that new identity that is being created, or are you just, again, sitting there and letting whatever happens? How many of us have seen somebody that lost a job or something that they were supposed to be doing great at, they no longer are in it just because they didn't give their very best effort? Well, someone else changed their paradigm, their dynamic, their identity, but you are 100% in charge as much as I am. And, you'll hear a little bit more about my story, but for those who don't think they have it, I'm here to tell you, with every single individual you've heard from thus far, and to Jennifer Cuartas, my senior sister, Jennifer Cuartas' point earlier is that every single person is still working through their progression and through their growth and through their issues and through their challenges. They just become a little bit easier to deal with as we grow as human beings. One of the laws of the universe, law number 11, the law of relativity, my favorite law. Most would say that's the suckiest law. And the reason is, it's when things go wrong. The universe states to us that things must go wrong in order for you to elevate your operation, in order for you to operate at a higher frequency. So when you had a bad date, it was preparing you for Mr. or Mrs. Right. When you had a bad opportunity or business experience, it was preparing you for the biggest professional role that you were about to play yet. And trust me, I speak to my sister, Debbie Sabas, all the time. I mean, even this weekend, I've been hit with like some crazy shenanigans and he got me going, but I understand it's to operate at a higher frequency. So don't let whatever may seem to you as negative define your identity. Rather, understand those baggages that you are carrying, they're heavy. Put them on the floor and step on them suckers and say, I'm ready to elevate my game up to a whole new level. So great point, Manny.
Well, Debbie, thank you so much, Ali. And we're going to go to Debbie. And since you've mentioned Debbie, actually, Debbie, how are you going to follow up with that?
Oh, well, first of all, I concur with what everybody says. And here's the thing, guys, embrace the failure. I've figured out, I'm about to go into my 6th decade. And what I have figured out is that I seem to do things in about 5-year increments. So every 5 years, I find myself really pushing to level up to a different place. This is not a one and done. Guys, this is what life is. Life is peeling off the layers, doing the hard work on ourselves. And as Manny says, if you so desire to do something and achieve something, here's what you have to understand. Your role models, the people that you're looking at out there, you're seeing the polished product, right? You're not seeing the journey that every single one of us must go through. It's not optional. It has to happen. It has to happen. We must grow. We must learn. We must peel off layers. We must heal. And then that just corresponds into our business life, right? So authenticity, guys, is simply showing up at the level that you're at this point in time, not trying to show up like JC is, or showing up like Ray Higdon is. It's your level and where you are at. And then your competition is with yourself. And how do you get that 1% better in all areas? Because again, remember, I'm talking to you about having true affluence in all areas, right? And why? Because I have been off kilter. I have been a workaholic. I was brought up and taught that was an admirable trait, that you should be a workaholic. No, no. We're here to live life. You want to know what my goal is for entrepreneurship? It wasn't even about money. It was about time freedom for me. I wanted to have time to live and enjoy my life. So figure out what is your end goal, right? And then just get to it. Okay. Yes, you're going to be afraid. I have friends that are on Broadway. I have friends that are actors. We've got Manny, who is a recording artist. I know that a lot of these people, they're sick before they get on the stage. I know actors and actresses that are vomiting before they put on the performance of their life, right? So feel the fear that every single one of us feels and do it anyway, because here's the bottom line. We have kids on the street that have real fear. Our fears are fake. They're imaginary. They're made up in our own head. We have children that have real fear, no place to sleep, no food to eat. They're being abused. They're being trafficked, all these horrors. That's real fear, right? The fear to pick up the phone and call someone, or to make a video, or to go live for 2 minutes. Let's just be real. That is nothing to fear. These kids have real fear. And my passion and my movement in this year is to focus on this project. And I don't care how messy I look out there. I don't care how I do it and how messy. I'm going to strive to do better. But my goal is for those kids. And any fear that I have is shadowed by what they have to do. And I don't know if
without a doubt, always bringing the heat. No. She's good. She's preparing the next panel, but such a gold way to break it down. And I know each and every one of us really genuinely have gone through that. I was born and raised in Morocco, Northwest Africa. I've been in the greatest. And listen, I love everybody. Don't take it the wrong way, right? But I believe I live in the greatest country in the world because I have something to compare it to, right? Like I lived in multiple places around the world, and I'm here in the United States, and it's the land of opportunities. And anybody who challenges me on that, just take your butt to Morocco, and don't go for vacation. Like actually go to live there for like a month and let me know how it's going. Okay. But I will tell you this, it's time to stop the intentional. I'll give you reasons. Let's call it reasons. I call them excuses, but it's time to stop those intentional reasons and telling ourselves what we can and cannot do. You were born for greatness. You were born, religion says that we were created in the image of God. Science says that we are the most advanced creature on the universe, to known at least. So we are equipped to do great things. And I'll tell you this, I've worked with 3 out of the 4 panelists that I'm sharing this platform with. And Manny, I pray I get to know you very, very soon. Ladies, you are rock stars, and you make it happen every single day. So there is no reason for anybody to say that I cannot. Remove that from your language. You got this. Ava?
Yes, and I love everybody sharing authenticity in your process. One of the things that one of my mentors said that really made a difference in my fear of not looking good and fear of not getting it right and fear of failing was that he said progressive leaders will make more mistakes in 1 year than an average person will make in a lifetime, because we're taking risks. And it's that willingness to take risks, right? So what I'd love to just open it up and just popcorn, what are some of the areas you've taken risks and, got you to where you are from how you've taken the risk? I myself personally, I am my biggest investment. And I've lost friends and family from those decisions because they feel it's irresponsible for me to invest a lot of money on myself. But hey, taking it from Beyonce, if I'm going to take a bet on someone or something, I'm going to bet on myself.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I didn't have a lot of support, even though I came from an entrepreneurial family. They had an entrepreneurial lane that they wanted me in, and I didn't fit that lane. So, really, the truth is, because guys, we're just going to give it to you real. You got to get them some thick skin, and the arrows and the darts that hurt the most are those that come from those that are closest to us. And they think that they're doing us a favor, right? They think they're doing us a favor by, what we like to call playing devil's advocate, right? No, believe in yourself, trust in yourself. And guys, we start with little decisions. We don't, most people don't jump off the high dive board first, right? They're going up levels. So it's a little bit at a time to increase your confidence, to increase your skills, to thicken your skin. This is a time process. Very, very few individuals in any industry at all come out of the gate ready to roll, right? And we must have coaches and we must have programs like this. We must, because why? We all live in our own little box and we only see through the glasses and the eyes that we have. And that is our programming. By masterminding and getting around like-minded individuals or expanding your vision, it rips that box off of your head and you go, holy cow, I never knew that. I never thought that, right? It is
Absolutely.
a gift and it makes life exciting.
And you have to get out of your personal circle. If there's one thing you leave with today, get out of your personal circle. Everybody tries to build their business with their friends and their family. And let me tell you something. Most big business owners, they don't know most of their clients when they come to them or their customers, right? You've got to get out of that. And if you're making a decision for your life moving forward, remember the crazy ones in our history, they're the ones that made the change, but nobody believed in them because they couldn't see it, right? You can only see things, you're only capable of seeing things as far as your experience has taken you. But sometimes, and some of you guys are visionaries and you see something, you see a problem that needs to be fixed, you know that you can do that, and that creates successful business people, right? And so basically you got to get out of that circle and talk to the ones that are actually on that path or have a similar mindset and get the right people around you so that you're encouraged to make steps every day. Make the list of your goals and then work it backwards and then connect with the people that you need to help you to get there.
Absolutely. And something that I had to learn, that I encourage you to do, is keep an open mind. And if an opportunity presents itself, rather than say, let me think about it, let me go home, say yes. Even if you don't know what the hell you're doing, say yes and learn in the process, because you don't want to miss out. Trust me, take it from experience, from personal experience. People that personally know me know I missed out on several opportunities because I was so skeptical. Everything was a scam. No, keep an open mind, say yes, learn in the process.
Yeah, you can always figure it out later. You can always say no later, but you can't say yes again if you already missed it.
I want to address a message I saw earlier, and somebody had posted in the chat, and they were talking about, well, how do I need help staying motivated, right? So here's the thing. You can only be motivated outside for a very minute amount of time, While you're here watching us, I bet you're feeling motivated. I am too, right? But I've been taking my notes and I've already got a plan of action. Okay. The key is action. Okay. Motivation doesn't come before action. Action has to come first, which then inspires the motivation, right? And attached to that, of course, is your why. Okay. Now, anybody that's on here, if you don't feel like you have a why or you don't have a passion, then use Project Uprise as your why and as your passion. Piggyback off of the kids and the mission and the project that we are accomplishing here, not trying to accomplish, that we are accomplishing. Use that as your passion. When you go to bed at night in your nice warm bed and you can turn the heat up, I want you to think about those kids on the street that don't have that, and use that as your passion to motivate you to make that next phone call. Okay?
Absolutely.
Fire. Talk about motivation. That's such a beautiful question. And I'm glad that you picked that up, Debbie. I wanted to share something that really changed my life as an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur working for yourself, one of the biggest hardest thing to do is be your own boss, because no one will tell you what to do. If you want to lay down all day, you're doomed. No one's gonna question what you do, right? But one of the things that has really changed my life as an entrepreneur is something that I heard from Jim Quick. And it is that when that everything that is stored with emotion. So as you're learning right now and you're watching this, and one of the most impactful things that I heard him say is, I don't want to ever learn anything bored, because it's stored in my subconscious as boring, as something I wouldn't want to do. It's not exciting. I'm not motivated to do it. And he said that he learns everything with excitement, like having won a lotto. And so literally I would go into these courses and into these summits and seminars, I would purposely turn my camera off so I could jump. And the emotion that I would put into the learning is like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to implement this. Like, think about how much I would make, how the people that I would impact, and really put the emotion of excitement. And this is in Think and Grow Rich. Napoleon Hill talked about this. The emotion that you learn something with is actually what your subconscious recalls. And so your subconscious recalls it as something that you want to implement. You want to get excited, wake up in the morning, do it already, because that's how you stored it. However, if you stored it this way and this way, guess what? You'll wake up in the morning and that's the same emotion you'll have. It's just disinterested. So just make a point to put the emotion in, to get excited as you're learning it, as you're writing it down, saying, oh my gosh, I can't wait. And I'm jumping up and down. I'm like, seriously, if this can make you, the dreams, the things that you've, and this has absolutely completely transformed how I do business and how I could boss myself, because it's no longer, they said motivation is something that you need when you've lost all passion. Take that in. Motivation is something that you need if you've lost all passion. But when you're in passion, you're passionate for what you're doing, you're passionate for your vision, then that passion will be your energy. It will be your guide. It will be your fire. It will be the light under your ass, right?
And if you keep your passion, doesn't matter what happens, you can always pivot. And that's powerful enough to keep you going and learning those other things. I love that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love to jump in. Motivation is important without a doubt. And as long as you are needing it from an external source, you got a bigger problem. What I mean is I look for, audiobooks every single day that I listen to, videos, mentors, people that I, use as input to make sure that I am, in the right mindset. But I am no longer looking for someone or something to motivate me, right? To your point about passion. So if you are always the kind of person that is reaching out to someone or looking for something to motivate you, you really got to do some real internal inventory about what is the daily intake that you are operating in, on, and simply because if your daily intake is off, is wrong, is out of alignment, you're going to be chasing that motivation. And we all know when you're chasing something, it means it's running away from you. So you want to make sure that you are asking yourself some real serious questions in terms of, what am I eating? What am I reading? What am I listening to? What am I any intake sources are probably the reason why you are excited organically and naturally, or you are seeking that source that is supposed to be filling a void. But that void is usually internal. I had daddy issues, and I used to think I need that father figure in my life. But what it was is I didn't see enough goodness within me that I was looking for that father figure to fill in the blank for me. So I just want to make sure that, that one person who I got their ear for a second, it's not that you don't have what it takes and someone else has that magical script or the magical formula or the magical product, or no, you just are not looking deep enough within you to find God's given talent and gift that you've been already given. It's just not activated. So you got to find the right source that will activate the greatness within you every single day. And yes, you're still going to be every now and then getting that little extra motivation external, but I'd rather look at it as fuel or more fuel to the fire than just fuel that I'm pouring on dirt. You know, even if you have fuel and you pour it on dirt, it's just wasted, right? So make sure you find your spark, and then that extra motivation just takes you to a whole new level. I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's get around our panel again. You know, I'm going to give you the stage and just give us, you know, something that you'd like to give our audience. Like, let's go around and kind of like a closing remarks. What is it? If there's one thing that you can learn that you'd love to be able to hand over to them right now, taking action, choosing themselves, believing in themselves. We've got Adora joining us, and we're heading to our close. Let's start with JC.
Are you sure you don't want to start with Ali?
well, listen, guys. So
I'm
I
teasing.
do need to hop in for a minute and just say that I've been seeing the chats go like crazy, and I want to personally honor you because this next section, Ava and I need to take about 10 minutes. So we're gonna have to wrap up sooner than having you come back to me now. But what I want to honor is that, you know, connection and action. You all live that 1,000,000%. And as we were driving this project Uprise, you were the ones that slipped into my DMs and said, hey, I know someone who would be great for this. In fact, the reason we had Ray Higdon on was because of Jennifer making that connection, right? And reaching out to Ray and then asking me for help. Manny asked for help. Debbie, we had Rex on because Debbie made that call. Avis shortly asked right after Rex. So we love you if you're watching. But you are people that are not only, I want you to notice this about leaders because they may not tell you this directly, but them taking that action, they're not waiting for it to get perfect. They weren't waiting for us to reach out to them and say, here's what you should do. Here's how you should do it. Are you doing it? Are you doing it? Hey, is there anything I can do to help you do the thing? They were like blowing up our phones, and also very gracious and patient in knowing that we're doing so much, you know? So leaders, that's what they do. They look at the big picture of what's going on and they go, how can I serve? How can I serve? And then they take action on that. And they also don't say vague things like, I'm here, whatever you need. Whatever you need. Because what does that mean? Like, people say that to you all the time, right? If you ever need me, well, what do I call you for? My taxes, my laundry, my, you know, I need a lot of things, $1 million in my bank. What do I need? Right? So they're very specific, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm here for anything, but I'm going to tell you, someone who's very busy, that doesn't mean, like, I don't even know what that means. And it also means, even if I know it, I don't know what taking advantage of you would look like. Right? So I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to impose something, right? But they came very specifically. Here's a leader that I think would be great for this. Would it be valuable? If it would be valuable, what can I do to support that connection? Right? They're very specific. So we were able to run. And now look at them on our stages, right? You see, they're on our stages. They're winning in all kinds of areas of life, not just this one, because it's a lifestyle. So there are a bunch of clues right there. And if you want to get in the game with someone, you want to create value with someone, then, you know, get really specific. And you take the lead in some suggestions of how you might be able to help. And if you get a no, don't take it personally, right? Because you don't know what all teams are running in the background and what works and what doesn't work, right? But always notice, like, okay, what's going on here? How can I fit the mission they say they're on? How can I serve exactly what they're worried about right now? And that's always true. Whether we're thinking about our own audiences, we're thinking about how do I get my kid to clean the room on her own without grounding her? You know, it's always true. Like, what is in this person's head right now that I can help with? And I've done that with every single one of my mentors. And I just want to shout you all out because that's what you're doing. and it's a perfect learning lesson, live and direct. And so thank you for what you did to contribute to us. All right, thank you so much. And now we're gonna have to move you to the green room. Just for Ali, stay with me, and Abba, stay with me. Okay, all right, bye. Lots of love. Okay. Kendi, know who your source is. God versus what is your source. I agree with that. And I'm going to say something about that. Let's highlight her comment. And then we've got about 10 minutes before our next speaker who we're interviewing, who's done over 600 billion in sales. Okay, he's generated over 600 billion in sales. He's a mogul, a leader, and it's kind of cool because then we bring the Challen family, and they have an origin story together, so we'll kind of overlap them a little bit. So, in the comments, are you getting some really good value today? Let's see some more love, because when you're active, you're gonna activate more in your life. So when you activate with comments and stuff, it makes a difference, right, guys? Woo, 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 woo. Okay, we're waiting. We're waiting. There it is. Today's been amazing. You're on fire. Okay, awesome.
Thanks for the love.
Yeah. So, this is a perfect conversation, a dialogue before we go to the next. Because Ali, you're the reason I know Livia, right? You're a super connector. You're the reason I know the show that I'm co-producing and a host of, Dining Divas. You introduced us together, right? You're a connector. I'm a connector. And one of the core ways that I've connected, and then I'm going to move it to asking questions of both of you all. One of the core ways that I connected early in my years was taking powerful people and then offering to put them in interviews, magazines, starting with Pat Summerall Productions, right? That was the first one. If some of you were here for my story, it was like, hey, we have a show on the Discovery Channel. Pat Summerall's the host. Would love to feature you. And that opened door after door after door. And so as you all are working with us in collaboration, we have started to open that door for you as well. So those of you that know what we're up to with Project Uprise, and that we're going to continue to do events, and you have mentors that you want access to, you would be able to say something like, if I could get you on the stage with Hoist Gracie, this person, that person, Dennis Waitley, Les Brown, other people that are coming, on our pipeline, would that be valuable? And then you would reach out to one of us on the team, just like our leaders did in the background, and say, if I could get this, would it be valuable? And then you put us together and we create the collaboration and you win. And you're not only going to win through relationship equity, but you'll find out later Project Uprise is designed to make sure that you win on anything that happens from that, okay? On any of the profits that we make, you are worked into that, you win, okay? So even if you weren't to make profits though, you would begin to have these relationships and these people in your cell phones, especially if you don't ask them for anything else. If you just make the connection, get out of the way. Make the connection, get out of the way. So we have 8 minutes. I have Ali, I have Abba. So I'm going to start with you, Ali, just because I said make the connection and get out of the way. And you are like the pro. You're the pro at that. So what do you have to say for people when it comes, because really it's true in any business. And you've helped, I know we're going to talk to you later, you've helped so many businesses scale to millions. You're a top consultant to some very big companies. But you do this all the time. Why do you focus on creating connections, and how can they create connections today that will make a difference for them in their business in January?
Yeah, I love how you asked the question. Many people, they usually ask, how do you create a connection? You asked, why do you create that connection? And that's probably the main piece. Me and you are alike in many ways in our mindset. Every time I would reach out to Adora for anything, and I would ask for anything, and I would say, thank you so much. She'd say, no, I'm here for you. I'm here to help. I'm here to serve. And when your mindset is within the idea of, I gotta serve. Again, I genuinely believe in, the law of the divine union, that we are all interconnected, that whatever good that I provide onto Adora, even if it doesn't have any financial monetization right away, it's good for me too. If Adora's taken care of, I'm automatically going to be taken care of. And if you genuinely operate on that philosophy, you'll be shocked how many beautiful surprises appear in your life. You're like, I wasn't even expecting that thing to happen, and it just happens, right? So at first, why is because it is my duty to my fellow human beings to invest in them somehow, some way. And even if it might not be the best case scenario for me, it always works out. And I get it's ego still, right? Because I'm still selfishly getting that good feeling that I made Adora feel happy or excited about something that she's doing. But when you operate on that, you are always, by default, always going to be taken care of. Try it, right? The other piece is, if I see a mission that I would like to see succeed and thrive, and it might not be a way for me to generate revenue or business or what have you, but the mission still goes on to succeed, I feel fulfilled. So again, it is selfish, it is egotistic, but selfish and ego can be used in a healthy way. I feel good every time Adora says, I'm so excited about connecting with Livia. I'm so excited about connecting with Christine. I'm so excited of connecting with Corey. I'm like, great. I did my job in this world, in this life. And when I'm in a happy, good mood, my genius operates at such an incredible level. And directly or indirectly, with or without Adora, I'm doing very, very well for myself because of that mindset that I was put on. So that's why the philosophy behind do it anyways, give it all, provide it, give it away. And, and we've seen multi-billion-dollar companies that were created with that philosophy. Hobby Lobby, if you ever read the story of the owner of Hobby Lobby, he's done just that. He connected and gave it all away, and it became $1 billion enterprise.
Awesome. So I do see our guest in the green room. So we're going to keep this going because I know we have you more later. But that goes back to our comment, by Mr. Olmsted, who I've known since I was a child, actually 15. She's watched some of that journey that you all have heard about. That God is the source. When you remember that God is the source, then what you said about it comes directly or indirectly. Your net worth is in your network, and whether they're the ones who pay it to you, that's not the only flow. It's not always that you're going to get the profit or the benefit right from the connection that you're making, but because God is the source, and not any one project, not any one idea, not your career as an athlete, not it's God is the source, then it's going to return to you. And that's the why that moves you. That's very, very powerfully. And you've got quite an awesome net worth. So I know that it works, and we'll dive more into the hows later. So Abba, before we bring up our next speaker, you have been producing behind the scenes. First, you and I learned from the same mentor, this process of creating a show, to build authority, to get leads, to do all that. I've been interviewing people for lots of years. And so whenever I learned this particular strategy, it put a lead flow into, and it amplified it 10x what I was doing online. And so you not only learned from the same mentor, but you came in the New Psychology of Winning tour, where we had Jack Canfield, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, Dennis Waitley, all these. Then you did the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour with us. You really understand. Now you're in the background and foreground producing with us here as well. And you're one of the bonuses in one of your courses. So when it comes to how using something like the summit or a podcast to build relationships? Give me your 2-minute answer on how that can open connections and doorways.
Well, I kid you not, first of all, it saves a lot of money. Being able to create events like this, whether you want to create your own mastermind or you want to create, several days tours, challenges, summits, if you compare it to ad spend and the amount of, per click that you pay for everyone that pays, doing it in this model, being able to create your own show, create your own events, really is a lot of savings in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you know what it's like to pay for ad spend. But the second thing too is when you have your own show, when you have your own event, that gives you something to give. It gives you something to invite someone in, reach someone, to be able to increase that exposure, because every time you invite a guest speaker in your event, you're getting their guests coming with them, plus the other guests that came before them already in your following. When you're giving a lead magnet, what we call a lead magnet, something that you give for free, you get them in your email. So there's so much benefit to having your own show, and it's something that actually comes with our educational packages starting at $2,500. And I would love to be able to teach you, because this has really opened up so much doors for me right now. I am a strategic partner for the Los Angeles Tribune, and of course that only opens a lot more doors. But it started with humbly in the very beginning, volunteering what I know, to do things behind the background, and keeping on just working what I already know and keeping on growing it. Even as I've joined the team of Livia right now, I am learning so much more. It's a whole new level of ball game. And so I'm so grateful for the opportunity. But I think the one thing that I would run with is gratitude. Gratitude always grounds you to giving back, to connecting, like when you're grounded in gratitude, connection comes naturally.
I agree. And we can't help ourselves here. Today, we've focused and are continuing to focus majorly on the applicable strategies. But when you're heart-centered, you draw a bunch of heart-centered leaders that are going to tell you, okay, bring it back to gratitude, bring it back to God. So for those of you that are bottom line, I hope you heard the money you save on ads by pulling things together, and the gift and authority and the relationships, doors that will open, just like it opened for me with Dennis Waitley, just like it opened for all of us with Hoyce Gracie here. A bunch of the speakers that jumped on went, oh, if Hoyce and Vanderlei and Dennis Waitley are doing this, then I'm in, right? It begins to open your network, which will raise your consciousness, raise you into new rooms, raise you into new opportunities, and raise your own self-perception, but also how you're perceived as an authority. All right, so I'm going to keep you two on to help me interview, but I want you to mute when you're not on, because I'm getting some background noise. So our next speaker, Mr. Dan Putnam, is a legend in his own right in the network marketing space specifically. He's owned several companies, owns several now, from clothing to network marketing companies. And we have a lot of different network marketing leaders. So we are not doing any pitches for any companies. However, there's a lot to be learned about not just having one, but several companies that are super successful and doing over 600 billion in sales. So what we're going to glean from Dan today is what we can do right now to, be successful in business. So we're going to take turns. Hi, Dan.
How are you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. We really appreciate what you guys have put together. Super exciting, and definitely a pleasure to be a part of it.
Yeah, awesome. So I'll start and then I'll kick it to Ali. So Dan, 600 billion in sales is huge, and I'm just starting to get to know you. And in one of our conversations, we talked about business and how you can come into a business that's doing well and add a vertical and just, have it just skyrocket. And that sometimes even once that happens, people start muddying the waters and bringing other things in, and then boom, the success that was gained was lost. So that's something that I think a lot of new entrepreneurs, we get something running and then shiny object, right? So can you ground for us the importance of like your thinking in that, and how any entrepreneur can use kind of your CEO, boss, visionary headspace to maximize our own businesses right now?
Yeah, for sure, Dora. And first, I want to thank you for really 100x what I've done. I wish I've done 600 billion, but we've been responsible for around 6 billion in sales.
Okay.
I like the concept of 10x, but I really like 100x even better than that. So thank you. And maybe you're just predicting the future, because we're on to some big things. And
prophetic.
And you know, I love that whole thing, think and grow rich. And so you put it out there. I'll see if I can make it happen. But really, in the type of business that I'm in, it really goes down to a basic understanding of exactly what you're doing and what you're not. And I think the problem that most people have is their perception of exactly how to build a business isn't even close to the reality that I've known and the things that I've seen. One of the things, you know, talking about my business in particular, a network marketing business, a lot of people think that you have to be a good marketer, a good salesperson, a good communicator, all of these things. And really, that's not true. What you have to do is, I kind of boil it down to a handful of things. And so I'll kind of give a quick rundown and then see what other questions you have. I don't know if this is the perfect answer to the question that you gave, but one of the things that really surprises me, people in their mind, they seem like they all want to be successful. And I ask a question to almost everybody that I talk to. And I say, you know, if you had unlimited resources, so if you had unlimited resources, what exactly would you do? Where would you live? What type of money would you make? And you want to know the interesting thing? There's almost zero people that can answer that question. And so one of the big problems we have is people really don't even know what they want. And really, if you're getting in the age group of maybe 30, 40, 50 or up, most of them have just kind of accepted where they're at. They've stopped dreaming. They don't even think that it's possible for them to change their life and really have the life that they dream about. And so that's one of the biggest problems right there, is people don't know exactly what they want. They've kind of accepted where they're at, so they're not actively trying to improve anything. So my biggest hope for all people is, if you're not exactly where you want to be, don't accept it. Because we have so much power in ourselves to choose where we want to be. And this thought has come to me a lot, really within like the last 12 months. And the thought has been, who decides things? Who's the one out there that's choosing? You know, who's making all of these decisions? Who's making all the laws? Who's the boss of the world? Who makes all of these you know, decisions that we adhere to? And then when you really think about it, and no matter how far you go, we make the decisions. We're the ones in charge. The daily priorities, the daily activities that we do consistently for the last 30, 60, 90 days has put us into the exact position that we're in. And even if you go further back than that, the last 3, 6, 9 years. And so if you want to change, the first thing you have to realize, what am I after? What am I looking for? And then the next thing, in order to get it, it's really just changing those daily habits. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that success is all about consistency, and that's like half the truth. It's about consistently doing the right things that are going to move you in the direction that you want to go. Most human beings are consistent. They're just consistently doing the things that are holding them back. And so talking more specifically, when we
wait, that was like a fire. Did you all catch that? Someone write it if you caught that. It's not that you have a problem with consistency. Most people are consistent. They're just consistent about doing things that are holding them back. You're being consistent about the things that are holding you back. So if you have the belief even that I'm not consistent, shattered. That's the sound of it being shattered, all right? You are consistent. So now we need to shift where that consistency lies. Oh my gosh, that is a game changer. I'm excited. I'm like, that's fire. Okay, Dan, back to you.
Yeah, and it's really not that. I mean, it is that exactly, but you have to find out, okay, depending on what my goals are, what areas do I need to be consistent in? And you know, what are the things? And here's what I love about life. And my view on life in general is I believe that every single person on earth was born to be as good as they possibly can be, and overcome struggles. I don't think anybody was born to struggle. We have struggles in our life, of course, but we're born to overcome. And once we overcome, then I think it's our duty to help others. And so my main passion, the thing that really has got me going, is to show people how to make a full-time income in their spare time, so that they can really find out what their life is about, what is your passion, and have the ability to do it. Because unfortunately, even though we'd all love it, everybody can't necessarily just do what they love for a living. You know, there's some things that are maybe too competitive, your skill set's not quite there. But if you can understand leverage and you can learn how to build a business and do things in your spare time that can create a full-time income, now all of a sudden, then you can start focusing on what it really is that you love, what your life is all about. And that's what's kind of kept me going. I've been trying to figure out what's the best way that anybody, regardless of your background, your skill set, or experience, can actually create enough leverage to control their time. If you look at human beings, and if you're going to say, what are our absolutely most valuable assets as a human? And what I think, taking, you know, not talking about your families, not talking about your religious beliefs or anything like that, because that can be extremely important and maybe the most important to some people. But if we're looking at just us as an individual, probably our time and our health are the two most valuable assets that we possibly have. But people willingly give others control of their time for, you know, maybe just barely enough to scrape by, and in a lot of cases not even enough to scrape by. And in many cases, people that are really grinding and really trying to chase the dollar, then they lose their health in the meantime, and they forget about that. And so we've also really been focused on teaching people. I saw it, actually, what was interesting, I saw, you know, you just kind of get on Instagram and start scrolling the reels or TikTok and stuff like that. And I saw one where they were interviewing, I don't even know the actual first show, but they were talking to Kobe Bryant, and he was talking about making a non-negotiable, you know, contract or agreement with himself of what he was going to do in the off season to, you know, level up his game. And from the people that have talked about it, maybe one of the best work ethics and out of any human being ever born. But what that got in my mind was, you know, non-negotiable, what does that really mean? And why don't we all do that? Why don't we all make some non-negotiable agreements with ourselves on how we're going to run our life, things that we're going to do by design? And we came up with a concept of 5 different areas that you can create some non-negotiables. And one of those would be in your health. Why? Because again, no matter how successful you become, if you don't take your health with you, you're really not going to care that much. So your basic nutrition, you know, what are you doing with your basic nutrition? Are you just, you know, don't even think about it, just anything goes? Or are you going to make some commitments to yourself of what you're going to do every single day? And then fitness is part of that, because you also want to be able to, you know, move and get up and down and do all of those types of things. And then your finances. You know, one of the things that I love about what you've put together, there's so many people with so many different backgrounds. There's so many different ways that you can make money, but you have to have some plan that can create leverage, because the only way that you can ever control your time is through leverage. And then the 4th thing is personal development. And that's, I know Adora is talking to you. It's something that probably every single person on here is, we have some of the best personal development people in the entire world. But when you really look at it, you have to continually improve, because if not, the world's going to pass you by. If I was still doing the things that I first started in like 94, 95, 96, you can't do them anymore. Even the things in early 2000s. So you always have to be moving forward. And then the fifth thing is something to hold you accountable, and really focus on these activities. And those are the things that I've really been, pushing towards. And it's not like it's a big, hard puzzle to put together for network marketing. You understand that it's all about duplication and retention. Those are the two things that you got to do. And duplication is all about understanding the process, build a list, cultivate the list, present to the list, eventually get a customer or a business partner. And then you also understand, what keeps people in the business. So it's kind of like a 5 or 6 piece puzzle. It's not that difficult to choose, but the difficulty comes in the mindset. I think success, if I was going to break down success, the number one thing is just mental toughness. There's so many things that when I talk to people, it took me a good 3 years before I was making even like $700-800 a month. 3 years. It's not like I had just with the perfect personality and everything just came easy for me. It took 3 years to even get to a few $100s a month, and then things started to go a little bit faster. And I think the main thing that kind of separates me from so many other people is just the fact that I didn't quit, that I didn't give up. And that's the biggest area. Now, I don't want to have people think that it's just not quitting. That's part of it. You still have to be doing the daily activities and the action to go. And the last thing I'll say, Adora, and then I'll be quiet and see if there's any quick questions. I know we're all so I'll do it. But a couple things that I think about often, and there are two things that my mom said probably when I was maybe in high school. One of them that I want everybody to think about are your current actions, the current actions that you're doing right now. Are they going to help you achieve the results that you're looking for? So they would always say that type of a thing when you're, doing something stupid or something like that. Of course, those actions aren't going to help me achieve the results that I'm looking for. And then another thing that I think was just kind of beat down on my head, probably a lot of frustration in sports and in business and things like that. Well, she would always say results take time to measure. And those are two things that I really focus on. And I kind of think on a daily basis of, are the things that I'm doing every single day, are those going to help me get the results that I'm looking for? And then I also keep in the back of my mind, the results take time to measure. Sometimes I have to be patient with the process. And those are, some of the main things that I focus on.
We're going to get some more from you, Dan, and I know I'm having to cut in here. It's because I'm very aware of our time and the next thing. And I know from knowing you that mental toughness is number one, and personal development, and that you do a lot to give back. And we're collaborating with you here on other things at Project Uprise and what you do. But we had 2 days of fighters talking about mental toughness and mindset and grind. So I'm trying to ground some other things in today. Today we're grounding in the hows. So we hear this common theme, but with everyone. I love that. Does your action align? Being consistent with actions that align with what you say you want. But we need to, as I pass it to Ali, we need to get some tactical hows, even though mindset is 90%, because we promised that to our audience, and we are here to deliver. Yes, Ali.
Yeah, Dan, no, first of all, incredible, and congratulations on everything you've done and the impact you've created. My question would be, so I consult for a few different network marketing companies out there, and some are doing very well with mature track records. Some are in the starting level. Some are trying to figure it out. And the evolution of network marketing over the last couple of years, let's just look at the last decade, it's no longer what it used to be. And for someone like yourself to achieve that $6 billion track record, which, by the way, I love your humility. We're like, it's only $6 billion. It's still $6 billion. Congratulations on that. So what would you share with someone that has maybe experienced network marketing, prior to social media taking over, or
Yeah.
someone who may be brand new and lacks some of those social elements of being able to just duplicate growth and just speak into other individuals?
Yeah, great question. I think the biggest thing is that has changed is exactly what you said. There's somewhere around 4 billion people that you have access to. That's a enormous blessing, but it also makes things difficult. People can get information so fast that you're also competing with so many more companies than you ever were before. So I really think that the secret to network marketing is understanding. If every distributor has to understand this, your business is your list. That's your business. Your business isn't any of the companies that you're part of. That's the owner's business. And what you're doing is you're able to monetize your list with their products or services. And I think when people realize that your entire business is your list and you use these different products or service to monetize your business, then what you're really focused on is, I look at like some things that I learned basics from Russell Brunson. How do you find your perfect prospect? For me, the perfect prospect is anybody in network marketing. And the reason why, none of them know how to build. I know an exact structure that every single one can do, and it's not being taught. And I don't know if people I honestly think that people don't know it. I think that most people don't realize that the entire business is your list. And so I tell people, if I'm looking at my business, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to try and add as many network marketers to my list as I possibly can, and realize that there's 3 steps. I'm going to add them to my list. That doesn't mean anything. Now I'm going to start cultivating the relationship. Cultivating the relationship is simple on social media, because what do people post on social media? They post like what they're eating for lunch. Let's just say that somebody posts something that they're eating for lunch. I can start to cultivate that relationship by saying, wow, that looks amazing. Where is that? And this is somebody that all I know is that it's a network marketer. I like their comment, and then I like their post, and then I make a comment. That looks amazing. Where is that? And then that will strike up a conversation. If they're on vacation, oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. Where is that? Or if there's been a place that I've stayed, have you stayed here? Have you eaten here? Oh, make sure and check this out. Those things go from somebody who had no clue who I was to now I'm starting to cultivate. And now the next step again is to present the business. Now, how do you go from cultivating a relationship to presenting? Well, through an invite. And so that could be offering them to, go to a webinar, to try a product, asking for their opinion, 1,000 different things. So network marketers is one. Build your list with unlimited, because most of them have zero clue on how to build a business. If you know how to build, you're going to have a huge advantage over everybody else, because again, most people just flat out don't. The next thing that I look at, okay, other than network marketers, who typically has done the best in network marketing? That's going to be people like coaches, a lot of times teachers, managers. Mostly it boils down to people that are somewhat competitive. It could be people in sales, because sales is a part of it. It could be people in marketing, because that's a part of it. So then where do I find these people? And then it also goes, if you're just looking at customers, again, who are the end users? What are similar products? And then find every big brand. What do they have? Okay, they're going to have an Instagram page. They're going to have a TikTok page. Every single person who likes or comments on those, guess what? They probably use that product. But most of these retail brands, they're not against. They may love that product, but it doesn't mean they'll never try another one that's similar. So just me being able to message them, hey, first I can find unlimited for free. So find any product that's similar to what you're selling, and just type in your product, and you'll see all the competitors. And what I look for mostly isn't network marketing. I look mostly for what are people purchasing with just to be a consumer. So I look at more direct to consumer than I do at network marketing, because I don't really care what other network marketing companies are doing, because my opinion is most of the models are very poor. And so I don't really care what they're doing, because most of them succeed for the simple fact they have some of the best marketers on the planet, and those guys could sell and market anything. So they're successful despite their their current setup, not because of it. And so I look at what is a consumer purchasing? What are they spending their money on? And so then you find maybe your top 10, top 20, top 100 competitors, and then just, again, build your list. Again, I'm not instantly going and saying, oh, I see you buy this, why don't you try this? I want to start to build my list, cultivate it. Cultivating is simple. Again, if you build your business or your list through social media, then you cultivate it the same way. And then, you learn a couple invites, and that's the entire process. And then I also look at, I know I'm going over a little bit here, Adora, and I definitely don't want to cut into Tom's space. So I don't want to go too long. I could go on for hours and hours, but if there's any last thing, I'll be more than happy to answer, but I do see that I'm going into his time.
Oh, you're awesome. One thing, and Abba, thank you. I know you didn't get a chance to answer. You gave so much value. I want you to know that. Like, you wouldn't even be invited here if we didn't think you were phenomenal. And we're looking forward to lots of collaboration going forward. And there were lots of people that said that guy is one of the best out there, And so we know you're giving nuggets. The things that you said about list building, that's huge for any business. List build, cultivate the relationship, make, and it's the same with network marketing. I do want you to speak to this briefly, because Tom's not in the green room yet, and team, we need to check on Tom and make sure he has what he needs. Is that I have done this, and I have been the recipient from network marketers, from coaches, from IG growth people, from traders of the, hey, you look really awesome and interesting. Who are you? I want to know you more. And then 3 sentences later, the whole buildup, and I hate to waste time. Like, I'm a connector, but just come to me direct with what you're talking about. When you fluff me up to then just pitch me, like, it's more irritating to me than like build. So the people that are doing that, how do they do that without becoming those people?
You know what? I think that's one of the most difficult parts of the business. I typically, like, if I'm just out and about, I'll maybe strike up conversation with somebody, but I rarely prospect that way, because in my opinion, if I'm trying to build my perfect prospect, it could possibly be that person, but I don't know, because I don't know him, and I don't want to come off, strange and make it harder for everybody else. So I try and focus on my perfect prospect. Now, if I was going to try and build more local, I'd focus on the networking groups. And again, kind of build that friendship first. And the thing that I also always do, one strategy that's worked well, is never try and offer anything to them, right? As human beings, most people are willing to help. And so what I would do is say, hey, I'm helping launch a new product or service, depending on if it's a product or service, in this area here. And then I would show some of the benefits of our product or our service and say, do you know anybody at all that might be open to a free sample? That's if I was looking for customers. And typically, if it's just somebody like that, I would go that direction. But if you ask, I don't know, I don't think it would ever take much more than 10 people that you ask that question before some of them are going to say, well, what is it? I would like to try it. And then you can do the exact same thing if you're looking for the business. I'm helping launch a new business in this area. Do you know anybody at all that's looking to make some extra income in their spare time? Or do you know anybody at all that's entrepreneurial? And then I guarantee you, no matter where you're at, you're going to run into some people say, well, I'm looking to make some extra money. What is it? And then you just want to share the information. So I think it kind of makes it a little bit easier if you're not directly trying to sell them on anything. Like, I look at it almost like, if I ask directions, if somebody knows where that place is, almost anybody will give me directions. And if I ask for a recommendation of a restaurant, hey, I'm new in town, do you know any restaurants that are good around here? Like, if I'm at a hotel, people will give that. So I just try and stay there and say, hey, do you know this? I'm helping launch a new product. These are the benefits. Do you know anybody that might like a free sample? And I've done that enough times that I know for sure some of the individuals themselves are going to say, I would like one, but others are going to give you some prospects that you can add to your list. So that's how I would handle that. There's no need to get uncomfortable or do anything that puts you or the other person uncomfortable.
Right. So what I hear you saying is that you still cultivate. You don't go right to just trying to create something. You wait for them. You're building relationship. You wait for them to come back to you. You don't just like wait for a response and then copy paste this, which there's nothing wrong. Those of you who have done that, like I said, I've done that in my past.
Yeah.
It's because you hear Jim Rohn, it's a numbers game, and if you play more numbers until you learn. But back to connection and relationship and remembering these people are human and not chess pieces. And even though you're thinking of numbers, they're still people and faces. So
Yeah.
just real cultivation is what I hear.
Yeah, and I think one thing to also remember is don't worry if they're not interested. And anybody who's not interested, I still kind of leave it open and say, Adora, I understand that something that you're not interested in right now. Do you mind if I just keep you in your database and maybe just follow up every so often? Or if you come across anything that looks super exciting, reach out to me. I'm always open. So I think a lot of times just kind of leaving it open instead of closing that door, and then just following up every so often, especially if it's somebody that through the little bit that you know about them seems like it's somebody you would enjoy working with.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I was hoping to have an overlap with you and Tom, but I see host Eric is back in the mix too, and we've got to bring him up. And I'm going to get off and call Tom. Okay.
And I just want to give a comment, Adora, if I can give a comment.
Yes.
I just want to say how much value this is, and so grateful that Project Uprise is brought down, here in our presence right now, because it just imagine 6 billion. I don't know if you know the value of 6 billion, but 1 million minutes is a little under 2 years. It's 1.9 years. A billion minutes is 1,900 years ago. That was just about 70 years after Jesus was walking the earth. That's just 1 billion. This is 1 billion minutes. He did that 6 times over. So we have in our presence right now teaching us someone who has really mastered this over and over again with so much value. And I just want to appreciate you, Adora, all the connections that Adora is bringing, and Livia and Project Uprise and Dan for just being, so generous with everything that you have given. I would encourage you to buy the recording. You need this recording. I'm like, this is one of those things I was sharing a while ago that you jump up and down and say yes, because it's so good. It's so good. Like you can literally turn your life around with the things that Dan shared right now. I'm just so excited.
I'm so glad you said that, Ava, and 100%. I mean, that puts it way into perspective. And Dan is in a league of his own, 100%. And you lead with generosity, and he couldn't help himself. That's something I want you to notice. But to talk about the mindset, and then you got to get your mindset right, and then you got to have mental toughness. And so I hope you're catching what we're throwing down, and definitely watch the replay. And Dan, I know we're going to have some courses in the academy with you. I know we're going to do more things with you. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and just to end, Adora, I really want to emphasize that one of the things that I'm also super passionate about is giving back. We launched what we call Epic Acts of Kindness, and really push it throughout the entire company and all the countries that we get into. And then another one that I've really liked is Get Rich and Give Back. And so I love what you guys are doing. And again, I really hope that more people will understand that a lot of times, there is a lot of people that need help out there, and those prayers are answered in most cases through other human beings. And so what you've put together for sure is prayers come true for many people, the people organizing it, the people benefiting from it. And so I just want to emphasize that also. And if people can, give back, let's make some things happen, and let's change some lives.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dan, we'll be seeing a lot more of you because you can't get rid of us now, as Livia likes to say. And I know we've got a lot going on. And in the academy, you're going to get some great recruiting, affiliate marketing tips, all kinds of not just tips, real training. So thank you, Dan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. Let's bring Eric up, and we'll do a quick little, there we go. All right. Hey, Tom. Uh-oh, you're muted. How you doing? Uh-oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. All right, Eric, anything you want to share or say while we're waiting here?
Now it looks like we can't hear you, Tom, but I want to say hi, Tom. I know you can't speak right now, but it's been a while since I've seen you. It's good to see you again, man. Hopefully we can get this solved. While he's doing that, I wanted to say, like, what an insanely incredible afternoon. I mean, we really wanted to deliver on this afternoon. We really wanted to make sure you guys got like a ton of implementation value. I'm speaking here soon, and I cannot wait to show you what I'm about to show you, which really is going to help you get to your first, build your company and get to 10K months, and eventually, of course, $100,000 months, which is the ultimate goal. So that's all coming up here shortly. But I want to know how you're feeling at this time in the day. Put in the chat, how are you feeling about things? Is there a burning question that you have? Is there something that you haven't learned that you want to have? Put it in the chat. Let's hear it from you guys right now. And let's make sure, of course, that we can shake it out a little bit, that we've got the energy, because we are on like the final stage of this day to the finish line for the next 2 or 3 hours. So let's hear it in the chat.
Yep, let's hear it in the chat. I know what we've got next is how to do reels, work it into your lifestyle, be awesome, be paid for it, get leads in that. You're phenomenal. You're amazing. You're so pumped. That was amazing, Dan. People love.
There's Nikki again.
Yep. Nikki is on it. And you know what? People who comment like that, they always get the most out of this. They have the most return on their time investment here, right? And so I know we have different platforms going, just so you know, like I went on my own Facebook and just saw a few, but we've got people watching on YouTube, on several different Facebook pages. And when you put your comments in, you can come back and find each other later as well. I'm feeling great. I'm grateful I'm on. Okay, let's see how it's going with Tom. Hey, Tom.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, there we are.
Yes, let me get my my office set up here. I'm ready to go.
I'm trying to give the team a visual cue. How's it working, team?
I love your office, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Where in the world are you today? That looks like maybe that's Mexico, or maybe that's, I know you live in Southern California. Maybe that's Southern California.
So no, we're in Scottsdale, which is mountain time, I just found out.
Okay,
it
is.
So
only half the year, though.
Traveling is a blessing unless you have ADD and you're like, what time zone are we in now?
Awesome. So I know you and Eric know each other. I want to jump in for those of you watching. Tom Challen, his wife Kim Challen, they're top leaders in a direct sales company, Savvy. We talked about that already. And we're not doing any pitches into any companies. What we're going to lean in on for every business that you can use is Tom and Kim. They have millions of followers on TikTok, Instagram, and now Reels. And the last time I saw Tom said something in my ear, and I like, what? And that was that he was starting to kill it on Facebook with Reels and actually being paid, and that you'd been paid like 10 grand in 1 month, and that's like the place to be. So how many of you want to know how to jump in on this Facebook trend, find out if that's still the trend? That was a month ago, and how you can work this in to your life as a rhythm. How many of you want to know that? Tom's not going to say another word. He probably will, because I said that. Until you put fire, he's a rule breaker. I have to tell you guys a story. Tom, can I tell him the story of like when I was at your house and I kept hearing this noise and I ignored it?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. So, I'm kidding. Of course.
Okay, so here it is, you guys. So I go and stay with Tom and Kim. Okay, I go and stay with them. We're gonna go see Dennis Waitley. We're hanging out. Tom comes up and I keep hearing this fart noise. And I'm like thinking, and Tom's looking right at me. Kim looks at me occasionally. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, this is disgusting and it's immature. I'm not going to give it any life. So I just ignored it. I kept ignoring it, and it kept happening, and he kept looking at me, and I just kept like how I would treat my kids. Like, this isn't happening. I'm not giving it any life. And then several months later, we were at another event, And the whole gag was a fart machine, you know, that made the noise, and they would wait for people to come in and like plant it, and we
So
would
dumb.
see
So dumb.
what's happening. We would see what's happening. And then I had the realization, oh, he wasn't just letting it rip, you know, with
Yeah.
his new guest to get her, but he was trying to see how I would respond. And what he got was no response. He got no response from me.
Well, Adora, thank you for sharing that real quick. But let me just share how about, here's a question that you can put in the comments. How many of you would like to get paid literally as much as $50,000 per fart? Now, some of you are like, why in the world did Adora have this guy talking about farting leading out in this thing? What in the world? I'm telling you, listen, if you're, just hang with me for 1 second. If you are at all, even a little bit bored with your life, if you're tired of the same guru talk, do this, do your videos this way, do your hashtags this way, do your algorithm this way, then this might not be for you, because this could be a little bit different. It's gonna be a little bit of a shakeup, because what we've done, and I'm not saying you have to do farting videos, so just stick with me for a minute here, but you might have to shake this shit up. You might have to do something out of the box different. Stop doing what you think is normal. Stop doing what your brain's telling you is normal, and literally think outside the box, because for the last 2.5 years, our accounts have blown up to millions of views. We have multiple views over millions. We have 2 or 3 over 30 million, 1 over 50 million, and we're getting paid well over 10 grand a month now in social media. And we're literally still in what we call, Adora, phase 1, which is the let's just not overthink it, and no strategy, no perfection. Let's just see if we just do simplicity and not overthinking what could work. But before I do that, before I get into the content, I want to share one quick thing. Listen, the thing I've come to realize as I get older and grayer and a tiny bit more mature, a tiny bit, but more knowledgeable for sure, is that you want to hold on to world changers. When you have a world changer around you, a leader, a mover, a shaker, someone that uplifts you, you want to find a way to grab onto that human being. And I'm going to tell you right now, for those of you that are here, the reason why I'm here, technically, I have not been signing up for any podcast or anything at all. I did this specifically because of Adora, is someone that you want to latch onto. And we just love you. Kim and I love you so much, Adora. Thank you. I don't even know why you're our friends, because we're such a, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. You're epic. You're amazing. You're the dream couple building an empire together. And I love and adore you, and you're going to make me cry. But thank you so much for that, Tom. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so let's get to work. Let's get to work and show people how to monetize their social media, get out of the box, have a lot more fun, and rock their social media. So do you want to start off?
Yes, I do. So one thing I want to preface this by, I want to drop, and then Eric, you and I will go back and forth, because I want to let you dig in too, is first of all, that amount of money that he's being paid, that's from the platforms. So that doesn't even include what they're doing in their other business, in your coaching business, Tom, or in Savvy. This is like being paid by social media. The other thing is, what I know about you is you work it into a lifestyle, and you've helped a lot of people. I'm about to start working it into my lifestyle because of you, right? You're helping people work it into the rhythms. And the other thing is, it's not the same old boring, like, get it right. Like it's going to be based on personality, which you're a prankster, you're fun, so you work that in, your family in, your travel in, but it's going to be a little different for everyone. So, so that's already very, very powerful. So first question I have, then we'll go into tactics. Is Facebook the place, if people are just starting Reels, should they be doing Reels in Facebook or Instagram? Should people move over there? What do you think?
Yeah, I would say it's close between Facebook being number 1, YouTube being slightly, it could be number 1 too. So it's YouTube or Facebook Shorts. I mean, YouTube Shorts.
Wow.
And then thirdly would be TikTok. And fourth would be Instagram, in my view. And then fifth might be LinkedIn. Sixth might be Pinterest. And then, of course, pop it over to Twitter and push it through there, which I'm not even, to be honest, I'm saying what a lot of gurus say to get to, but not necessarily, you might not be ready for it right now. So I break things down in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Phase 1 for me was just like TikTok and TikTok only. I put every little brain cell I had on TikTok, and then I went over to Instagram, then I went over to Facebook, and then I started just like a little checklist, because it really only takes about 10, 15 minutes to put it on Facebook, then Instagram, then TikTok, then YouTube Shorts. It only takes about 10, 15, 20 minutes. If you're an overthinker, an overanalyzer, an overwonder, it could take you in hours.
Okay, so someone asked, how do you get paid to be put on the platforms? And like, if I've been doing reels, and this is my question too, I've been doing reels randomly just because I hear we should do more reels, right?
Yeah.
And Eric does a reel a day. Is it more beneficial for me to start doing those on Facebook? It's not like I've blown up on Instagram. Yeah, okay, so start on Facebook.
Facebook is paying
started.
TikTok, I can have mega viral videos on TikTok and they're not paying very well. So it's called the creator funds with different platforms. TikTok is, I could have a $1 million view video on TikTok, and can't mention this. That's not paying very well. You got to be a mega viral on TikTok right now.
So Facebook is where everyone should be. And how do I get? Sorry.
It's almost like they're overpaying for speed. Go to YouTube and ask, how do I get monetized on Facebook? Because it could be, there's just a couple simple things. I believe you need over 100,000 views through about 5 or 10 videos. So you need to post, I think, at least 10 or more videos. I believe over 100,000 views, and then they might accept you into the creator fund.
Awesome.
And we're doing this with multiple channels. Our goal is to get 4 or 5 because it's so simple to just share the content around. So we're doing my personal. So I would recommend personal first. My spouse's personal, Kim's personal. We're doing Kim's Facebook group page, my Facebook page. So we're starting to go into all the reels on all the different Facebook groups or pages or personal accounts that you have.
So if someone is going to start with Facebook Reels now, or they haven't really focused anywhere, so they're going to start on Facebook, and they hear like, wow, you got to have over 100,000 views. So we can talk about how to get viral in a bit, and I'm going to give Eric the opportunity to ask. But before they get viral, if they think I can't get viral, that's overwhelming. Is it still how is it still beneficial for them to do Reels anyway, even if Facebook never pays?
Here's what I've learned. If everyone, I'm going to ask a question to everybody listening in right now. If you knew for sure you'd be making 50 grand a month just by being a creator on the platforms, not to mention brand deals, not to mention the traffic to your purpose or your business. If you knew you'd be making 50 grand a month within let's call it 1 year, how intentional would you be knowing that that's the outcome is going to hit you in about a year? Like, what would you do?
Yeah.
To be honest, not the only way, for 90% of most humans, the only way for 98% is to be extraordinarily intentional. I hear so many languaging until my heart and soul, until my primary plate spinning was the psychology and DNA of TikTok. And because here's the thing, the logistics don't help you grow. Sorry. Let me say that. Let me say that a little bit nicer. They're not the most important thing. The logistics, most courses are going to teach you logistics, hashtags, when to post, what's your damn avatar. Like, all that's really important. 1980s, really good marketing talk. That still is applicable today. So I'm not gonna downplay it as if doesn't still work, because it's still very powerful. So let me be clear. So it does work, but we're in a world now where it's wild, wild west, where you can completely do the opposite and still get the end result.
Okay, 50K a month. If you knew that was going to happen after a year, then you'd be intentional. You'd play. It's not the avatar. It's not all that stuff you can look up on YouTube. So I know Eric will want to dig in on some of that, but play like that's what you're going for. And I just want to add, before I send it to you, Eric, that in 2023, what he's just giving us, you don't have to have money to do. So if you're thinking, I need to hold my money, recession, what do I do? How do I get ads? How do I get leads? This is only going to cost you your time and intentionality, which is huge for those of you looking for. And then if you already have your streams, you add this into your lifestyle, it's going to amplify. You're going to eventually be paid to share what you're already sharing. That is freaking, I don't know, I'm throwing fire, gold, glitter, whatever.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, Eric, for real this time.
What's up, Tom? How are you?
What's up? Hey, good to be with you again, brother, man. You're so professional. So
I,
sharp.
well, I
Good to
don't
see
think
you, brother.
I don't think that we've actually seen each other for probably 2-3 years. Something.
I
It's been a while
know.
since I got to Kim too.
Yeah, man. Good to see you again, brother.
You too. Well, I love what you're saying about Facebook because most creators are talking about TikTok and YouTube. And I know that YouTube Shorts became really important for YouTube about a year ago when TikTok was going crazy and then Instagram Reels were hitting and YouTube was really focused on Shorts. So their algorithm was actually benefiting Shorts. But I love the fact that you're talking about Facebook. And I think it's important to know, because I know, for example, you have a certain amount of friends, but you don't have to be friends to see Tom's content on Facebook. In fact, I think you have about 131,000 followers,
which is
on
brand
Facebook.
new.
Not friends or followers. Can you talk a little bit about that? How did you grow your followers to be able to do what you're doing and being paid?
Yeah. Well, what was crazy about this is they all grew from Facebook Reels. So over 100 and pretty much 90% of that grew in the last few months, specifically from Facebook Reels.
Wow. And
Yeah,
can you
and
walk
then
through go ahead.
So when we go live now on Facebook, let's say, it pops where before it would be like 3 people, 5 people, 20 people, and we get it pops when you start to get that traction.
So walk us through the process of when you're putting together a reel. Like, how do you come up with the idea, and then how long is it from the time you film it to execute it, or you literally just like, Kim, I got this, let's turn on the camera, let's go, and then you post it immediately?
Okay, there's 2 ways to do social media. You can thunk it through and analyze it, and you could do what's people call it quality over quantity, right? Quantity, I tell people, you could do quality if you're already an expert. If you can't prove that how do you know you can do quality? Then you know that you can get engagement, you can get the views. It doesn't necessarily have to be viral, but you know that you're an expert specifically, and you know that you can bring it like an Ed Milet can bring it, like an Adora can bring it, like a Grant Cardone can bring it, right? They can bring it because they already have proven content that can prove to get virality or good views. If you don't have that, you don't know that you don't know that you don't know, so you don't know. Your brain is tricking you with social media. This is what changed my life, because for 15 years I was in my micro niche. For 15 years I woke up every day in front of the stupid ring light, and I did my thing, and I planned my content, and my social media team helped me, and I had my scripts right in front of me, and I was dying a slow death for me, right? And I'm not saying again that doesn't work for me. Here's what worked, Eric, and great question, by the way. I had to do something that most people think they're doing that they're not even close to. Truly not overthinking. Everybody's like, oh yeah, I don't overthink. Bullshit. Like, oh, I'm keeping it simple. No, I don't think you know what the word simple is. Because literally it takes where you really, in your pit of your stomach, you're pushing out content where you're like, oh man, this one like really makes me feel uncomfortable. Not from an ego perspective, like, should I post this? Like, you're really posting fast, where you literally shut off, like Warren Buffett says it best. To be the top investor in the world, you got to cut your IQ by over 80%. And if Warren Buffett's saying that about investing and being the top, what should we do when it comes to our industry of social media? We literally, because every viral video I've ever posted, I had no idea. Like, I literally, like, this is so stupid. I post it, it pops off 20 million views, 10 million views, 1 million views. You just never know. So this is why your camera has to become your third arm. Your brain has to shut down, and the more you light your life on fire and make stories. Hang on, oh my shoot! I'm so sorry, guys. What? What's that? See, like, pattern interrupts. Like, you just learn. Your brain will learn how to capture people's attention, and you'll learn how to tell stories. You'll learn how, as a bug's going across your trail when you're hiking, you could do 2 things when you're going on a hike. You could start intentionally learning how to tell the most magical Steve Irwin. Look up Steve Irwin. You could tell the most magical, ladies and gentlemen, something's going on right now where as I'm traveling with my wife here on this Highway 5 on here in San Diego. There is a traffic jam, and it's a slow bug crossing the trail, and I'm getting up in slow-mo with it on my camera. And I'm now listen, your content may not be like that kind of content, but when you're with your kids, when you're with your spouse, you can learn to build 2 things: stories, and there's a story everywhere you go in your world if you learn how to light your life on fire. And number 2, you learn how to build a series. Treat your life like you own Netflix instead of being like a Yellowstone or a Breaking Bad or whatever Netflix. Don't be a series in Netflix. Own the platform where you can create multiple series. So write down 10 things that if you got paid $1 million to do it, what would you really want to do? If you can get paid $100 million for some of you that are big ballers, what would you want to do? Like, I would want to mountain bike every day. I would want to go on dates with my wife every day. I don't want to have coffee with my wife in a different coffee spot every day. I would want to walk like I am doing right now with my wife as she's shopping at Nordstrom's, probably spending way too much money, but we can afford it because of the Facebook ads, right? Like, all of what I'm mentioning isn't what I want to do in my life, but it's what I want to do in my life and what I want to light on fire by doing something that we have in this world right now, a phone that's in our hand that we can turn on and become our own movie production. So the more that you live your life with adventure, the more you live your life the way that you want to live with what you want to do, and the more that you learn to not overthink and overanalyze and overfear it and overdoubt it, and you turn that camera on and you learn how to powerfully get your life across, whether it's funny entertainment like mine or education like Adora, however you do it, you can light it up on fire and get paid to live life on fire. And that's why Kim and I are traveling more, because the more that we learn to live, like, I'm talking recess. Most of you have not, you're not even close to feeling that feeling of recess anymore. I know it. Most of you are not waking up like it's Saturday morning and you have freedom from school, no work because you're 12 years old, you're 9 years old. That feeling, remember that feeling of freedom? We're in that world again because we have so much leverage in business right now that we don't need to go to offices. We don't need to dress up. We can even be stupid like me. Sorry, Adora. Forget about the Zoom. Pop on my camera while I'm sitting here in the middle of Scottsdale while my wife's shopping. I totally messed the time zone up, right? But I'm here because we can, because of technology. And still, life goes on, business goes on, and we can still have fun. Sorry, that was a long answer. I have one more mic drop when you're ready.
Hey, let's hit the mic drop. You're on a roll. Let's go.
Okay, so check this out. Everybody's like, everybody who says you don't have to go viral are people that normally don't know how to go viral. And I don't mean that as a dig, because if I wasn't viral every time I posted I got no views, I would be like, yeah, you don't have to go viral, because that's their team and what they're trying to rally people around so they feel comfortable. And it's totally fine, by the way. And it's, you technically do not have to go viral, especially if you're in a micro niche. So I will say that. But like, if you want to be a millionaire, you got to start speaking. You're going to be a millionaire. And if you want to be a millionaire, you got to think like a millionaire. You got to get around millionaires. You got to see, don't focus on how not to be a millionaire, or you don't have to be a millionaire. You could be a millionaire. Viral is like being a millionaire. You just got to figure out what's the damn ingredients and write them down and learn the psychology and the story of going viral, because I know I can go on any platform anytime, not anytime. I can go on any platform, new platform, and I will figure out how to go viral. On every single platform, we have millions of views, not just one, not just TikTok, not just Facebook, not just Instagram. Okay, I haven't done it on TikTok. LinkedIn yet. That's a freaking.
That one's hard. Yes.
I haven't focused on it yet. It's not in my phase yet. I haven't focused on LinkedIn. I haven't focused on Pinterest. We haven't really focused on YouTube Shorts yet, but we do have many viral videos on YouTube Shorts, just testing it, throwing it out there just for fun. So expect to know the psychology, write down the ingredients of what it really takes to go viral, instead of thinking like some people think, oh, I don't have to. You don't have to, but if you don't go viral, you'll work harder. If you don't go viral, you'll work harder.
If you don't go viral, okay, so I'm getting the notes that we are supposed to be on to another interview now, and I get so caught up. So I want to ask you two things. First of all, I love you and Kim so much. You are your heart, your service, your children, your love and devotion. You said in several of your favorite things that you would do if you had so much money was my wife. She would be in there, and I love that. I love that so much. And thank you for the generosity here. So one thing I want to ask is, if we put together for our VIPs a room with Q&A, can we schedule you for? We already are doing VIPs rooms, but can we schedule you for one of those around your own time where they can just ask you questions?
You know what? Well, A, for sure for you, and I'll say B. The number one thing I've learned as I get older is Mary talked about be around wealthy people, be around big thinkers. If you're not a VIP, you're nuts. Can they still sign up for VIP? Is everybody VIP already?
Yes, they can sign up for VIP. Absolutely.
You got to get, like, I have my social media courses are not going to be inexpensive when I launch them, because I think they're going to be different and really help you get results. Right now, if you join the VIP, I don't even know what the cost is, but I would do that, and I'll drop everything you need to help you go viral or to help you grow your audience. So yes, I will do that for you, of course, Adora.
Awesome. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you're live like that. I want you to have a course in our academy too.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to be the one you're selling so much, but something, because all the profits go to whatever mission we're on, and it's all for ending sex
I love it.
trafficking.
Are people given free resources? I forgot. You said to do a free resource, but I forgot about that.
Yeah, we're going to give that at the end. So you give that to us. We'll send it to the team. But I'd like for you to have something in the academy too. A mini
You're the best.
course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love you. And I owe you. I owe you back. I promise. I owe you back. Whatever you want. Okay. And I got to be careful saying that. You're going to be in San Diego this week?
We'll be there tomorrow.
Okay, so let's have you come with us to Dennis and Brent Gove, right? That could be my payback since you're doing a course.
Yeah, of course. My
Okay.
favorite humans in the world.
Okay, I love you so much. Thank you.
Love you, Adora. Bye, Eric. You're a stud. Appreciate you.
You
so
too,
much.
man. Good to see you. Hey, I just got to say one thing. And like, I want every single one of you to drop what you're doing right now. And I want you to go to Tom's page on Facebook and follow him. Add him as a friend if you want, but follow him so you can see his content and model him. I'm not saying be him. There's a very the difference between being him and modeling him. But modeling him means you take the way that he does it, the strategies, and you be yourself. You're probably not going to talk about ants crossing the street and claiming that it's Los Angeles traffic. That might not be you. You're probably not going to do the fart machine thing, right? I wouldn't. That's not me. I would be like, there's no way I would do that. But be who you are. I mean, there's one thing, be your authentic self, and then model the strategy. The greatest thing that you have, the greatest asset that you have is like literally in your pocket. You can pick this thing up and you could be in the airport and go live with a reel or produce a reel immediately. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be you. Gary Vee is a great example. His videos are terrible in terms of production quality. He's in a car driving, dropping 22 F-bombs in 38 seconds, right? He's talking to somebody at a conference, just having a chit chat. He's literally on his phone creating his reels and most of his videos, not in a production studio, not something beautiful like I have here. That's what he's doing, and that's exactly what you guys need to do. So you guys are awesome. And by the way, welcome VIPs. Looks like Ava, you're a VIP from Show to Business Live. Woohoo, VIP. Great shout outs there. Sorry, Adora, I wanted to make sure that everyone followed him.
I'm so glad you said that. Yes, because you're going to see they have so much fun, so much play, and he really works it in, and that's how he works with people. So he'll do that in our VIP and then in the course, and I really put him on the spot there, and I know he's going to get me back in some kind of way. So
nice move, by the way. Way to do it live. I love it.
Yeah, I know. It's usually not what I do, but I'm leaning in for the cause, right? So, so Ali is back in the room with us, and we're going to. I'm going to step down for a minute, Eric, and we're going to be interviewing these guys. So I'm gonna turn it over to you so I can get caught up on where we are and come support you powerfully. Okay.
Perfect. Let's go. All right. Let's bring up Ali here and let's keep this momentum going. You guys are ready for Ali? Let's give him some love in the chat here. Let's hear from you guys. I want to make sure that you guys are excited and ready. And there he is right there. How are you doing?
Living the dream. How are you?
Good. I've actually never met you before. This is the first time. I know a little bit about you. We haven't met face to face, but I want you to tell, if you can, tell us the audience like who you are and your superpower.
Yes, back in 1985. Yeah, I'm kidding. I won't go that far back. But born and raised in Morocco, Northwest Africa. I've had the privilege to be in these great United States of America for the last 20 years. And I am the reason why each and everyone should be going all in with Project Uprise, for the simple fact that I was born and raised in a third world country that had a lot of challenges, a lot of tribulations, and I grew up in a family, unfortunately, that was very, very dysfunctional, to say the least. I was molested as a child. I was physically, sexually abused with many uncles and people that were in the family, in the circle, if you will. Parents divorced. It was an ugly divorce. I ended up at some point homeless for a couple of years. Came to the United States with a whole lot of ugly baggage, a lot of trust issues. When I was 19, I attempted to take my life, and the universe or the man above said, yeah, you're supposed to be doing something great. And that really has woken me up. Like, you know, and you got to get to a certain level of desperation, sadness, misery to say, I just want to turn the light off and call it quits. Because when you get to that suicidal level, you don't think anyone around you loves you, cares for you, wants you. You know, the people who are supposed to be protecting you are no longer relevant in the sense of any self-care. And you know, my darkest moment was the best moment, because I felt like I was born again as a person. I started asking, like, okay, I'm supposed to be here for a reason, and went on to marry my high school sweetheart. And we had a whole lot of fun building companies and businesses for the last 15, going on 16 years. We've done about $2 billion of sales. I learned 5 international languages. I've written 2 books, writing my 3rd one as we speak. Launched online academies, taken a company public. And I love, let me add one more, love people. And only time will expose you if you really, really love people. You're saying it just for the cameras. But that's the fast forward version.
Wow. And yes, definitely that's Tom for sure. So, I mean, $2 billion in sales. A lot of people are just trying to get to $10,000 in maybe a month, or $100,000 in a month. Think about, you know, when you were early on in your journey, what would you say that led to your success to do what you've done online, taking a company public, which is a really difficult thing to do and very expensive to do. What were a couple of things that led to your success and you be able to do that type of sales volume?
So I genuinely believe my identity, you know, the failures that I had early on created the resilient self, the welcoming the challenges that may come every single day, understanding that you must fail before you succeed. Anytime there's a path of success early on, I'm like, something is off. Where's the big hit? Where am I going to get hit? Where's the punch in the gut that I'm supposed to be getting? So definitely understanding that you're supposed to fail before you succeed, and welcoming it with open arms. And when you do welcome it with open arms, it becomes just a natural process, and you no longer allow that thing that we understand to be failure to impact you in any negative way. But then it became empathy, being empathetic to the world, understanding that there is someone out there that you're supposed to be helping, even if it might not be financially lucrative to you. And we've built a foundation. We've had just about 60,000 solo entrepreneurs that have gone through our programs, whether it's a start, grow, or scale businesses. And many cases, they would say, in many cases, I don't have money, or I only have $50, or I only have this. And then how do you figure out a way as their partner to, okay, you only have $50. Let's not sign you up for this program. Let me work with you on figuring out whether you need to add Uber in your life, or you need to monetize a specific skill before you get into business. And that empathy itself and care built a little bit of a reputation, and then people start referring others. I fear that in many cases in this day and age, we lack empathy. It's all about, you know, who has the best coaching program and who has the best, you know, product and service. And I think that's important, you know, to have that identity. But empathy is what's going to drive growth long term. And you mentioned Gary Vee earlier and his 22 F-bombs. Gary Vee is an example of that. He built a conglomerate based on empathy for people.
And even Gary Vee said in one of his videos, like, he wasn't getting hired by some conferences and some businesses because he said so many F words. He didn't change it. He did not change who he was because somebody else, he's like, I don't really care. Then they realized that that how good his content is, and they didn't want that to get in the way of the message that he actually had. So then he started getting hiring even more after a couple of years of them like listening to his content. I'm going to bring up Alex as well. We're going to bring him on the screen to be a part of this discussion too, as one of our panelists. And as he's coming up, Ali, I wanted to ask you one more question, and then we'll come back to you. And that is, like, we have these entrepreneurs, most of them, or a lot of them, are fairly early on in their journey, and they're still just trying to get consistency and find their voice and find their rhythm. So what advice would you give to them of how they can rise to everything they want, income, impact, influence this year? What would you do if you were in their shoes?
Yeah, so first of all, I do have to say, I am so excited that Alex and I get to share the platform, because I love that man. He is my brother from another mother. Habibi, I love you, brother. But the advice that I'm going to give is understand that entrepreneurship is not one position or one role or one talent. It is a continual, ongoing, growing process. And the moment the growing process stops is the moment you're essentially closing your doors. You might not even realize it. I'll give you a perfect example, and then we'll turn to Alex, because I would love to hear what he has to say today. There is, in the network marketing profession, which I genuinely love. I spent a solid 10 out of the last 15 years in network marketing. A lot of people confuse the idea of being a successful network marketer, which is being really good at influencing and building a sales channel, to running a full-blown operation in a company. And that is far, far, far from the truth. So I'm not saying one can't transition to the other, but just accept the identity of a student for the remainder of your career. That's just the way it is. And we see all the greats that we admire, respect, love, and appreciate. They're always learning, they're always growing, they're always evolving. So I think by accepting that identity, you will have the ability to continually, beyond this event, evolve and grow for this year and the years to come.
Alex, let's bring you to center stage here. I'd love to hear your answer to that question of how entrepreneurs can really arise in 2023, especially knowing that the economy isn't perfect. We've gone through a fairly rough 2 years. Last year, the stock market tanked. Like, there's a lot of concerns, and my clients are saying, like, how do I navigate through these recessions? How can you help me, et cetera? Like, what would you say to entrepreneurs that maybe are facing some difficulty this year of how that they can rise and to everything they want in 2023?
I mean, first of all, thank you for having me, and to Livia for putting this on is incredible. I just want to make sure the audio is good and you guys can see me. Just give me a amazing. And always a pleasure to see Mr. Ali Madawi as well, and to share on the screen. And this may sound cliche, but I also don't think this is the first time people have come through this. And I think with everything that's going on, I know it's easier said than done. But to have the mindset of, with this recession coming, what opportunities can I take advantage of? Because there's a lot of things that are going to come to light, and there's a lot of opportunities that are going to be there. And it's how prepared are you to take advantage of those opportunities? Because in these, whatever you call so-called recessions, after understanding the markets and understanding the skill sets of how money started to flow in these markets. And what I realized was, with a lot of personal development, is never being intimidated through any situation, never be emotionally connected to the outcome. And I think with that mindset of being emotionally disconnected to what could happen, the rational decisions can be made easily. And looking at it from a standpoint of flipping the script in your head of how can I turn this so-called negative into a positive, and start looking for opportunities to transition into different ways, different verticals, not even outside of the realm of what you're doing, but it forces a lot of people and a lot of companies to look at alternative ways to really change and in a good way, be flexible. Over the last 2 years, there's a lot of companies that were rigid. They were very, very structured in, I'm not bending for social media. I'm not bending to go digital. I'm not bending for whatever it might be. But when your arm is twisted and it's forced upon you, you realize the potential in which not only you have, but your company or your leadership skills, in which you have to rise above that conflict or the adverse things that are coming to your way. So now that you've been through it, and I think the 2020 was like the preparation for it, now you'll see the economic structure start to change of, okay, well, if I've been through that, not only on the financial side just yet, but on a personal side and the social side, how can I be in a situation of being proactive rather than reactive, and start finding the right individuals to work with, finding the right collaborations to work with. And there was something that I was taught very, very young, was, rather than trying to compete, try to collaborate, because in the collaboration, through things like what's going to happen in this recession, how do you collaborate with people to become stronger together? And I think that's a big, powerful thing that a lot of companies or a lot of leaders or a lot of people in business can start to look at to say, how can I take advantage of this recession rather than sit here and try and save and hope for the worst doesn't happen, of how can I take this to my advantage and say, okay, well, I can come out of this 10 times better than I actually entered it. Because that's truly what the recessions really mean. It's how can I transfer the wealth into my pocket rather than anyone else's. And for businesses out there, it's how do I take advantage of these things to put my business 10 years ahead rather than 10 years behind. So it's a mindset start, and then it's about collaborating and finding the right individuals to network with to put yourself in that position.
Wow, awesome. And just really quick, I don't know if the audience knows what you do. Tell them what you do.
Well, similar to Ali, in the sense of, from I'm originally Greek. I've grown up in Africa. I've grown up in the Middle East. I've lived on 4 different continents. My whole life was around soccer. I played at a very high level in a professional setup, and some unfortunate injuries that I was in a car accident that was not my fault. I was in an Uber, kind of put me 10 steps back. But my main background was from hospitality. My parents have been in the hospitality industry for 45 years, and I entered into that space about 8.5 years ago, and have now scaled it to a very large business, and now into different verticals out in the Middle East. But then I got introduced to the world of digital marketing, affiliate marketing, the world of the financial markets and trading in 2018. And I was so interested in it. And actually, right after my car accident, when I couldn't do anything physically, I was just sitting on a couch. I decided to go all in and start learning the skill set. And ever since then, now you guys know of Driven Trading. I'm the VP of Field Operations for Driven Trading, and have been fortunate enough to work with thousands of beautiful people. And that's kind of everything in a nutshell over the last 10 years.
So tell us, Alex, do you know, what do you see as opportunities in 2023? I mean, being what you're doing in Driven Trading, you see the markets, you see what's going on, you have more of a better view than most of us here on the ground level here, or I should say in the sky, you're on the ground level. What opportunities do you see that we should be aware of this year?
I was listening to you guys just before we got on, and I think not just for the markets, it's understanding and being flexible with technology. Okay, we have these, we live on these, we're always on them, and I always tell people is look at the amount of time. Go in your settings today and look at your usage and ask yourself, how long do I spend on certain applications that are useless to me or are not generating anything for me? And how can I convert that time into something productive? So if you're in the social media world, how can I convert those 3 to 4 or 5 hours a day on social media into something that is productive, that has an ROI? In the financial markets, I think that the first thing that I can say is finding somewhere in which you can invest in the knowledge and the education. Don't try and look at, say, I'm going to go throw money into these different indexes or these different funds or whatever it might be. The most expensive thing that you can actually do is throw that away, because that's the expensive lesson. But the logical thing, because over the next 18 months is when I believe things are going to start to evolve. And I think over the next 12 months, or even the next 6 to 8 months, it's very important for individuals to I say invest in the right knowledge and invest in the right areas of knowledge and the right people, because those people and that knowledge will allow you to make those rational decisions, because you have professionals of which you can learn from, to position not only yourself but your business to where, if you're in a traditional business or you're an employee and you have money coming in, say as a W-2 or whatever it is, and you're looking for different investment strategies. As a business, find businesses that have taken advantage of recessions, or find places or networks that have been through that, so you can be around that to understand how they navigated through that. Or if you're an individual that's looking to say, how can I move? Or if you're scared to move money out of funds or whatever it is again, invest in the right individuals, invest in the right information, invest in the right areas in which you can make those rational decisions. Come the time where you are actually, informative in those in the economic movements.
Awesome. Amazing. And, I think it was Warren Buffett that said, if you want to really grow and really want to accomplish everything you want in business, the first thing you need to do is invest in yourself. Like invest in yourself over and over, especially in a recession. 62% of Fortune 500 companies were actually that exist today were started either in a downturn or a recession. And so there's tons of opportunity. Ali, I'm dying to know, what are you doing to level up this year? What are you doing to stretch you? I mean, how do you keep the momentum? Like what big things you got going on right now that you can talk about? Obviously.
You said, yeah, no, I could talk about it all. As long as you keep Alex with me in here, I am good. I'll tell you this. Yeah, I love when Alex was talking about, wasting time, or we got a mutual friend that keeps sending us Instagram reels all day of cat videos and stuff like that. And usually I'm like, what's wrong with you? Do something. But I'll tell you this, for me, for this year, it's been an interesting transition. So, 2021 and 2022, it was more of identifying who do I want to work with, right? And I always worked with solopreneurs, and I love working with startups and solopreneurs. This year, we've transitioned already. I mean, the last quarter of last year to this year, we've transitioned to work with, Fortune 500 companies and take them to the next level. And one, I'm going to take a little bragging moment for me and really for my team. The company that I learned everything from at a C-level, Six Sigma Management Institute, they worked with 87 of the Fortune 100 companies. They're now our clients, and they asked us to help them modernize their approach and scale it to the next level. And that is the kind of impact that I'm looking forward to. We have a few partnership and clientele and companies that we're working with right now who are doing well already. We want to make sure that they're breaking records and just the overall impact. I care about impact more than I care about money or building a business. One thing that I've met Alex going on 2 years now, and we were working together in a project, and then we're not. But Alex and I connect at least once a day, even if it's just via social media. We touch base, we interact with one another, we share ideas with one another, we share how we can involve, positivity into each other's worlds. And I think that is the part that I want to create more of. I see more people who are unfortunately consumed by division, whether it's politics, whether it's sport, whether it's religion, whether it's network marketing. It's like, my company is better than your company, my team is better than your team. Well, in all sincerity, if we focus on the league, we no longer have to worry about competing. I love soccer. We call it football where I grew up, but soccer, right? I love soccer. See, when you talk about the whole concept of the sport, it doesn't matter what team you are cheering on or what you are passionate about. We're all passionate about the sport, and we all care about the growth of the overall sport. I think we can do the same exact thing in business specifically, because capitalism moves nations. Capitalism moves organizations. Capitalism does a whole lot. Heck, you're listening to a guy who 20 years ago was homeless in a third world country. Now is sitting right here before you talking about building Fortune 100 companies. That is impact. And though I had to learn it the hard way, though I had to go through my error and trial and my own struggle, I'm excited about the connections that were made along the way. Some of the best relationships I have had to go really, really wrong before they became best friend material. And I'm just looking forward to making that bigger impact, not because of the money, but because of the residual outcome that is going to take place on everybody and all the way around.
So awesome, Alex, great to see you again. And Ali, you're like Oprah, and that we're focused on Oprah. I love your face. We're focused on Oprah, and we don't hear her background story of struggle all the time, right? Because you're so in that new identity, just like Oprah, just like Cleona. that you're living success. You have a wonderful family. You've created all these things. And yeah, it's so powerful that you are. I mean, when we started this alliance, Livia and I, you were one of the first people I thought of because I knew your story about Morocco. And I know you've got another book coming. And today we're focused on strategy, so we didn't go as deep in that. But I want everyone to breathe in whatever your excuse is or whatever your story is, that's your perspective. And you will, live that perspective, but you also have the choice to choose it. And there's a process to that. So I honor wherever you are in that process. But Ali, thank you for being such a great representation of real success in the real world. And you have a powerful, powerful story of overcoming. And it's just really beautiful. So thank you. And Alex, you're always bringing to us the sharp haircut, sharp lines, sharp tips, and style. And you guys had that banter like when I first met you all here, and it's so cool. You threw another nugget without even saying it. That look, they mastermind. You see, like their conversation daily. Their how can I elevate? How can I lift you? And they're the people you become. The people you hang out with. And we know this. We've heard it our whole life. Birds of a feather flock together. It's why we tell our kids, no, I don't want you hanging out with the local gangster. It's because you just catch things by proximity, no matter how awesome you are. And so if you know that, put yourself in proximity regularly with the people that actually elevate you. If you're newer in the journey, you'll often be the smartest one in the room, giving to everyone, but you'll stay stuck and you'll actually start to digress because of what you're holding and what you're taking into your own environment, even the best people. So you got to be in proximity with people that elevate you, and you guys are living proof of that. So I know we're going to see a lot more, both of you in the academy and the education. I know you're with us on this ride to elevate humanity in general, entrepreneurs in general, because that's how we change the economy and that's how we get free so that we can make a difference. And then for this major important cause that brought us all together of ending child trafficking and starting here in the US. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate you both. Kudos to you. And shout out to Jennifer Kemper Norris. You are my best friend.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and reset the room. Let's reset the room. I want to touch the controls. I won't. Awesome. Eric, how was that for you? I know you're about to go backstage for a little bit, but how was that?
Well, it's insane to think about homeless in a third world country to $2 billion and really not that much time. I mean, that's insane, that turnaround. And if you noticed, yes, the money sounds big and amazing, but you noticed how many times he mentioned, I'm impact driven. I'm impact driven. Your life will change the day when you could start focusing on what you can give rather than what you can get. But here's the crazy thing about this. It is impossible to give without getting. But the reasons you should do it shift. I mean, when you have a reason to give, rather than just focusing on getting, and expressing gratitude for being able to give, it is amazing how much your world changes. So that was something that really stuck out to me.
Yeah, that's huge. And for givers, because I know you and I are similar in that we're impact driven first. And then we've trained ourselves to, and income second, and we've trained ourselves to really, raise our prices, ask for and to the place that we're very comfortable receiving now, right? But especially in that early journey, when you're so impact driven, realizing like you have to recover, you have to put on your oxygen mask first, because then you're in overflow and you can give. Sometimes that's the hardest lesson. And then people who are all income driven, it's like, slow your roll, buddy. It's an empty thing. Once you get everything, it's still empty if you're not connecting and not in impact and meaning and all of that, right? Powerful. Powerful. All right. So Eric, I'm going to let you go back. I know we have you. Do you want to say a little bit about what you're going to be teaching to us later? I know it's what a lot of people signed up for, one of the outcomes.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we're going to go to me after this next segment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I'm going to give you a very practical strategy for you to be able to take your business from where it is and retool a couple of things and get you to 10K months, $100,000 months, and show you how to do it as quickly as possible. And there is like one key component that if you just simply start focusing on and really get right, like you will be unstoppable. It's not about like how you're going to fulfill your programs or the content of you being able to be a good speaker or trainer or coach or whatever it is on the back end. The reality is the first thing you need to do is to get clients. The first thing you need to do is to really attract as many clients as you possibly can so that you can get to that stage of your business. So yes, we're going to focus a lot on content. We're going to focus on some strategy, and it is very practical step by step that we're going to take you through today. It's going to be awesome.
So awesome. Thank you, Eric. If you're excited about that, give me some emojis that express it. I want to see it. Give me some words, some emojis. I'm not bringing anyone else on, even though I see the green room's got some clapping happening. I want to see the emojis if you're excited. So excited. All right. What else? Let's see some more. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to bring up our co-host soon. I don't know if that's going to be fun. We'll see if it's Abba or if it's Ali, like who's back here, if it's Libya that's going to jump in with me. We're going to have a couple people, but we're starting with Mr. Mark Hayford, who I know is an author, and he is committed to transformation for everyone, a special commitment toward kids. And I'm just getting to know you right here live too. Hi, Mark.
Let's go. How dare you? How dare you? Everybody's come on and said thank you. I'm going to start off. I want a different vibe here. I want to say, how dare you? This has been such a great event. Do you know what it's like sitting here for 3 days, knowing you're going on to the end of the third day? I'm like a caged animal right now. I can't wait to talk with you. And this has been amazing. First of all, I have 2 things to say before we start getting in deep diving and everything. I've done so many events like this, whether it's in person, in public, on stage, or virtual events like this. And I always learn at these events. And I encourage anybody that is a trainer or anyone that's watching live, wherever you are all over the world right now. We've heard this, right? Learners are earners, leaders are readers. So you can always, no matter how great your training is or where you are, there's always something to take from somebody else. And you've had an amazing lineup. I loved so many of the people you had here. Dr. Yasmin. I mean, I turned into fanboy with Hoist Gracie and Wanderlei Silva, right? You had the UFC guys. So that's first off. Second off, I was blown away on how you guys started this thing and kicked it off. I mean, listen, we all understand why we're here and what we're raising awareness and proceeds for and profits for. And I will tell you that it blew my mind that you were able to have, I was going to say victims, but I'm going to go with survivors that are at different parts of their journey. Someone that's been doing this and has gotten out of that lifestyle and has been able to be an advocate and a voice for the voiceless, literally for 50 years. And then someone that literally just got out of that. And if you can hear my voice, wherever you are in the world and in your journey with all this, I just want you to know that your current situation is not your final destination, right? So it's all about just continuing to believe and to grow. And you've seen people have got out of it, no matter what that looks like for you, and you can as well. So I wanted to start with that.
So awesome. So awesome. Yeah. So my StreamYard just shut down, and luckily I'm back. So I missed a little section, and you held it. You held the energy. And I do appreciate that. I left off at you became a fanboy, earners are learners, leaders
That's
are
all
readers.
I got.
Okay.
You know why this is special for me? Because I got to say something. My family's watching, a lot of friends and people watching, but my mom is watching. And this is the first time she's ever seen me speak. And my mom's like flip phone. I mean, she's Henry Ford, horse and buggies when they're in the T-model Ford. So hi, Mom. Hi, Barry. That's what I got to say. It's great.
That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Okay, so give us a little background, because I'm just getting to know you. I want the audience to get to know you. What are you passionately creating in the world?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. You know, it was Fun fact, February 1st this year will be the 5-year anniversary of this little red book that changed my life. Get Up, encouraging you to attack life. And, you know, after all the different life experiences I had, we all have different things, right? I'm a veteran of the armed forces. I was a pro wrestling ref with the WWE for a while. I've owned and operated my own DJ company for 20 something years. Now I'm a podcaster, former radio host, and best-selling author, right? And, you know, for me, it's the get up message, and the get up message is so important. I see too many people are holding back. Too many people are, you know, just waiting for the stars to align before they get started. Too many people stop before the start. And that was the beginning of me creating this first book. Never been published before, never had anything published before. Didn't have a blog. I don't even think I had an Instagram at the time. And to be honest with you, what I did was walk the walk with this. I put this book together, this mindset of, you know, blowing away excuses, blowing past limitations that we all set up for ourselves, and really being able to step into what your greatness is. And I find so many people don't. And after being collectively on a global scale punched in the face with the 2020s, I feel that this message is more prevalent, more needed now than ever. It has to be said. And this is, things open up, this is where I get excited, where I have an opportunity to get in front of more people, just like I was prior to the pandemic. You know, I wrote this quote down. Jordan Peterson, he's a psychologist. We all seen him. He's on YouTube and Reels and stuff. And he had a quote. He says, people do not care about whether or not they succeed. They care about whether or not they fail. Sucks. Sucks.
You're throwing it away. You just crumpled it up and you're throwing it away.
We don't need it. Throw it away. Get rid of it. If it doesn't serve you, take it out. The trash is supposed to be taken out, not put in. I'm going to say this right now. When I do live events and I speak at schools or businesses or whatever, I always like to give this little story. Now, I know you had, and this really ties into the whole get up message, right? I know that we've had UFC fighters on here, and UFC, yes, they really do get in the cage and snap each other and beat the crap out of each other. It happens. I was in WWE, and spoiler alert, okay. Yes, it's predetermined. We know this. They've been saying it since the 90s, but I will never say that it's fake, because I've seen so many things get really real. I've seen that they are some of the greatest athletes in the planet, and I've seen things in the ring that shouldn't have happened. And yes, at the end of the day, it's entertainment, but it's physical. And I will never forget the very first time that I stepped into a WWE professional wrestling ring. Now, I didn't say a professional wrestling ring. I said WWE professional wrestling ring, as in, if you can smell what The Rock is cooking. John Cena, you can't see me. Welcome to WrestleMania, right? WWE, the biggest wrestling company in the planet. And the first time I was going to step into the ring, let me tell you something. I was backstage, and we were the second match to go on. And I was looking at it, and it was a tag team that was happening. I just remember thinking to myself, like, oh, I hope this is the longest tag team match in the history of professional wrestling, because I did not want to go out there. And this makes sense, because they say what we're doing right here, public speaking, being the center of attention, we'll put that in that box, is the number one fear in the planet. It's the number one fear of the planet. The number two fear in the planet is death. So people would rather die than give a microphone or get, you know. So I didn't get my wish. Ding, ding. The first match ends. So here we go. We're the second match. I walk out to the ring. There is 15,000 people. When I speak live, I say, how many people are in this room? 100, 500, 1,000? Okay, let's go 15,000 people, like arena. That's heavy. And I got in the ring. And what was supposed to happen, Adora, was this. Music hits, good guy comes out, music hits, bad guy comes out. During the match, the bad guy's going to do what bad guys do. He's going to pull out a weapon, whatever he's got. And I got to go, whoa, whoa, bad guy. There's 15,000 people looking at you. Are you crazy? Give me that weapon. And I'm going to turn my back and put it away. And when I have my back turned, the good guy's going to cheat. I turn around and he covers the bad guy and the match is over. That's what's supposed to happen. Here's what actually happened. I go to the ring. Music hits, good guy. Music hits, bad guy. We start the match. 7-8 minutes in, bad guy pulls out the gimmick. Stop. I take the foreign object away. I think it was like, I think it was a bottle of protein. I don't remember what the storyline was, but I walk it to the side of the ring and I hand it to then was the announcer from SmackDown. And he was there 5-10 years before me. This is just another night for him. You know, he could do it in his sleep. This is my first time, right? You've got to start somewhere. And I handed him this. I immediately said, I said 6 words that just like showed my rookie card. And you ever just say something and you wish you could retract it as soon as it comes
all the time. All the time.
it's like,
All
right? So I look at him, 15,000 people, and there's a commotion going on behind me. I hand him whatever it was, and I sit, and I remember prior to this being in an arena, I'm at VFWs, bingo halls, the church parking lot doing matches where there's more talent and wrestlers in the back than there are people in the audience, right? This is a different animal. And I looked at this man who's a professional in the industry, and I said, tell me when to turn around. And he looked at me and said, and was kind of like, what? And then all of a sudden I hear the bodies drop behind me, and in unison, 15,000 people. Yeah. And I looked at him and said, never mind. And I turned around, and the good guys on the bad guy, 1, 2, 3, call tonight. Let's get Starbucks. That was it. Now I tell that story because A, it's a fun story, but B, more importantly, I can guarantee, and I'll ask you, did I sound like the most confident, ready person for that job? Like, absolutely not. Like, was I the person that was, the most qualified in the, forget the country or the state, in the building that night? The answer is no. But too many times, this is the get up message. Too many times we hold back. And you know what happened? I walked back and I got my hand shook by Sergeant Slaughter, a guy that I watched when I was a little kid. And he said, good job, kid, which I thought was funny because I, at the time, was driving a minivan, had male pattern baldness and my own kids. But I said, thank you, sir. And the whole point is this. We got to stop holding back, especially in 2023. We have to stop waiting for the stars to align. We have to stop waiting till everything's perfect. We have to stop before we even get the chance to start, right? And we self-sabotage ourselves too many times. The get up message is to get out of your own way and to just get started. Consistency is key. And that's part of my belief. That's what it is. It's the consistency. It's moving forward, and it's creating your own success. Bruce Lee said it. He said, to hell with circumstances, I create my own success. I love that. Bam.
Bam. So powerful. And I'm seeing all these comments like, okay, champ, call me champ, and I feel the energy of like, get up, go, let's go. Right. And so we have had this theme, and it is a mindset theme of like, first you got to do it, but then the reality is the action. We learned earlier that consistency, we all are actually consistent, but we're either consistent at things that are moving us forward or things that are blocking what we say that we want. So in this January, someone's thinking and they're thinking about like, yeah, I want to get up. I want to be consistent. I want to do things. What can they actually do right now, in your opinion, and entrepreneurs in 2023? We know, be consistent, take action, but what's something that you're focused on for yourself in 2023?
Me personally, it's recontinuing the journey that I've been on before it was interrupted with a global shutdown. And that is recommitting myself. Again, I didn't put 3 books that hit #1 on Amazon in self-help and personal growth because I just, I ran out of things to do. It's a life message, right? I had a whole book tour from the Javits Center up New York all the way down to Florida. And then, too bad that didn't happen because I have a message and I have a mindset. And I believe it is about playing all out, not leaving it in the ring like so many times. And if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a person sitting on the couch, if you're a person that's huddled in a ball of fear, if you're the person that's trying to get to the next level, I want you to listen to my voice because I want you to understand this isn't just hope and hype. This is action steps. Like you have to put into yourself. You have to have some self-image, some self-belief, some type of success that you can build off of. I mean, this is a message from Psycho-Cybernetics and all other success formats. I know Think and Grow Rich has been mentioned several times throughout this program, but for me personally, it's about action steps. It's all about action steps, and it is such a mindset, and I've been a former football coach, a lot for youth football, middle school. I've worked a lot with high schoolers, even down to Pop Warner, but it all comes down to this. It's in life. You have 2 choices. You are the hammer or you are the nail. And let's face it, being the nail sucks. It's about creating your success. And let's just talk about the elephant in the room. I know we're hearing success. I know we're hearing value. I know we're hearing a lot of these buzzwords, and yes, they all have some gravity here, but I am going to emphasize this, that it's okay. wherever you are right now. It is okay. Too many people have been shook. I work in schools. I work at businesses. I speak to sports teams. People come to me and tell me things that I didn't hear in the teens when I would speak at businesses and sports teams and schools. I mean, people are on a different level right now. That's why, listen, for the past 2 years, I've been running mental wellness rooms on an app called Clubhouse. And I am not a doctor, a psychologist, a trauma and bereavement expert, but I'm friends with all of them, all the neuroscientists, all the social workers, all the doctors. And we have a team that comes together Wednesdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Clubhouse through the Get Up Club. And it's about helping people. And some of the things we've heard in the past couple of years has been incredible. Man, it's a 2023 is a time not just for healing and a time for growth. 2023 is the bounce back. 2023 is the come up, because again, we've seen things on an unprecedented level like we never have before in the last couple years. And now we hear recession and we hear all these other words, and people are scared right now. And that's why it's about investing in yourself. It's about, in 2023, being your own best advocate. It's about picking yourself up and having some patience with others as well, and understanding maybe not everybody's at their top game right now, and that's okay. You just have to keep going. Steps, baby steps, action steps. Find a mentor, immerse yourself in what you want to do. And when you said something, what can we, how about this? How about this as a little nugget? Too many times we're focusing on what we don't want versus what we do want. If you have a goal in mind, you have to see what that goal is before you can take actionable steps towards it. You have to. If I was just to send you a letter, but I didn't write the letter out, just a bunch of words like the alphabet, it wouldn't make sense. You have to have a clear vision. If you can't see it, you can't be it. And this is all about really understanding what it is that you want. And then the neuro-linguistic programming NLP side of that is, how are you talking to yourself? What's your self-image? What's your belief? What do you really feel about yourself? Is this something that you can even achieve, and you can build off of small successes? We all heard, listen, if your goal doesn't scare the crap out of you, it's not big enough. And I understand that. And I agree with that. But I also believe let's take a serving size. Let's do something that you can be successful at in a baby step and go, whoa, that was awesome. Let me do it again. Let me do something else. Let me try this one. Be brave enough to fail forward in the 2020s, because if you're not failing, you're not trying. And that means you're stuck in your comfort zone, and the comfort zone sucks. There is nothing good about the comfort zone, because nothing grows in the comfort zone. Everything goes there to die. And you are here not just to survive, you are here to thrive. God gave you gifts unlike any other person in the planet. There are so many speakers that have been here in the past 72 hours. Some people are one guy was talking about farting walking through the streets of Scottsdale, Arizona, and he's making, just tons of money, right? By doing what he does. That's his thing. He leans into it. Find your thing, find your passion, try something new. Steve Jobs said it. He said, you better love what you do, because if you don't, it's going to get hard and you're going to quit. Woo! I'm sweating.
Yeah, you're on fire. Let's see the fire. Let's see the fire in the chat.
Fire.
All right. Yeah, let's have, he's like fire. Well, I just want to add to what you're saying and reflect back, because there is a theme. And just like the book, Think and Grow Rich, that you mentioned, that was curated by speaking to hundreds of very successful people: Mahatma Gandhi, Theodore Roosevelt, Henry Ford, all of these different people. And there were common themes, and there still are common themes. And part of what you're saying about fail forward, what I hear is courage, right? Like, courage is when you feel afraid for whatever reason. You feel afraid. Something in childhood triggers you, the feeling of not belonging, whatever it is. It takes courage to then just show up. I remember when I first started going online, because I love people like you love people. If I was with my ex-husband's parents, I knew how to talk. If I was this way, I knew how to talk and still be in rapport. But when you choose to show up authentically And I'm a person who says prayers in the middle of cuss words in the middle of prayers. Like I've done it in church and self-corrected myself, right? And so I remember feeling really afraid, and I didn't even realize that I was afraid to be seen like that and to not control the narrative. But the moment that I just did it, and this was years ago, yeah, I messed up, and certainly people judged me, but all kinds of people that felt soul tribeness with me were like, and they've grown with me through lots of different phases, and some of those phases, other people went down a different path. But this idea of failing forward, I would add fail faster and do it faster. You know, him walking around, like you're saying, that is him in action. Like, just do it. You're going to learn so much more doing the thing than preparing to do the thing.
You know, fear, when we talk about fear and failure, you know, the only actual failure in failure is if you stop. And if you don't learn from why you failed. You know, if I'm going to business, I'm speaking one way. If I'm speaking sports, I'm speaking another way. If I'm talking to kids in a school and go, hey, listen, let's talk about failure. Well, you failed in your science test. Maybe you shouldn't have been on TikTok till 3 a.m. or playing freaking Madden. Like, maybe you should open the book for 5 minutes. You know, consistency is key. And when we're talking about fear, something that defeats fear, what defeats fear is confidence, self-confidence. And you can get self-confidence through consistency. Consistency is key. And by doing something over and over and over, I know you dropped off. I was saying something that will help defeat fear is confidence, and you can gain confidence through consistency of consistently winning a little bit at a time. You know, so many times people think that success is this one giant thing, one grand slam home run shot. That's not success. Success, that's luck. Success is a lot of little things done right. Because the fact of the matter is, successful people are, well, listen, I didn't come on to waste anybody's time. And I appreciate all the love in the chat here, but I'm going to get raw here, because let's face it. Okay. Losers are going to focus on pleasing activities. Winners are going to focus on pleasing results. So the fact of the matter is, the donut looks good, but the salad's going to get me results. The couch is comfy, but the treadmill is going to help me kick some ass, right? That's what I'm talking about. And this is what we have to really go into. Let me show you something right now. We're talking about consistency. Okay. Ready? If I was to do my podcast right now and you stuck a microphone in my face, welcome to the Get Up Podcast. Bam! I'm your host, Mark Hayford, coming at you like a snowstorm in the middle of July. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my rock star guest, Adora Crystal Evans. Bring me the ace. Woo! Now, do you know how I can do that like that? Because I've done it thousands and thousands of times. I did it on radio. I did it on podcast. Yeah. I do it in my sleep. That's how you win. I remember one time I was backstage for a WWE event. We were doing Monday Night Raw or something. There was John Cena. Okay, John Cena was in the corner. And I remember coming by himself in the shadows. I've never told this story on a live anything.
And I need you to tell it short, because we've got another host, but I want to hear it. No, you can't say I've never told it and then not tell it. So tell it. Come on.
I'll end it with this. There's John Cena, and he's doing this thing by himself in the corner. He's talking, you can't see me in 50,000. And I'm walking by, I go, wow, John Cena lost his damn mind. No, John Cena didn't lose his damn mind. John Cena understands success. Success is over and over and over and over and over again. He probably did that promo about 50 times. And this was the last time before he went out in live TV in front of millions. One more time, just to make sure he can nail it one more time. And we went out live with a hot mic. You know what he did? Nailed it. That's success. That's how you can win in 2023. Let's start digging in. Let's start making it happen. Create it.
Awesome.
Woo!
Woo! I tried to do it without blowing the microphone. I see all the fire. I see the arms. I see the mind blown. I see, wait, what? I need that motivation. So you brought the fire. You brought the energy up. No one's looking for their Starbucks when they have Mark Hayford telling them to freaking get up in 2023. That's the message. Let's get up and do it consistently. And it is in the small things. Thank you so much for hopping in on this with us and bringing so much fire and inspiration. I know we're collaborating in the future going forward, so we'll be seeing more of you as well. Thank you.
Love it. Hey, go win. Love what you're doing.
Thank you. All right. So we have another guest coming up right before Eric. And I know many of you are, yes, fire. I love that, Mark. Get up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So what's so fun is the next guest and I have never met. So you guys are going to experience our live conversation of getting to know each other, and we're going to do that together. So are you ready to get to know our next guest with me, John Malott? Yes? Oh, come on. You can't just like, did you fall asleep already? I mean, you just got up and now you're back in bed. Like, that's the way it goes. Come on, let me see some fire or some I'm ready or something. Time goes by so slowly. All right, we have a yes. Awesome. Hi, John. Well, I see these tats. Yeah, you're not going home. Let's see. Put those arms up again. Yeah, you're like.
I have a problem. Every time I get an idea, it ends up on my body. And by the way, it works out really well when I'm doing these kind of talks, because if I lose my place, I just look at something on my arm or my hand, and I can. Ego is the enemy. I can find a whole training, off of my body. So
is that right? So
I have a lot. Yeah, I have a lot of quotes all over me. So yeah, as I get older, they come in handy.
Yeah. So and I am going to find out about who you are, but I want to know a little bit about this tat thing, because if you're saying that you could look and find trainings everywhere, so most of your tattoos are grounded in something super meaningful to you.
Yeah. There's nothing on my body that doesn't have significant meaning to me. On my hand, I have all of my daughters, their year of birth and their zodiac sign. I have a tattoo that I'm actually gonna talk about in my training today, from when I was locked up and sitting on the bullpen floor, and something that a mentor had said to me that kept replaying over and over in my head. So everything has something. On the back, my whole back is covered with basically fight your demons, type stuff. Because my whole life has been kind of like this battle between, good and evil, and the same stuff most of us go through, that we're dealing with on a regular basis. And a lot of it's in our own heads.
Well, whoa, because you know what? I have friends that own tattoo shops, and I know a lot of people with tattoos, and where like maybe 70 years ago, tattoos were related to someone locked up. These days, I don't even think that, right? And now you just threw it back in like, oh, hey, no, that's when I was locked up. So let's give me the skinny of your background. Anything you want to share?
Yeah, well, it's pretty simple. It's colorful and a little painful, but my first felony arrest, I was 15 years old. I robbed a movie theater at gunpoint, and yeah, it was another bright move from an out of control teenager. And I found myself locked up. From that, I got locked up in a juvenile detention facility. So I did 18 months. And when I finally got out, what we now know today as the crack epidemic was hitting the neighborhood, pretty hard in the 80s. And I found myself on the other side of that. I ended up with a cocaine addiction that at 17 years old, I had a heart attack from smoking basically crack. We didn't call it crack back then. We were freebasing cocaine. Now everyone is, refers to it crack. But anyhow, so yeah, and there were circumstances around that. So I ended up now as a juvenile locked up again. But this time I was in a drug rehabilitation program. And this is where things started to really change for me, where my life started to change. I was introduced to a guy by the name of Dave. Dave was a former outlaw motorcycle gang member. Dave commanded respect. He was the first guy who didn't talk at me. He was the first guy that didn't say, you're a loser, you're this, that. He basically held the mirror up and to me, and he said, look, you can blame the police. You can blame your mom for leaving. You can blame all this stuff, wham. But he said, it's you. You made an appointment to be here. You made the bed. Now you get to lay in it. And so he was the first guy who really shook me up, and I respected. He commanded that kind of respect. But anyways, it was in that drug rehabilitation facility that he gave me a book, and the book is called How to Win Friends and Influence People. And he planted this seed in me, because I didn't see myself, like, schooling wasn't my thing. Sports really wasn't my thing. I didn't know my way out of this neighborhood. And he planted the seed. He said, entrepreneurship. He said, your way out. And that was never crossed my mind, because I tried to be an entrepreneur. I tried to sell drugs, but I didn't get the memo. Don't get high on your own supply. So that didn't work out so good for me. But he planted that seed in that book. You know, it's interesting. I wrote a book later on with motivational speaker Les Brown, and Les would always talk about once that seed is planted, you know, it can never go back to its original form. And that's kind of what happened. That book was the beginning of a journey, a lifelong personal development journey. And that eventually of course I get out, and then my final felony arrest, I was 24 years old. July 4th, 1993, I found myself, my home is surrounded by the police. And here we go again. But this time it was a little different, because this time I have a daughter now. I have a daughter. She's 2 years old, Lauren, my baby, who just got married back in September. Anyway, so she doesn't know exactly what's going on, but clearly the house is in disarray. There's major problems. And as I'm being led out of my house in handcuffs, I look back and I caught her eye. It couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds, but it seemed like a lot longer. And when I sat on the bullpen floor of the Milwaukee County Jail, contemplating my life, realizing that I'm facing, some pretty stiff penalties, two things that kept playing. One thing that Dave said to me back when I was 17 in rehab, he said, "A good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children."
Wow.
I now have that tattooed on my arm. And the other thing that kept replaying is Lauren's face. And here I am. I'm supposed to be a grown man. I can't even take care of the one child I have, much less think about children's children. And that weighed on me so heavy. And it was on that bullpen floor, July 4th, 1993, sitting there. I had 4 days on that floor, jam-packed with a whole bunch of criminals, that I made the decision. I said, yes, I was a loser. Yes, I was a criminal. Yes, I was a gang member. Yes, I was all these adjectives that people use to describe me. But that's not who I will be. That's not who I'm going to be when I leave. And that was the last time I was ever arrested. Outside of like a speeding ticket or something like that. I haven't had many run-ins with the police since then. And my journey into entrepreneurship, really began that day. And I wish I could say it happened fast, but it didn't. It was a process. And my first year as a full-time entrepreneur, I made like $4,000. So people were still laughing. I was a joke. And at night when I'm sucking my thumb in the fetal position, saying, "What am I doing?" I'm not. But then I went 4,000, then 16,000. And it wasn't until my 7th year I finally cracked $100,000 in a year, which was massive to me. The next year it went to over 250,000, 224,000 exactly, and then $1 million, then $2 million a year. Then I was consistently bringing in $250,000 a month in passive income. And it allowed me to do a lot of things. It allowed me to, dabble in, because I had a reoccurring revenue stream that just wouldn't go off. I couldn't mess it up at that point. And it allowed me to do a lot of things. I've had real estate investment companies. I've had mixed martial arts, cage fighting companies. I've had nightclubs. I've had restaurants. You name it, I've probably done it. Publishing companies. And yeah, it allowed me to do, it allowed me to have a lot more failures. It allowed me to do a lot of things that did not work. But Mark Twain said he only had a couple of breakthroughs, but it kept him in pipe tobacco his entire life. And I think what he was saying is you only need a couple wins. If you keep swinging, sooner or later, you're going to get a home run. And a couple home runs or a grand slam can completely change your life. And from a financial perspective, it certainly did. But more than that, if I had never made a dime doing any of this, as you know, the process, what you have to become going through this, the pain you have to endure, the lessons that you learn and hopefully apply, that was the game changer for me. So, yeah.
Wow. Like mind blowing. And I know we've got some more things going on, but I love when we're in a group like this to show you how we process live, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, your story, I didn't know because I've been so busy in production and just the next that I really didn't know. And those of you that are connectors, that's really how I would have done a conversation if I met him. Oh, tattoos, because I see there's a bunch. Tell me about that. And I literally would have responded like that, like, wait, tell me about that. Why? And you can always go deeper. It's not about small talk. So I just want you all to notice that because you're all wanting to connect deep in your own communities. And then I want you to notice the obvious that you're already already noticing is that your past does not equal your future. And no matter what identity and what words you've given yourself, somebody else has given you, at any moment, you can choose new words and new codes to live by, which is what you did. And you said, yeah, it was a process. It wasn't immediate. You had your $4,000 first year. Yeah. Some people have never made that or made it beyond that. But it's also really impressive that you had those leaps of 100,000 to 250,000 to the million, because usually there are years between that for people that stay the course. So it was like once you hit, you were kind of like that bamboo, just freaking going. I also hear you're a curious guy. Like you tried all kinds of businesses and have followed your inklings, and then it's about like what actually wins. And so you have a company. You have a company now. Isn't it OSNAP, or can you tell me about what is that?
It's OSNAP Active Lifestyle. It's a health and wellness company. So we do supplements, liquid supplements, and snap packs. Maybe my wife could bring me one in a second. I'll show you. But it's basically taking vitamins and minerals and different herbs and putting them in a snap pack. And we got the only machine in the United States that does what it does. And it looks something like this, about half the size of thinner than your credit card, about half the size. And you basically snap it, sip it, and there you go. I just, that's my,
cool. Oh, snap. Okay.
So,
that's so awesome. Yeah. And I'm being careful because I know we've had lots of productpreneurs here, and we haven't featured a product, but I was just so curious with all your freaking background, what you've done too, which is amazing. And yeah, Jennifer says, I love that he said that he had the opportunity for more failures that led to his success. And that also, like you said, even if you hadn't arrived at the level of success, who you've become has been so valuable. And that moment with your daughter, how does it feel now, knowing, like when you look back and think of what you were struggling with in that moment, looking at her face and making the decision, and all the decisions that had to happen here, and you realize like you did become who you planned on becoming, like how do you feel looking back at that guy that made that choice?
Man, it's a different world. Well, you said something that I also have tattooed. Your past does not equal your future. I also have that tattooed on my body. But I never feel like I've made it, even to this day. Like I'm high energy. I'm constantly moving. My wife and I have big goals, big plans. We're preparing for the next stage, the next level. But when I look back, I get it more from my kids' perspective now, because I hear it from them. Because now I do consider myself a good man, and I do know I'll leave an inheritance, and not just in money, but in the information. Because to me, it's the empty books that my kids write in. It's the empty books that I've written in that will be inherited, by my children. That's the stuff. And when I hear them tell the stories, and I hear them point me out to their friends on Instagram, like, oh, that's my dad, and he's got a blue check, and he's got all, and he does this, and he speaks, and it's cool to have your kids like think you're a cool guy. So, but I make sure that it's like it's more than like a financial thing. It's not just, there's some money there. It's that there's way more than that. It's who we're becoming in the process. That's what's important. When it's my time to wrap it up, I don't think when I get to the gates, I have a feeling they're not going to care what my bank balance was when I left. I don't think that's going to be the determining factor. It's the people we touch. It's the lives that we change. Like I always tell people, for me, it's been the seminars I've attended like this. That's why I love this kind of stuff. I wish if we'd have had this, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have social media, we didn't have people like you guys putting stuff like this together. Man, I would be soaking this up. I would have to get in my Pontiac 2000, two-tone, one-tone rust, one-tone dirt, and I would have to drive. Sometimes I can tell you, I've driven 12 hours in that car that I had to name it so it would start. You ever have a car you had a name and like, just one more time, just one more time. And I had my gas money was in the ashtray. It was in change. And I filled up a little bit at a time. I would pray over the ATM. Like, if I can just get 20 bucks, just please, God, I need 20 bucks. But I would sleep in that car, and I would wash up in public rest areas. If I heard a Jim Rohn was coming to town, a Les Brown was coming to town, a Mark Victor Hansen, any of these names, Zig Ziglar's back then, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what the cost was. And to be honest, I would sneak in. I used to sneak in sometimes because I didn't have the money. But I was determined to be something. And these people had what I believed was my solution. I knew what my problems were, and somehow these people overcame that and they helped other people do it. So that's why these things are so important to me. And I've been a little bit under the weather. I don't know if you hear my voice today, but there's no way I would miss something like this, because it's so critical. All you got to do is get one person, get a John Malott who's off track, who no one's going to hire because of his background, who no one's going to believe in. You get him on something like this, where a seed is planted and he realizes, look, there is a better way. And I didn't know exactly what that was, but clearly there was a better way. And because doors were closed when it came to employment, so I was unemployed, and I became unemployable because of entrepreneurship. Once that seed was planted, it could never go back, man. And it was life altering. And anyway, so I see someone else has just joined us on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, I'm not Adora. I'm definitely not, don't have the look for her or the talent and skill that she has either. But Adora had to jump off for just a minute, and I know we're gonna just kind of close up here. I had another question for you, and I was dying to ask you, like, listening to your experience, listening to where you were, like the income you made your first year and then your second year and growing. I think we have a lot of people that are sort of in that first year range of income that maybe haven't quite made the $100,000 yet. Definitely not $224,000, like you said. Like, what advice would you give to them in 2023? Like, how do you make that leap and then start to scale their income and their impact as much as you have, following that?
It's real simple for me. I dumb everything down to its lowest common denominator. I have no fancy footwork. There's nothing complex about what I do. I follow, what Carmine Gallo called the rule of three, and for almost everything. Like, I have 3 steps for everything. I have, 3 steps when it comes to building my companies. I have 3 steps when it comes to prospecting. I have 3 steps when it comes to onboarding someone. I stay in there, because our mind thinks in patterns. And once you start going on like the 27 steps, and I get it, there's books out there like the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, my friend John Maxwell wrote. I'm not saying anything against that. I'm just saying, for me. And then what would happen is I would have 3 things. If you asked me to come and train on your stage, I got 3 things I could do in 5 minutes. I could do in 15. I could stretch it out for a whole day if you needed me to. And that kind of became my calling card. Like, you knew if John Malott was coming, it was going to be dumbed down. It was going to be super simple. You could teach anybody it. And that was the thing. And I look back when I was a kid, the books, the 3 bears, the 3 pigs, Christmas time, the ghost of Christmas past, present, future, all these things, there were these patterns all around us. If you caught on fire right now, because my talk is so powerful, if you caught on fire, just combusted, you would know what to do. Stop, drop, and roll. This
exactly.
Stuff, yeah, runners know. Ready, get ready, set, go. It's actors know. Lights, camera, action. So I tend to operate all of my businesses around those kind of principles, and then I can train on it, and then I can teach to teach. All my businesses are about scaling, because that's what gave me freedom. So, anyways, yeah,
all the fire in the chat by everybody that's listening, that it's happening right now, we might actually catch on fire here, or at least you will. You're definitely bringing the fire.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys having me here. I take this responsibility very serious, and again, I'm impressed. I like what you guys are doing. I've been looking at it and looking behind the scenes, and some of the people that are behind it, and some of the speakers are my friends, and I have a lot of respect for as well.
I'm getting ready, fire, aim in the chat. Yes, go. Yes. Let's go. Stop thinking about it. Go, launch, period.
Yeah. Stay focused, keep it simple, and lead by example. Those are 3 things that I'm really big on. And, in my businesses, there's 3 elements. There's the product, there's the opportunity, and the only variable is you or us, the people. So all this stuff, when you start doing that, and people want it simple anyways, we really do. And that's what I do. And and it tends to work, and at least it's working right now.
It is working. It's more than working for you. And thank you, Eric, for jumping in. And we're talking live. My daughter was sending me messages. Girl, no one's here to pick me up. As we're talking about your daughter, I'm like, I gotta go. So, John, I need to acknowledge that because I'm extremely fascinated and impressed by your story of resilience, this perseverance, legacy shifting. We have a lot of legacy shifters here in the chat. Put legacy shifter if you came in and you're the first one to go to college or have a business or turn your life and family onto a different trajectory, and you're that. I mean, your kids have a different life, and they will have they're set up totally different than you were set up, and you did that. You and God and all the resources, spirit, angels, whatever. Everybody has a different word for that, but you did that. You know, you co-created that, and it's so powerful. I see a bunch of I'm a legacy shifter. So thank you.
There's another one.
See, we have this thing going.
Yeah.
It's the
I'm telling you, I could do a whole training off of my body. I could do the whole training off of this thing.
Yeah. And Eric, if you need to go back for a little bit, I know we've got you up in a minute or so. You're good.
I'm good. Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
Let's
So,
go.
John, the other thing you said is that you get yourself in these places and that you stay in these places because you have grown. I feel like I've been raised by these speakers, teachers, seminars. It seems like you have a similar path. Any closing thoughts you want to give us before we move to our next section?
No, you know, I think that we've really already kind of covered it. The things that I'm passionate about. We've got to push some of the negativity that's in here. Like our biggest enemy is usually not outside, because everyone, you know, we got trolls now, we got haters, we got all these people throwing stuff at us, disrespecting us. That is going to happen no matter what. What I had to do, and I think what a lot of people I run into and that I coach and we mentor and are in my companies, it's in here. It's the stuff we're telling ourselves every day that's keeping us from becoming who we can become or what we should become or what that potential inside of us is. So I'm prone to it to this day. You would think, you know, John Malott, 50, whatever years old I am, you would think by this point I would have that negativity pushed out. But I have to wake up in the morning. My wife and I have to have our little session, and I have to remind myself who I am and whose I am and where I'm going. Yes. And you know what I mean? And the impact. So I think we just got to be nicer to ourselves for the most part. At least for me, that's the big deal. If I'm good to myself, it becomes, you know, this thing that I put out there, this energy that I put out there. And then when you become attractive, people are attracted. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. You know, you talked about the pearly gates, and then we'll let you go. The pearly gates, like the first life we're accountable for is our own. And that was one of the ways I had to flip the script to stop focusing all the time out or more out, which is important. But when we need to focus on ourselves, and how did we care for this soul that we were given? How did we care for this life? Were we the number one champion? Did we do our best to set this soul up to win and to be in contribution and to be in all that? And so I love that you said that, because it's the first accountability and the only one that we get to speak for. Now, I'm not talking about selfishness. That's not what you're talking about either. And narcissism and blah, blah, blah. We're talking about setting yourself up so that you can be an overflow and contribution, a legacy shifter. So thank you so much for all the things you landed.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Keep crushing it. Eric, thanks for popping in here and
you're welcome.
Adora, appreciate you and everybody.
Can't wait to spend more time with you and your wife. Thank you so much.
We'll do it another time. I'm a fan, so I'll be around if you guys need me ever.
Absolutely. We're coming for you. if you know, collaboration is how we're going to do this thing. So thank you so much. And so many survivors need your story. 100%. Yeah. So,
well, I appreciate
and the rest of the world too. But thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Take care, guys. God bless.
Thank you.
All right, Eric. So anything you need me for before you drop, I'm going to grab my notepad because I'm going to be in all your classes. But anything you want to talk about before we turn it over to you to drop these knowledge bombs for us?
No, I just want to know if we are ready to dive in. And I'm going to ask one favor of you, Adora, because I could go 4 or 5 hours on this, which obviously is not going to happen. So will you jump in when we're about out of time, so we can make sure that we're on time in our schedule for our last couple of collaborators and speakers? That would be super helpful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. I'm so ready. I'm fired up. I know. Remind our audience what you're about to take us through.
Perfect. Well, first off, I want to see the love in the chat for our speakers, like how amazing today has been. Like today, to me, for a business owner, from a income and impact perspective, like we've learned more today than any other day on that. So let's just hear it for everybody. Look, the Case are putting in the fire. Nikki and Lynn putting in the fire in the chat. Also, if you've been sitting for a long time, get up. Let's keep the energy, because you know that emotions are so important to your ability to learn. Emotion plus information equals long-term memory. I learned that also from Jim Quick. Somebody said it's been incredible. Diana's showing the love. Almeida is showing the love. All bringing the lightning bolts. Jess, or that's Jay, I guess. And Conrad, rockets, amazing. You guys are awesome as well. Fantastic. Okay, how many of you would like to have $100,000 months? If that is you, put 100K in the chat right now. If that is you, let's hear that. How many of you want to do that? Beautiful. Chat is blowing up. Thank you guys. You're amazing. More fire. This is great. How many of you would like to know what the most important thing that you need to do in order to attract those 100K months? If that is you, put me in the chat. By the way, we got 100K hitting the chat. David, Rich, Teresa, Joanne, Marissa, let's go. Oh, amazing. You guys are awesome. David Spencer, 100K months. Beautiful. And how many would you like the blueprint, at least the start of the blueprint? I wish we had time to go through the whole thing to be able to do that. Not now, but be well on your journey just in the next 90 days. If that is me, put 90 days in the chat. We got 100K plus. Yes, no question. Me. Diana says 100K. All right, let's dive right in. So I'm going to do something a little bit different that I don't normally do. I'm going to bring up my iPad and my face here, and I'm going to show you a couple of things. If you are not where you want to be right now, and I'm guessing that since you're here, you're not exactly where you want to be. And that's okay. We're entrepreneurs. We're achievers. We really want to grow as much as we possibly can. There's one of 3 reasons why. It's either the first M, which is mindset. We've had a ton of mindset, building your belief, the way you should think in order to get to the level of impact and income that you want. It is the mindset. Second thing is, you need motivation, right? You need to absolutely be committed to the thing that you want to have, or the thing you want to attain, in order to attain that thing. You can have the right mindset, and if you have no motivation, if you have no drive to get there, if your why isn't big enough, are you going to get there? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. If you have the mindset and you have the wrong motivation, or don't have the motivation, are you going to get there? But also, if you have the right motivation and the wrong mindset, are you going to get there? Well, no, of course not. So the third M is really important, and that is the method. That's the strategy. That's the tactic. That's the tool. That's the leverage point for you to be able to get to 100K months and beyond, is the method. We are going to live in this right now. We've had a lot of mindset. Man, you guys are inspired. Human trafficking and our ability to eliminate that has like woken us all up to the potential. But you're right. Lynn says no. Lily says no. But the reality is you could have the right mindset. You could have all the motivation of the world. You can go hard. You can push. But if you don't have the right method, you'll never get there. And a lot of you are stuck in the right method, which of course has a lot to do with your mindset and your motivation. I totally get that. But we're going to be focusing on the method right now for the next little bit. And we're going to go fast. So I want you to take notes if you can, and we're going to do this. So I had an opportunity with I have a business partner that he and I own a lead generation company for. We generate leads for businesses. And we thought we would change a little bit in how we're doing it. Now, the average client pays us about $5,000 a month on our lead generation programs. We generate a bunch of leads. We had an idea. We had some clients that haven't been with us for a long time, and we wanted to see if we can get them back. So we sent out 6 emails just to test something. And we simply said, hey, we've got a new program that we've launched, and we'd like to see if you want to be a part of it. Here's how it works. You pay us $250 for every lead, And that's it. Every lead we get, you pay us $250. If we don't get you a lead, we pay us $0. $250 per qualified lead. Now, we knew our audience well enough to know that the average in this particular industry, the average acquisition cost for a lead was $600. So you can only imagine how incredibly attractive that sounded. Well, out of 6 emails, we've heard back from 4 of them already, and every single one of them said yes. 4 out of 6 so far, and we're just waiting to hear for the next 2. Is, what's that, a 65% or so closing ratio? And 2 more, I would be shocked if we don't hear back from them saying yes as well. So what changed? Because if I just send an email saying, hey, we'd love to have you back, here's our program, let me just remind you, I can tell you right now, our conversion rate would be 0. So what was the difference? Method is what you need, somebody said. I love it. What's the difference? Let me tell you what it was. The most important thing, if anytime that we go to a client and they're saying, I'm struggling, I'm not hitting the goals that I want to hit, I'm not attracting the audience that we want, and we said, the first thing we always look at is your offer. And your offer is, price isn't necessarily the offer. That's part of the offer maybe, but the offer is, what can you do for me today? We talked about this book a little bit earlier, $100 Million Offers by Alex Hormozi. And this, you guys know how amazing he is. But I love what he says in this book. You need to make an offer so powerful that people would feel stupid saying no. Let me repeat that. Make an offer so good that people would feel stupid saying no. And part of the problem you're having is the offer isn't clear, maybe isn't understandable, or maybe it really doesn't attract people that realize that if I took advantage of this offer, there's no way I couldn't win. And so that's the feeling that you need to create in order to be able to attract the clients that you want to grow your business. Now, I'm going to go through this blueprint a little bit. And the first thing you need to do, and Alex Hormozi talked about this as well. Let me see if I can move this screen a little bit so you can see it better. Okay, there we go. We're going to go back to this for just a minute. So one of the things that I loved about what Alex Hormozi taught me, and I now teach this all the time because it is just so good. And he taught me this, the true value of what you offer and what's important to clients. Now, when I understood value as, well, it's essentially the more value you can give, of course, you're going to win if you can give more value than anybody else in the marketplace. But he took it a step further and taught something that was so powerful that the number one thing that you need to do is truly understand exactly what the dream outcome is of your client. That's why we asked you guys early today, like, what's your dream outcome for this year? We wanted to understand that so that we could tailor content today in order to help you achieve that dream outcome. If you have the right offer, but it's based on something that's not the dream outcome of your client, you're never going to get there. It won't actually connect with them. So key number one is know the dream outcome of your client. Number 2, and this is so powerful, let me precede this by saying that marketing is not a battle of products or services. It's not. And by the way, people don't buy products and services. You know what they buy? I want you to remember this. They buy feelings and they buy their identity. That's what they buy. People drive the car that they drive or buy the car that they buy because of their identity. People will buy your product and get the outcome. Why? Because of their feelings. Their feelings. And I'll never forget, a couple of months ago, I was at an event and one of the speakers said something that I will never forget. Here's what he said. You don't actually have to get people to believe you. You don't. All you have to do is get people to believe that you believe it. That's where your confidence comes through. That's where your delivery is. That's what your offer has everything to do. So what is this all about? People need to feel and perceive that they're more likely to get to their dream outcome because of your program or your system or whatever it may be than anyone else. So the second part is the perceived likelihood of attainment of that dream outcome. That's the second thing you need to create. So when it comes to your offer, that has everything to do with you knowing the dream outcome and creating a perceived likelihood of attainment. You came here mostly because you have a perceived likelihood that by spending 3 or more days with us here, you're going to get closer to your dream outcome. That's awesome, right? Okay, the last thing, there's 2 more things. These are so critical and you've got to really integrate them into your offer. Number 1, I'm just abbreviating so I'm not writing too much, is time delay. How long will it take you to get to your dream outcome? Did you notice that I said? I know that a lot of you guys perked up when I said, how can I go from $0 to $100,000 in 90 days? Time delay, right? Dream outcome, your dream outcome is to make more than you've ever made before. That's part of your dream outcome because I know what your dream outcome is. And I've already, and by me talking right now, I'm creating trust and rapport, which is creating a perception that I am likely to get you to your dream outcome. And part of that is because I've been there. I passed 100K months a long time ago. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago that I had my first $1 million month. $1 million month. I mean, that's insane. I think about that. And I remember the first time I looked at my QuickBooks software and my revenue for the month, not the year, was $1 million. Insane. Like, absolutely. I still can't believe it to this day. It was amazing. And then I was able to grow from there. The last part is this. E and S. No, not Eric Sorensen. Yes, you do need Eric Sorensen to get you to your dream outcome. But here's what it is. Effort and sacrifice. How much effort and sacrifice will it take for them to do that? To get there. And think people will pay for speed. And if you can integrate a time delay and the effort and sacrifice, you can reduce that, then you're going to win. So first thing you need to do is you need to increase the top line here. You want to increase their perceived likelihood of achievement, but you want to reduce the time delay and the effort and sacrifice that it takes for them to get there. So how are we going to do all this to create a very compelling offer? Here's how this works. Once you know that, you need to really choose your audience. Your audience has to have 4 things. Number 1, they have to be in pain. They have to have massive problems that they want to solve. You're in pain because you're not to your dream outcome. You're in pain because you're not making $100,000 a month. You're in pain because you're not making the impact in the world that you want to make. I've been in pain so much in my life because of my circumstances in the past. I needed to know how to get to where I wanted to be. So they must have problems they want to solve, and you've got to know what those problems are. So if you understand your audience, and I know Tom Talon said, have your ideal avatar as an 80s thought. Well, it is, but it's still a powerful principle because you have to understand what problems they have to solve, what pain they are. And by the way, pro tip, people are 2 to 9 times more likely to take advantage of your program because of the pain in their present situation rather than the positive equivalent. In other words, the benefits from your program. They want to get out of pain more than they want the dream outcome. Number 2, your audience must have money to spend. So, you might have this incredible program for 12-year-olds, but 12-year-olds don't have money to spend. Now their parents do. That would be your audience if you have a youth program for young kids, right? Number 3, they've got to be easily identifiable. One of the best ways to build a product or service is to find an underserved market and solve their problems. And number 4, they have to be in an industry that has potential for growth. So that's really important. So here's your assignment for today, or I should say one of your assignments that I'm giving you for today is this, I want you to write down at the end of this, my dream outcome of my client is this. My ideal audience consists of this. List like 4 or 5 attributes of this. And if you guys want this in a PDF, if you want me to send this out to you, all this assignments, I have it all in this blueprint, this portion of the blueprint, I'll have it all. If that would help, if that's helpful, say helpful in the chat and I will give you the PDF after we're done here or tomorrow as soon as we can get it out to all of you. Then you want to list all the problems that they're facing, maybe 10 to 15, the things that are actually keeping them from their dream outcome, which is the pain, right? So there's that chasm between their present reality, their present situation, and their dream outcome. And then there's essentially a gap there. You're going to build the bridge through your offer and through your program in order to get to that dream outcome. Okay, the next thing, maybe list what their biggest challenge is and their biggest objection in doing business with you, and what's your unique way of solving their challenge. So once you understand what that is, you can craft your offer, or maybe it's called your signature message, whatever that might be. So here's essentially what you want with your signature message. Think about it as like your USP. We don't use that term a lot now, but before that was really big 10 or 20 years ago, your unique selling proposition, your elevator pitch. But it's even more powerful that if within the statement you can actually list what your service is. For example, the name of my program is Ignite Your Fire, or my Impact and Income Blueprint, or corporate cash machine or whatever that might be, that is your program. That is not your offer, but that is your program. It is critical that you actually name your program, and the reason why is it becomes more credible. Think about like all the diets in the world that came out. The paleo diet. You've got 75 Hard that's out there, which is a mindset and a physical training program that's really powerful. Well, a lot of these programs, the Body Beats diet or whatever that was called, like there's so many of them, the Atkins diet that were out there. A lot of them, if you really look at them, they're almost the same thing. I mean, some of them have slight different variations, but they're very similar. P90X, they're very similar. The difference is they took principles and they created a name. They created a name of a methodology that's used for the client to get to their dream outcome. So if you don't have a name for your program, make sure you use it. But again, that is not your offer. Guess what your offer is? Here's your offer, and I want to go into this because this is the most important thing. If you are not getting to where you want to be, you must craft your offer. First, I'm going to start out by giving you a few people that I work with and that I worked with in the past that either have been on my podcast or that are friends of mine or that are clients of mine. But here is something that I want you to think about when it comes to how to craft your offer. So I was on the podcast of, and they were on my podcast as well, the Rainmaker family. I don't know if any of you know who the Rainmaker family is, but they're incredible. They're now at about $1 million a month in revenue. I didn't say a year, $1 million month in revenue. It's absolutely insane what they've been able to do. Here's what their offer is. We help moms make 7 figures online through Amazon stores during nap time. What an insane, compelling offer. This is why this is an insane, compelling offer. Number one, they help moms, they identify their audience. Clearly they're moms, or you could even say people if you wanted to, but we help moms make 7 figures online through Amazon stores during nap time. Wow. First off, their dream outcome was making $1 million. It's in their statement. Their audience is in their statement, which is, of course, moms. Time delay is not necessarily part of that statement, but there's something that they integrate to make that happen. And effort and sacrifice during nap time, that's also part of time delay. So they're basically saying, wow, you can make $1 million through Amazon's on stores while my baby's sleeping every day, which is roughly what, 2 hours a day? I know I have a lot of kids. I've been through this many times. That's insane. That is an offer. Here's another offer from a dear friend of mine, and she's absolutely amazing. She's actually pregnant with her 6th child right now. And Andrea, you're amazing if you're listening. She's one of my heroes. She has now built an 8-figure company. And here is her offer. Now think about how crazy this is. I help moms potty train their children from 1 week or older. Basically, they're newborns. I help moms teach their newborns how to potty train their newborns basically at birth. First off, I didn't even know you could potty train a child at birth. If I would have known that when I had my first child 20 years ago, well, things might have changed and I wouldn't have to gone through 2 years of diapers or 1.5 years with diapers. That's amazing. Now, one might think, well, wait a minute. Is there a big enough audience for me to teach something like that and to actually make up to 8 figures? Yeah, there is. First, she started with an e-com product, and then she built a toilet for infants, which is absolutely insane. Then she created an online product for that, and she is killing it. You know how many hours a day she works? 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day. She's incredible. If I can grab, I don't have her URL if you want to check out her product and her company. It's absolutely insane what she's been able to do. I want you to think about that. Do you think most people would think there would be any money in teaching newborns how to be potty trained? Yeah, no. But how insane is that? That's an offer. Alex Hormozi, who is the king of offers, started with Gym Launch. He went from 0 to about $100 million, and I want to say 3.5 years, something like that. His offer essentially was, hey, for gym owners that have less than, I think it was around 100 people in their gym, so smaller gym owners, will help you get to X amount of money in just a short amount of time, and we'll pay for the ads. You'll pay us up front. We'll pay for the ads. We'll help you do the trainings. We'll help you get there. And if we don't get you there, we'll give you all your money back and we'll pay for the ads. That's an offer that the gym owners would feel stupid saying no to. So if you are looking at how you can grow your business and how you can really break through, you have to have a compelling offer. Here's a few more examples. I help entrepreneurs make 6 figures in 90 days with the Impact and Income Blueprint. I help individuals unlock $100,000 pay raises immediately through the corporate cash machine. She's another friend of mine. Her name is Lindsay Mustaine. I teach moms how to make 7 figures in 1 year with Amazon stores. I mentioned that. So I want you to think about your audience and what type of offer you can craft, because it is the most important thing ever. I have seen horrible looking funnels that look like they were created in 5 minutes with insane, compelling offers, and they kill it. It is not the design. It is not all the social proof that we always talk about that you need. I've seen people just rise to insane heights because of one reason. There's a few reasons behind it, but the main reason is they have a compelling offer, an offer so good that people would feel stupid saying no. Now, once you have a compelling offer, that's when you can create your program. And people always ask me, like, should I do a course? Should I do a live event? Should I do a challenge? Should I do a mastermind? What is it? The reality is they all work. It's not the format. All of those, there are some people that kill it with courses, some people that kill it with live events. I'm a live event guy. There's some people kill it with masterminds. However, what really matters is they all work. You have to choose a format that best connects with your audience in order to make the delivery. And the best part is there's a path that you can do this 100% organic without actually any paid traffic. And we teach people how to do that through the Impact and Income Blueprint. It's so, so powerful. But I want you to think about this. Like, what is your offer? So write in the chat, does anybody have an offer that they can put in the chat and we can work through it in real time for just a minute? Because this is so important. If we didn't do anything else besides working through your offers today, that would be absolute gold with any time that we have left. So while people are putting offers in the chat, please, and don't be shy, let's be vulnerable here, because it doesn't matter how bad you think your offer currently is, or if you don't know what an offer is, put it in the chat. And I'm going to read a couple of things. Crafting an offer, so amazing when done's right. Yes, name of it. The name of your offer is essentially your system, like Ignite Your Fire Live, like Project Uprise-LIVE, or the X system, or the X process, or whatever that might be. That's the name of your program. You always want to name it, just because of the fact that then it sounds real. Then it sounds like compelling. Okay, Missy says, I want to create a course around business mindset. Okay, that's great. That's what you want to do. But what would be the offer for you? Like, what would be an offer that you would want to create? Because you don't want to, by the way, I just want to tell you, selling mindset is really hard by just saying, I want to give you a better mindset, because most people don't understand how important mindset is, when the reality is it's 80% of the equation. You guys know that, I know that, but they don't know that. So let me teach you a principle that's really powerful. Always sell them what they want and give them what they need. I sell people how they can make income. I sell people how they can have transformational change in their business. I have a marriage course, a marriage igniter course, because I have a lot of experience in marriage that I have, which is selling, getting rid of your pain in your marriage and returning back to an incredible marriage, right? But every single one of those courses, I give them mindset, because it is the first step in those 3 pillars that are 3 circles that I showed you. But I never sell it, because nobody will buy it, or it's very hard to sell. So keep in mind when you said that, let's see, let me go back to Diana. When you said that, it is so critical what you're doing by helping struggling, or no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Diana. I lost it in the chat because you guys are putting so many awesome things in the chat. But you don't want to sell mindset. What you do want to sell is what their dream outcome is. Then you give them the mindset to get to that dream outcome. And of course, once somebody has the right mindset, they're unstoppable. I help struggling parents find peace of mind during their child withdrawal. Okay, so I help struggling parents find peace of mind during their children withdrawal. I'm not sure I understand exactly what that means, Diana. Maybe it was written slightly off. I'm guessing that because I have teenagers, I lost every one of my girls from about age 15 to they came back at about age 17. So I know what it's like to have children withdraw from your life. And what parents want? Parents, frankly, just want the peace of mind. So you're spot on with that. I want the peace of mind. We have 2 seniors in high school right now. And it's insane to have 2 seniors. And my wife and I are like, if we can just make it till May when they graduate, life is going to be good. If we can just make it till May. So I am your dream outcome when it comes to that. Just so you guys know, I have 10 kids. I know your jaws are dropping right now. We're a blended family. I had 4, she had 4. We've been married 8 years. We have 2 together. Cambria, of course, as I introduced yesterday, I adopted. So I know what it's like to be in that pain. But you need to think about like, okay, what's something that you could say about how they can find peace of mind? In other words, how you as a parent can find peace of mind immediately or within 2 weeks, like have a time delay in there through the XX system. So that's something that I think would help you with that. I want to create a course around business mindset. We said that. I don't have an offer yet. Need to work on one. Yes. No. I give you the steps to do it. And I will make sure you get a PDF on exactly how to do this. All you have to do is fill it out and it will prompt you of exactly how you want to do that. I help female solopreneurs transition from an entry-level entrepreneur to a 6-figure CEO goddess. By the way, I love the term goddess. Help female solopreneurs transition from an entry-level entrepreneur to a 6-figure CEO goddess. Okay, how long? How long does it take from them? Can you add time delay to that? Can you add something that says within 90 days or within a year? Or is there something you can do to make that even more compelling? Remember, you want an offer so good that they would feel stupid saying no. I'm just trying to rework that in my mind. Helping female solopreneurs transition from an entry-level entrepreneur to a 6-figure CEO. Beautiful. Okay. So I help people build wealth through real estate. Is this good? Suggestions. Okay. So building wealth through real estate is great, but do you do it through income properties, like buying income properties? Are they rentals? Are they long-term renters? Are they Airbnbs or whatever? I'm in that world as well. I've owned, I don't know, about 15, 16 properties. And some of them are Airbnb, some of them are long-term rentals. And so I understand that market really well, but I think it's a little bit too, I don't know if it really dives into a few things. Number one, I help people build wealth. That's great. That's the dream outcome, right? So you're attracting people that want wealth through building real estate, which is the method, which is awesome. I would name it. I help people build wealth through real estate, and maybe be a little bit more detailed. I help people build wealth through real estate by doing this. And pro tip, you can say, even if you don't have any experience or knowledge, even if you've never done it before, even if you have no idea how to get the financing, that's another way that you can really build value into an offer. Okay, a free analysis to pay off all debt in 7-10 years. Okay, free analysis is great, but sometimes that can be, the challenge with free is that there can be a perceived, there can be a perception that because it's free, it isn't awesome. Instead, you would name a system where you can pay off your debt, all of your debts in 7 to 10 years, including your house, through the cash flow machine or whatever that program stands for. Now, that's more of a compelling offer. And the free analysis might be like schedule a strategy call today, or a complimentary strategy call, or depending on how your entry point is for your lead, you can really flow them that way. But free analysis, be careful with that, because you don't want to sound like you don't have value because it's free. But pay off all your debt in 7 to 10 years, including your mortgage, through the cash flows, whatever system, or the real estate rockin' amazing system, whatever that might be. That's a lot more compelling. I love the fact that you have the time delay. The dream outcome is there because pay off all debts, including your mortgage, and then just name the system so they have a more perceived likelihood. Give yourself credibility of achieving that. I help you get rid of roaches without using pesticides. I love it. Oh, that's great. Okay, so that's an interesting one because you're appealing to a very narrow demographic, which is great. The riches are in the niches. Think what I told you about the Rainmaker family. Think what I told you about Andrea with her program of teaching parents how to potty train their kids at birth, right? That's a very niche audience, but riches are in the niches. So that's great that you're doing that. Now, the challenge with this is A lot of people won't care about pesticides, right? And there's probably a lot of education on pesticides and how they're bad and they're bad for your health. And I know every time I live on a 40-acre ranch, and we have a lot of pets and a lot of, horses and things. And so we have them come every month, and they're using, they're always telling me how they're using dog-safe materials and other things to be able to kill roaches. Okay, so one thing that you would do is get rid of roaches without using pesticides. The one thing you want to add to that is, some people might think because you're not using pesticides, it might be effective. So maybe use some language in there that you can, if you can use guarantee to get rid of roaches without using pesticides in as little as one treatment. That's a much more compelling offer. So I hope that helps. Great info. Jennifer, thank you so much. A pizza making class offered for $42 and $23 off a regular price. I have friends that kill it teaching people how to bake cookies. It's awesome. It's super cool. How to create the mindset you need to start with the business you've always wanted and start to create success. Okay, I would get rid of mindset. I know it's what you need, but sell them what they want. Starting a business is what they want. They want income if they're going to start a business. So success is really hard because everybody wants success, but it's not really niche enough. You need to really define that. How to start a business in 1 week and grow it to 7 figures in 1 year, whatever that is. That's a compelling offer. So you start with the dream outcome. Their dream outcome is they've always wanted to start a business, or how to leave the 9-to-5 job and start a business with little or no resources, or little or no money, or have it up and running in 90 days, or what that might be. So that's really, really powerful. Okay, I'm a nurse. I'm looking to become a certified senior advisor and help seniors placement and end of life resources. Okay, that one is a little bit more challenging because I need to understand a little bit more about your dream outcome. I'll see if I can come back to that one, because that one's there's a few things on that, and maybe your name's not on here, because I could reach out to you with a couple of things directly. Offer dementia training and coping with trauma. Dementia training would be awesome. Okay, so dementia training would likely be to the children, not necessarily the grandparents. So think about who your audience is and about how and what dementia training means. Again, write a compelling offer. Okay, since Adora's on, I know they're probably running out of time here. Jennifer says 10 kids, wonderful. I just gotta help Nikki for a second, because she's helped us. She's in the chat. Are we okay for one more here, Adora?
Yes, and Teresa, because she's the one taking on our $2,500 offer and going all in with us. Yes.
Perfect. Nikki says, I offer a no obligation free consultation to analyze current health and life insurance policies. I offer non-biased information on multiple carriers, as well as provide the necessary tools to establish their real estate plans. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, I love what you do. That's amazing. It's really long. It needs to be a third of that length. We need to condense that into something really powerful, hard-hitting, and an offer so good. So this isn't really an offer. This is really more of what you do. An offer is the reason why people would actually do it with you. No obligation free consultation. I already kind of touched on that. Analyzing current health and life insurance policies. Okay, so essentially it sounds like you're really trying to be competitive by giving somebody like a second opinion on current health and life insurance policies and multiple carriers. So that could be put a much different way. You could even start with, I offer get a second opinion that could save you as much as 30% on your current life and health insurance policies. And not to use Geico, but 10% can save you. We can save you 10% or more on your car insurance, right? That's the kind of thing you want to do, because people want good life insurance and they want good health care, but they don't want to pay a whole lot for it. So I would integrate that. At 30%, I just threw out. I have no idea what your average savings is, but I would definitely integrate that into your offer, because that's what's going to attract that type of a buyer. Teresa, my books teach children that they are the creators of their journey, regardless of their circumstance. We can each write our own successful journey. So your books do that, but do you have like a book funnel? Do you have something that drives, that targets parents? Because obviously children aren't your your audience, the parents are. So I can envision you seeing like a book offer. Maybe you have a free plus shipping offer or something like that, which is a really good way to monetize a lead or a really good way to get your book out there. But it needs to be like a compelling offer, like, free plus shipping could be part of that offer. So if it's free plus shipping, depending on the cost of your book, you could actually probably be profitable just on the shipping costs alone. And then it's perceived as a free offer. So I will send you my free book, just pay shipping, and your children will know how to be their creators of their own journey so that they can have a fulfilling life in just one reading or whatever that might be. So again, time delay, compelling offer, and dream outcome, what they want to do. So we'll stop there, Adora, because I know we can
just
go
for
forever.
a bit, just for a bit. But you guys stay here. And first of all, I see you getting the value. I absolutely see it. Those of you who haven't registered for VIP yet, we are going to have a VIP session with Eric that is scheduled, so you could Q&A in there, even if you do nothing else. So if that's your cap right now, is I can go into VIP and you haven't done it yet, I don't think they've upped the price. So go VIP. And then now, Eric, I know is the time you and I have really been trying to listen to the audience, serve the audience, see what is it going to take this contribution-minded group of entrepreneurs to the next level so that they can just really be so set in 2023 and unrecognizable to themselves even at the end of the year. And so do you want to start to roll out what we've curated for them?
Yes, absolutely. And I have to make a comment. Elaine Wills, thank you for your comments. My wife got on and she's like, she has my name. My wife's name is Renee Elaine Wills. Her maiden name's Wills. So it's so good to see like her name on there all the time. Okay, so yeah, so we want to dive into that right now. If we can bring the graphics up for that, love to be able to. Okay, perfect. So you guys know that we have added like a significant amount of value. We want you guys to really have a taste of what the opportunity is for you. I gave you today 10% of the impact and income blueprint. 10%, that's it. Granted, it was an important part because your offer is the most important thing, but you still have like, what is your content going to look like? What is your fulfillment? What's your system behind the name for people to get to their dream outcome? And that's all about fulfillment. That's all in that as well. So first thing we want to do is we want to start off with, look at these amazing graphics. We want to start out with our $1,000 offer, which I know we've showed you this a couple of times, but this is the Business Boost package. This is, again, remember, all the profits go to helping save children. So you're investing in yourself and you're also doing it for a great cause. But right now, let's just talk about you getting to your dream outcome. So let's dive into the first part of this. Oh, Adora's got to talk about this because it's
profitable connections.
Let's
all
go.
Right. So we have all of these connectors. You're making connections here. You're getting clear on who you are, who you serve. Every leader in every circle that I know and every type of business is saying what is going to be a major strategy in 2023 are joint ventures, collaborations. And so this is your deep dive into what kind of connections do you need? How can you start to make more of your connections actually that you're elegantly worked into that deal so that you have other streams of income? Like I'm worked in real estate deals, investment deals, like deals that just because I know how to connect people and people that are not connected to each other. And so I'm going to show you how to do that and also hone in on your own things. So this is a very special workshop and will add income and impact to you this year.
Awesome. So the next thing is Livia's creative series. This is so amazing. Creative Unschooling, the power of the brand narrative and the tactics for the creative process. This will get your creative juices flowing on creating content and copying your brand. It's amazing. So she's offering that as well as part of this first package. Like each one of these packages, you're already more than double or triple the value that you have paid for.
Awesome.
All right.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were pausing for me. I'm learning. So this is our legacy art piece. It is 1,000 names, and this was meant to be and will be in the the store on its own without any of these other offers. It was Olivia's vision, 1,000 names, $1,000, that you could put your name, your child's name, your business name. And then we already have all these celebrities committed to wear them, rock them, post them everywhere. We've had even more call since this event started. They are pumped. They are in. They love this diversity and what we're creating here with you as entrepreneurs and in the world of impact. So this will be a standalone thing, that this is all you get for the 1,000, right? But we're building the whole program actually around it. We went, what else could we add to this? And it'll go in the harbor. It'll go in, and you will get a t-shirt, a hoodie, and the poster.
Awesome. So you'll get 30-day access with Quick State, powered by New Calm. This is Jim Quick, who's the brain guy. You were talking about mindset and how important it is, how important we know that it is. This will help you guys level up your mindset. Jim Quick is the brain. He's just amazing. He trained the X-Men on how to learn their lines faster. He's the guy that will go up on the stage, ask like 40 different people to give him a random number. And then an hour later, he'll say, hey, do you remember when you guys gave me those random numbers? Here they were, 40, 2, 18, 20. An hour later, and then he'll do it backwards, like on a stage. I can't even do simple math or spell or draw when I'm talking, let alone memorize 40 different sequences. Like, that's how powerful this guy is. So that's what you're going to get with this, this opportunity here. All right. So this is so exciting because this is where we've really added like huge value on top of what we talked about yesterday. Because again, we just want you guys to get your dream outcome. We really want you guys to have these huge months moving forward and finally break through to everything you want to be. So we're going to go through this right now.
So I'll speak a little bit to this. This is Ava, you've met her. She's been working in the background of some of the biggest online shows, including the major ones that I did this past year and this one. And she's going to show you the checklist and the hows and whats of how to put on your own online show or use these same things in a podcast format or other, it's from business, from show to business, and how to use that to build authority, get clients, all of that. It's a $2,500 workshop. It is going to be in the academy at that price. That's what she sells it to her own clients. And so, bam, there you go. You're already getting this as the base on top of all the other stuff that we gave you. I'm adding to that because one thing that can add fast to your business, whether it's a book, it's a show, it's a program, is that celebrity credibility, that celebrity endorsement, the people coming alongside, either coming onto your show, giving you the shout out, there's a system to that. There's a system of communicating, of getting through, of getting it done, and that person still liking you and not, not being, and them actually happy to give that, and it'll help you go faster and help you get the guest onto your show. So when you add what we've already got going here, super huge, super accelerator.
Yes, remember in this portion right here, you're going to actually get everything from the $1,000 program in the $2,500 program, plus what you're talking about right now. So, all right, the next one is build a brand. Olivia is doing this as well, how to build your brand, which is the foundation for your organization. Remember, brand is the sum of all your consumer touch points. It's not just your website, it's your logo, it's all of it. Any access that anybody has to you becomes a consumer touch point, which ultimately is your brand. And she's going to tell you how to build a powerful brand, the foundation for your company. That's the next offer that we have. And I'm going to talk about this one because I'm slightly biased because I created this only about a year ago, which is Ignite Your Fire Live. This is actually a 5-day live event, 5-day challenge. We're going to be about 2 hours a day. This is not just me talking to you for 5 days straight. We have collaborators from the Inner Circle group that I'm in, from influencers to YouTube stars to all kinds of amazing people that can help you ignite your fire. And this is all about how you can build your business and grow and get the impact, influence, and income that you want over 5 days. Now you're getting VIP, which has like these crazy bonuses that I put in there. So there's like an insane amount of value in this program. That's going to be February 20th through the 24th. If you want to level up, it's awesome. Next level income, like it. And of course, New Calm 30-day premium access, which you've seen that as well. Now this is a little bit different than the first one. The first one was Quick State by Jim Quick. This is now 30-day access to the programs on Newcom, not just Jim Quick, but everybody else as well. The meditations, the music, the frequencies, it's all there for 30 days, premium access.
And we added a payment plan. That was another thing that we did for you guys, is that we added a pay plan. And I think there are a few more things in here that we don't have graphics for. But we did add that you can pay this out over 3 payments, this 2,500 level, to make it more accessible for you to jump in and get that quick lift starting. Some of this stuff you get access right away, and the other things will start over the next week.
Awesome. Okay, let's keep on going here. Let's keep rolling to the next. There we go. Okay, so with this next well, there's one more thing that I added today to that particular level, and that is my Copywriter Igniter course, my Copywriting Igniter course, which gives you actual templates of headers, ads, ad copy. It also has an idea generator. If you don't know exactly what idea you want for your program, how to create the idea for it. So I've got copywriting secrets in there. We've got templates. It's really like how you can launch your online course or program or mastermind literally in one weekend. It gives you all the templates, shared funnels, etc. It's super powerful. So that's also going to be added. I saw you guys this morning, and you were talking about what copy do I write and how do I produce content. This will give you the starting point for all of that, and all you have to do is adapt it for your particular system. So it's amazing. And by the way, the day you get it, it's all there. It's downloadable, it's copy and paste, and you plug it into your funnel or your system or whatever that might be. Okay, this is amazing because this starts with...
I'm sorry,
Eric.
Eric, great question. Before you start, Lisa has a question. I want you to read it in the comments, because some of the things that you're offering is about, is there access to mastermind, say if missed due to flying, traveling, attending healthcare appointments across the country, that kind of thing?
So most of what we've talked about, actually all of what we talked about, is virtual. My Ignite Your Fire Live is virtual. Adora's program is virtual. Olivia's program is virtual as well. So yes, you're covered on all of that. New Mexico is a little bit different because this is the New Mexico experience where you want to be there in person. It's 2 days there where we're going to be able to go in, and you're going to learn from an MMA fighter. We're actually, all the collaborators, not all the collaborators, some of the collaborators here will be able to help you in a mastermind setting, work with you one-on-one and as this group, so that we can help you work through your specific challenges, your specific problems as well. And of course, we're our partner to help save human trafficking in the harbor. We're going to be actually visiting their facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico for 2 days. This is going to happen in April in person. So this is one, Lisa, that you want to be there in person because you're going to get tremendous value, and this won't be offered virtually. I guess I'll keep going because this is my Impact and Income Blueprint program. I charge $10,000 for this program. Again, I gave you 5-10% of this program, just the beginning, which is just the offer creation, your audience, and the 4 pillars of value. And then we go all the way from beginning to launch. And just so you know, I help you launch within the first 30 days. My goal is to get you to $100,000 in income in 30 days. Now, when I did this myself, before I ever created this program a while back, I told you the story of how when I hired a coach, all of a sudden through a live event, I generated $437,000 in income in 1 day. 1 day. Insane, right? Well, I'm going to teach you how you can. I'm not going to say, oh, I wish I could get you all to almost $500,000 in 1 day. But I also had a lot of experience before that to get to that point. I want to give you my experience so that the actual blueprint. Now, there is a members area with a ton of resources, previous recordings, previous live events. However, I've agreed to do a lot of this live for you so that we can work one-on-one. Like we have an offer workshop, for example. We have messaging strategy, how to create your system, how to market your system, how to get traffic without spending a dime on ads. There's this coolest system that I want to give you that I can't wait to show you. And it works. It's amazing. It's amazing how well it works, and it will fill your rooms. And the fact that you can get there with just very few clients by doing a high ticket offer versus like a very inexpensive thing, and the mindset to be able to do it behind it.
Powerful. So I'm giving you, adding to that, the Rich with Connections Ultimate. So this is, I have clients in it right now that I charge $10,000 for. It's your ultimate system for not just knowing, okay, what's my connection game plan? Who should I be connecting with? How do I create the strategic alliances that will up level my business, that will take me, take you to another level? But it's where we not only go through that, but I start to look at with you, okay, what is your game plan? And who do you need to reach out to in your network, and how, what to say, and then who are some outside of your network that you need to reach for, and the game plan, and walking you through, like over your shoulder, telling this what I would do. And then for those of you in there, I actually open some doors for you. So I open as a bonus a door too. So getting you on a big stage, or getting you a big dog, a big player on your stage, or creating, that it's curated because it's very personal and customized. Again, all of this stuff, Eric and I agree on that courses are great because you have access and you can go through it. But really what changed my life was the coach that could hear what I'm doing, that could look at my personal where I was stuck and help me get unstuck and into action and movement. And that's what we're giving you. It's like we're right alongside you working through these things.
Awesome. And then you get 1 year, not 30 days of premium access to New Calm, which will help mold and change your mindset for an entire year. I mean, this is insane. I didn't know about this, I mentioned earlier, until I talked to Ardora, I think a week or two ago. I immediately got on a site and I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been looking for this forever, and I signed up. I signed up, paid. I'm a premium member of New Calm now. I'm so excited about it. I haven't dove into it yet because of preparation for this event, but I'm so stoked for this.
Yeah, it's a total game changer. It is the deepest levels of repair for our nervous system so that we can be full and ready and in creativity and resourcefulness versus reaction, so that we can be, in our highest self versus fight or flight. And, some of the clinical studies, many of them, thousands of them, were with patients getting dental surgeries without anesthesia. And so it's very, very powerful. We also had Carissa add some things. So, she has a background in clinical psychology, and she added her $12,000 program in how to coach and to get results with your clients, that to get them to actually take action on what it is that they come to you for. Because when you have these clients and you're trying to help them get the results, there's a way of just talking at them, and there are ways to actually move them through empowerment and through these methods that come from that background, that will not only get them to take action, get the results, create rave reviews, all of that, but to stay with you long term. So she threw that in, and we had Manny and Jennifer throw in a program that's in the academy for teenagers. You don't know about this. So teenagers learning to have an Amazon or a business from home. I believe it's a drop shipping company for your teens. So we've got that in there, as well as, because we didn't have the timer earlier, it's extended with Elliot Pittman, that you can have a strategy call with him if you do it by end of day, which we need to put a timeline on that. You can have a strategy call, and he's going to walk through one-on-one what to do in your business to scale this year. And he works with the top 1% influencers right now, gets called in on all the big campaigns, hangs out with the Cardones, hangs out with all the people. So super valuable.
Now, I want to say one thing, and there's a reason why all of you are here, that you felt maybe called to be here. And I know the cause probably called a lot of you, but the way that we're going to solve this problem is by helping you be successful in your businesses in order to have the resources to solve it, because it takes tremendous amount of resources to solve the problem of human trafficking. But there's something I'm dying to ask you. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? There comes a time in your life where you have to make a choice. Am I going to finally step up and invest in myself? And am I going to rise to the potential that I have? You're here and we are here volunteering all of our time. I'm not getting paid to give you the programs that I'm giving you. I do that. I get paid through my own systems and my own clientele and my own programs. I'm volunteering, and Adora is volunteering, and Livia is volunteering. And we're all here donating of our time because of one reason. Why would we give over $50,000 with these packages combined in the $10,000 level? Well, because we care about kids, but also we care about you. So if not now, then when? And if not you, then who? Who will be able to serve the audience that only you can serve? I'm sorry, but nobody else can be you. Nobody else has your authentic self. There is nobody on this earth that is exactly like you today. So I hope that you join us in this journey over the next coming days and weeks and months, and our team, and go with us on the next level of your journey and help you finally get out of the pain that you're in and finally move to the influence, impact, and income that you've always wanted to have. I was you literally just a few years ago, sitting in an event like this, trying to figure out, how do I do this? I kept hitting obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. I was you. And I finally decided to level up. It was completely uncomfortable. But today I need you to take uncomfortable and frankly imperfect action. And if you take uncomfortable and imperfect action today, I promise you, your life will change. I wish I could guarantee you that you're going to get to the result immediately, or guarantee that we could get you to the level of income immediately that you want. But I can tell you right now, you probably won't get there unless if you have the right coach or the right tools or the right access to resources for you to get to exactly where you must go. Must, I say, because you're called to serve a people, and business is a calling. And I talked about that this morning. Let us help you achieve your calling. Please join us. And I'm pleading right now, and I normally don't do this when I'm doing my own offers and my own programs, because it's for kids. I've been to Haiti 13 times. I've seen it happening. I've seen human trafficking with my own eyes. Matt Osborne goes into the darkest places of the world and tells us about what's actually happening. He does what he can do because of you. The Harbor House does what they do because of people like you. So my invitation is to join us. The link is here. If you want the 3-pay option to make it easier on you, press the white button right at that, and it'll give you that option for 3-pay. But I hope you join us in this quest and help us together change lives. If you guys are in, put "I'm in" the chat. Let's hear from you guys. Let's see some fire in the chat before we move on to finalize an incredible day that we've had today. And I hope that we have a chance at some point, if it's in April at the Mastermind in New Mexico, to meet and spend some time together and get to know you on a one-on-one basis, because that is the funnest thing I think that all of us would agree that we can do, is to meet all of you and be together on this cause, holding hand in hand and save children. You guys all in? Oh, Lisa's showing some love. The K's are showing some love. Facebook user, I wish I knew your name, showing some love. That's awesome. That's amazing. Any final thoughts, Adora?
Awesome. Well, first of all, Eric, thank you for all. I'm in. She says it's been incredible. Thank you. Yeah, we're so happy that you're in. Yeah, this is an unusual opportunity, because even though we are people who always look at making the best offers we possibly can, like we really think of hooking up our clients in our own individual businesses, we threw everything we could think of in for the cause. And so sometimes, I mean, this is something you will not see again. I mean, and I mean that. You hear people say that, but you won't see it again. This was launch. It's us going, what else is possible? What else is possible? And so we got, you called it the nuclear option, Eric. We got wild with like, what could we do that would really just hook you up? Like hook you up. And we've all, you've seen, just been stretching ourselves. So if not you, then who? So, join with us. Eric, thank you so much for your generosity, your time. I know we've got one more interview that we're going to have in a minute after you go. But I do want to say VIP, it's going to happen. You're going to get an email about it. And it's going to give you when the different interviews are, because speakers are all over the world, and you'll have different times that you're welcome into the Zooms, and they will be recorded so you can watch them again. Those of you that are on the fence, just leap. Just freaking leap. Like, have that moment that Eric had where he was like, oh, should I, shouldn't I? And then ran back in the room. He made the offer, and we're standing with you. We are with you. We want you to win. And you've got access to us. It'll be in private. It's not webinar style. It's Zooms. It's rooms where you can interact, ask your questions, engage just like you were here, but even better, not just in the comments. We'll see your faces. So make the move. Say I'm in. Go all in on yourself. And before I introduce the next speaker, anything else that you want to say, Eric?
Yeah, I just want to just be authentic and let you guys know. You might have thought that us adding value every day and increasing the size of the package was a strategy. It wasn't. It wasn't at all. A lot of this was choreographed to give you the tactics, tools, and strategies that you need to get to your dream outcome. But it was literally Adora and I and Livia and the other members of our team sitting there going like, how do we help them more? How can we like provide more value? And pretty soon Adora saying, well, I'm going to add my program. And Abe was saying, I'm going to add my program. And Livia's like, I'm going to add my program. I'm like, I'm going to add my program. Like literally when I heard you guys wanting copy help and wanting help with crafting messaging, I'm like, I have a program at that I developed over 2 years, and I'll just add it. I'll just give it here because we really want to serve. So none of that was crafted. That was not a strategy. That was truly coming from the heart because we freaking care and we love you guys and we've spent so much time together. That's all I wanted to say, is to let you know that we are sincerely doing this from the heart. And I know you're also here because of your heart. So it's been amazing spending some time with you. And I know that I'm going to be talking a little bit in the coming couple of days with the VIPs as well. So love all you guys. Thanks for being here.
So awesome, Eric. Thank you. Tremendous guy, tremendous heart. We've all got a lot to learn from you. I'm so excited to be in your classes and courses and in your vicinity. Adora, I've signed up for everything you've been involved with. Yes, I know we are blessed. And this is the best one. I mean, this is, look, everything that many of the speakers here, especially like Teresa, you're in my audience, I purposely seek out heart-centered entrepreneurs, spiritually driven, heart-centered entrepreneurs, whether it's God, spirit, but that people that are driven by something higher and for the highest cause and purpose. And this particular gathering that is just the spark. And this offer that will never happen again, it's launch, it's us pulling out all the stops for you all. It is solely on this win, 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 win. How do we rise up together? How do we bring you with us? And while we're doing that, make the greatest contribution to the kids out there in New Mexico and ultimately across our nation. So, all right. So thank you so much. I'm so glad that for those of you that are coming in, if you have questions, you know that there are pay plans, hit the white button. Team, put the link in the chat one more time, please. For those that want it, know that the white button under is pay plans. We're going to end with an interview with Mr. Matt Morris. He's one of my very favorite people on the planet. Known him over 20 years. And if you know Matt Morris, put Matt Morris, Eminem in the chat. He was traveling. And so we're doing this from a distance in a different way. It's pre-recorded for you, but we're going to stream it live, and it's value packed. He's going to give you the exact strategy that he used when he went from, just small time network marketer, business guy, pitching, everyone working all the numbers, to the strategy that took him from here to all of a sudden the leads were lining up and knocking down his door. So we're gonna play that, and then we'll be wrapping up. But know that not only do we have a VIP session, but tomorrow, let me ask this though before we do this. And so I want you to get ready with your fingers, because if you don't answer, then we're not going to deliver. And we don't want to just give you stuff that you don't actually care about or that isn't going to bring anything to you, okay? So if we do a Zoom tomorrow for everyone, not just VIP, we're going to have a lot of Zooms together, but we do a Zoom for everyone where you can come on, ask your questions. Speakers, people who want to collaborate, you can hear about how we're working with our collaborations. Those of you that have connections that you want to bring in here, you have programs that you want to bring in here. If that's something that would be valuable to you, because look, I'm about to travel and we've got the Dennis Waitley Mastermind, we've got filming. So I don't want to just add something, just to add it. You know what I mean? We only want to add this if it would be valuable for you. So if that's something that would be valuable, let's see it in the chat that yes, 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 that's what I want to see. I'm going to wait a moment to let the chats catch up. And if it's only my son or Ava that say yes, we're not going to do it. Okay. So waiting. Okay. I'm going to wait if I start seeing it. Definitely. I see one. Let's have some more. Yes. Yes, there must be a lag. Give me a few more, because if there are only 7 of us, 7's powerful, but I got a busy day tomorrow. I was going to ask where we could ask questions. Good. Interested. I want a yes, Catherine. Give me a yes. Interested means something else comes up better. I'm just messing with you. Yes. Okay. We got a lot of yeses. Yes, Marissa. Yes. Yes. Okay. I'm so down for that. Okay. Then I don't know the time yet, because if you notice, I come on here and I hate going off. Gary says yes. You're getting ready for HCL. Okay, yeah, and there will be replays. Yes. So we'll come up with that time and send that out in email. So be looking for that. That'll go to everyone. All right, Kendi, I'll get to see you. You know, my son when he was a little bitty baby, David, Kendi knows us from New Life Family Fellowship way back in the day. Take it back to Caddo Mills, Texas. That's super cool. All right. So here we grow. We're about to go ahead and play this. We'll call it a good night. Lots of love. Look out for your email, and we'll be seeing you soon. I'm waiting for the team to take me.
All right. Awesome. Excited to be with you all. Adora, thank you for the amazing introduction. It is, such an incredible honor to have been friends with you now for, 20 years. Incredible. It's just been awesome seeing, really both of our growth over the last 20 years has been pretty amazing, but just seeing the level of impact that you've made, how, you've become such a powerful influencer, such an incredible speaker, the number of lives you've impacted. And as inspiring as it is, nowhere near I know what you are doing, and just seeing how you've put all of this together in this project is just amazing. You've got this magical ability to influence and to bring people together, and it's just such an incredible gift. It's an honor for me to be part of this and to be able to impact so many lives that I know are going to be impacted through this. And so let's hop into it. My goal here is fairly simple. It is really to be a catalyst for you to do something really remarkable with your life, something that you've probably had an idea that you wanted to do, but you've been putting it off, maybe for years and years and years. And I say that because that's exactly what I did when it comes to the subject that I want to talk about today. And so I'm going to open up my quick presentation here, if I can get it to work, and we will hop into it. What I want to share with you all is how you can become a best-selling author in 60 days or less by investing only 2 to 3 hours of your time, even if you are a terrible writer. I remember the first time I ever had a goal of being an author. I was at a personal development event, and the speaker had us write out our bucket list, our dream list, our goals. And, what he said was, write down anything. If you want it, put it down. Don't judge yourself. Don't say, oh, I could never do that. Just write it down. And so, I start writing things down, and I forget what number it was, but I got to, it's like, oh, I want to be a published author, a best-selling author. And it was so funny. I kind of chuckled inside when I wrote it down, because I knew there was no way that Matt Morris was ever going to be a best-selling author, because I barely got through English in school. Like I was not a good writer at all. Barely, like I finished in the half of the class that made the top half possible, if that makes sense. And so the thought of me being a best-selling author was way out of my level of self-belief in the moment. And, you know, I wish someone would have like grabbed me and really had me understand not only how important it is for me to being an author and what would happen because I became an author, but let me know that I actually could do it. And so I'm gonna, you know, share my story real quick. I, you know, have been blessed to do some cool things, you know, write 10 books, own a publishing company. We've helped over 400 people now become best-selling authors. Most of them who never believed that they could have been able to help create many other, you know, 6-7-figure earners, have been, you know, traveled around the world, spoken on stages in 38 different countries, now run the #1 transformational coaching program for the network marketing profession. And it's just such a joy being able to do things, not because I have to, but because I want to. And how many of you would love to be totally retired? Not that you don't work, but you work because it's something that you're passionate about and you love to do it. Again, not because you have to do it. And so what I want to do is, first off, let you know that my life was not always this way. You know, definitely not born with the silver spoon in my mouth. I was raised by a single mom, worked 2 and 3 jobs, worked her way through college. She worked her way through law school. When I got to high school, she actually became an attorney. And it's just been awesome seeing her. And so I know some of you are parents, and, you know, the biggest gift my mom gave to me was going after her dreams. And because she went after her dreams, it inspired me to go after mine. And my entrance into the entrepreneurial world when I was 18 in college was not the easiest. You know, after 3 years of being an entrepreneur, I was $30,000 in debt. I moved in to my Honda Civic. I took a job selling swimming pools in southern Louisiana. And not where I lived, but where they had leads for me to go call on. And I couldn't afford to stay in a motel or an apartment or anything like that. So for 2 months of my life, I lived out of my car, a beat up Honda Civic. It had been wrecked twice. I never had the money to fix it. And so I slept out of my car. When you're 6'3" and a little Honda Civic, it's not the most comfortable living environment, but we made do. And, you know, I'll share with you one of my defining moments. I had an appointment on the other side of the state. And so I drove about, I don't know, an hour and a half or so near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, pulled into this little town, and I would typically bathe in gas station bathrooms. And so that night I'm driving around town. There's only one gas station in the town and it's closed. So I thought, all right, I'll do my appointment the next day. And then I'll go to the next town. It's like 20 miles away, and I'll do my gas station bath. So that night, it's pouring down rain. I find a little church, park in the church parking lot. I would always park in church parking lots because I felt like a criminal. Maybe they'll feel guilty carjacking me in a church. And so I pull in, I kick my seat back, and, you know, I try to go to sleep. Now that night, I can't sleep. Any of you have any idea why? Maybe in the comments, let me know. I can't sleep because I stink. And I remember thinking, man, if I go into that appointment tomorrow smelling like I do, there's no way they're buying anything from me. So I'm like, well, what do? I don't want to drive 20 miles to the next town just to see if there's a gas station open. Raining outside. I figure, why not? So I grab my bar of soap, take off all my clothes. I go out into the middle of the church parking lot, and I begin my shower. Now, how many of you showered in the rain before? Let me know in the comments. If you have showered in the rain, then you know there's no concentration of water like a shower head. And so I'm like trying to run around. I'm like, man, this is going to take all night. The main road going through town is right there. I'm getting arrested for sure if a cop drives by. And so I look at the roof of the church, and on one side there's no gutter, and the gutter is just pouring out water. So I went and I showered from the gutter runoff from the roof of the church. And you know, I just had to laugh at myself. But I got back in the car, I dried off, put my clothes back on, and I had what you might call a come to Jesus moment with myself. And I just took inventory of my life. It's like I'm, you know, homeless. I'm living out of my car. I've got no real career, you know, that I can go after. Certainly not going to make, you know, an amazing lifestyle selling swimming pools. And I'm lonely. I just showered naked in a church parking lot. And, you know, they say there's two motivators in life. There's the desire for pleasure, and then the avoidance of what? The avoidance of pain. And so that night, it was the avoidance of pain, wanting to get out of that situation that caused me to make some decisions that would change the course of my life. And the decision was that, Matt, I am never, ever going to allow myself to get in this situation ever again. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care what I have to invest. It's like, Matt, invest whatever you have to invest. Work as hard as you have to work. Learn whatever you need to learn in order to become a multimillionaire. And I just made a decision that night that I would start a reinvention process. I remember reading this article called What the Cell is Going On, and it talked about how every cell in the human body regenerates itself every 3 to 7 years. So like 7 years from now, you don't have a single cell in your body that's the same as you had 7 years ago. And I just remember thinking, wow, if you can reinvent your health to that degree with the stories that it talked about in the article, then surely you can reinvent your success. And I said, I'm going to massively reinvent myself. And there's some of you who are on this program. You're on this summit now because you're in that reinvention process. You are ready for a change. You're ready for something to be different. And hopefully one of the speakers here is going to be that catalyst for you to make the decision that you're going to do something radical to change your life forever. And you see, me living out of my car and, you know, being homeless, I'm grateful today. Thank God that happened, because had I not, I don't think I would have had enough pain to make a huge radical decision. I was kind of like the dog on the porch. Some of you have maybe heard this story. This is a Texas story. So for those of you who are in Texas, maybe you've heard it. So there's an old man who's sitting on a big wooden deck patio in the front of his house. And his neighbor walks across, and they're out in the country. And as the neighbor gets closer, he hears the old man's dog, and the dog is whining. It's going, "Arr, arr." He gets a little closer. He says, "Sir, why is your dog whining like that?" The old man looked down at his dog, and the dog's just going, "Arr, arr." Looks back at the neighbor. He says, "Oh, he's laying on a nail." So the neighbor says, "Why didn't he just get off the nail?" And the old man, wise old man, looks back at the neighbor and he says, "Well, I suppose it don't hurt bad enough yet." So if you're honest with me, you don't have to say it in the comments, but how many of you are sitting on a nail in your life? It hurts, but it doesn't hurt so bad that you're willing to get off it. What I'm going to encourage you to do is, even if it's not hurting so bad, just understand that if you don't get off that nail, you end up living the rest of your life filled with regrets, filled with saying, "Oh my gosh, I could have done something great. I know I had it inside me." And here's what I know is true about you. Everyone listening to me right now, you have what it takes. If you think about it deep down, you really know you have what it takes. And it may take getting over some of the crap that you've been dealing with. Like, I had so much baggage in my life, you know, the fact that I thought I'm just not smart enough. I, you know, never had good grades in school. I'm an awkward communicator. I'm shy. I'm afraid of rejection. All of these things prevented me from stepping into my power. And thankfully, in that moment, in that night, I said, you know what? I'm just going to do whatever it takes. I don't care how hard I have to work. I'm going to make a major, major shift, and I will become one of the most successful men in the world. In fact, that's what I wrote down, word for word. I wrote that down in a planner, and it started a quest. It started a journey that some of you are going to start today. And what I want to do is, before I talk about being an author, I just want to share with you, I have, in my quest to understanding human psychology, figuring out why is it that some people succeed massively? What is it that influences? What is it that persuades? I read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books for a long period of my life. I read a book on average, a new book every 2 to 3 days. Hundreds and hundreds of books. I still am a very avid reader. I don't read a book every 2 to 3 days anymore, more like one every week or two. But it caused me to do a deep dive into human psychology. And what I want to talk about here is the single most powerful weapon of influence and persuasion. And you're here because you're a coach, you're a consultant, you're an influencer. That's the direction you want to take your life. And so what are the things that's going to cause you to be so much more powerful than anyone else out there? And to do that, I'm going to share with you a quick question. If an authority figure in your life ordered you to deliver a dangerous 450-volt electrical shock to another person with a heart problem, would you follow orders? Okay. And this goes back, some of you may have seen the study. Back in 1961, a guy named Milgram did an experiment at Yale. It's a behavioral study where they put an ad out and said, we'll pay you $4 for an hour of your time, and we need people to help with a study of memory. Okay, and so what happened was they would have these people that would come in, they're going to earn $4 for doing this study, and they're going to be basically a teacher. And they are going to ask people a series of questions, and the person has to remember them. And so they created a fake shock generator. And you can see this is the picture of the shock generator, anywhere from slight shock all the way to danger, severe shock. And then it goes and it just says XXX at the end. Okay, so this is the control panel that they saw. And so the subject is the person who administers the shock. Okay, these are the people paid $4. Over on the left, you see the fake test subject. This is an actor. It's someone who pretends to feel pain when they get shocked. And then you have the experimenter, who is also an actor. They're the ones telling you to administer the shock. Okay, and so they start asking a series of questions. And so if the test subject, the person earning the $4, didn't want to deliver the shock, then the actor, the experimenter, would say, please go on. The experiment requires you continue. It's absolutely essential that you continue. You have no other choice. You must go on. So this is the script that they're instructed to tell the participants. And so out of the 100 participants, how many do you think would administer a 450-volt shock after the learner complained of a heart condition? I mean, this is like kind of like a sadistic kind of thing, like to deliver an electrical shock for someone who's like begging. There's a video of this and people are like begging to be released. So Milgram surveyed 40 psychiatrists and they predicted that only 3 to 4% would administer the full 450-volt shock. Only 3 to 4%. The results, the reality is that 100% pause the experiment at least once to question, like, hey, I think we should stop, right? And some said they'd refund the money that they were paid for participating. And 100% delivered at least a 300-volt or more shock after the learner asked to stop. 65% delivered the full 450-volt shock. Imagine that. If you were in that situation, surely you would not be essentially torturing someone because they can't remember the questions, the answers to the questions that you're giving them. And so there's a number of factors that explain this. And you know what it boils down to is the presence of an authority figure, the fact that it was sponsored by Yale, an authoritative academic institution. They assumed that the experimenter was an expert. And so even when the destructive effects of their work became patently clear and they're asked to carry out actions incompatible with fundamental standards of morality, few people could resist the authority. Even though they didn't want to, they continued essentially torturing another person. Why? Because of authority. And there's so many other studies that I could give you. I mean, one, just kind of a funny one, medication errors. This is out of a book called Causes and Prevention by Michael Cohen. And so they they did a study where a doctor would prescribe, or actually this was not on purpose, it was an accident. They put place in rear, R-E-A-R. Well, what he meant was our ear, right ear. So it's eardrops. Obviously does no good to put them anywhere else, but the nurse actually applied the eardrops to the person's rear end, their rectum. Okay, obviously does no good there, but an example of how people blindly follow authority figures. There was another study, I don't have it in the slides here, but a fake doctor would call and say, hey, this is Dr. Smith, who didn't even work there. I need you to go to room whatever and give patient XYZ this dosage. And it was lethal doses of medicine. And what they found was the majority, more than half of the nurses blindly obeyed, even though the dosage was potentially fatal. Now, obviously they stopped before they addressed them, but it just shows you how the power of an authority figure in your life. Here's another one. Back many years, decades ago, Sanka hired Robert Young, who played the role of a doctor on TV. So he wasn't a real doctor, but he played the role of a doctor, and they ran commercials warning people of the health consequences of caffeinated coffee, and sales of decaffeinated Sanka exploded. Here's another one that's kind of funny. Would you imagine that authority could make you taller, or at least perceived to be taller? So this is a crazy experiment, and an experiment conducted on 5 different classes in an Australian college. They had 5 different lecturers come in the 5 different classes. It was the exact same person. It was the exact same lecture, same everything. The only thing that was different was what they called the lecturer. So one of the classes, they were called a student, one was a demonstrator, one was a lecturer, one was a senior lecturer, and then the one class was a professor. And then after he gave the lecture and left the room, each class was asked to estimate the height of the lecturer. Here's what's crazy. With every increase in status, the same man was perceived to be half an inch taller. So the professor, same person as the student, just a different title, they said he was on average 2.5 inches taller than the student. Same person in the 5 different classes. So it's incredible. So the question is, so obviously there's a lot of power, and I would consider this to be almost dangerous. If used in the wrong hands, we've seen the effects of this in many different areas where it could actually be dangerous. But your ability to influence and persuade is so much more powerful with the presence of authority. Whether the authority is real or not, remember the Sanka commercial, it doesn't even have to be real authority, but if people perceive you as an authority, they're way more likely to follow you, to buy from you, to joint venture with you, to partner with you. And so the ultimate positioning of authority and leadership, and what I think is probably the easiest and fastest way to do it, is to become a published author. I don't think there is any other way to gain more authority faster or easier than becoming a published author, or especially a best-selling author, which is a lot easier than most think it is. And I remember, my career. So I ended up becoming earning a 6-figure income, a strong, 6-figure income, work like crazy. I was, they have what I would consider to be grinders and rainmakers. I was definitely a grinder. I was one who would work like crazy. And yes, I got to a 6-figure income, but it was definitely a grind. And then there's the rainmakers. And the rainmakers are the ones who just always, no matter what's happening, they're always succeeding. They're always excelling. They're always doing big things. And I remember I finally developed the courage to become a best-selling author. And I, got a deal with a major publisher, which I was on top of the world. Like, I couldn't believe it. I had a major publisher. I went and submitted proposals to a ton of different book publishers. One, I remember Penguin, they wanted me to pre-purchase 70,000 books just to get a publishing deal. So I went with another publisher, Wiley, and published my book, and it was super cool. Here's the challenge. What I realized after I got my book deal and it started selling is I made about $1 per book, about $1 per book. So what I realized is going with a major publishing house, you essentially, you're not really getting out of it. And, my book, The Unemployed Millionaire, was my first book, basically had no incentive to sell it, no incentive to market it, because I wasn't making anything from it. So the biggest power in becoming an author is not actually making money from selling the book. It's from the authority that comes from being an author. And what happens when you become an author, this is what I've experienced, and this is what I've experienced with the 400 plus authors that we've helped, is it just gives you immediate trust and respect. I mean, think about it. If someone hands you a copy of their book, you immediately trust them more. You immediately respect them more. And here's a crazy statistic. Over 90% of the population has a dream of becoming an author. Yet, excuse me, only 1% have actually written a book. So you have 90% of people who want to be an author, only 1% have actually done it. So almost everyone out there respects that. If you've written a book, they respect you because it's like something they would love to do themselves, but they just don't have the courage to do it. When you become an author, it gives people the confidence in your ability to help them, because people are naturally drawn to authority figures. In fact, we are hardwired to respect people in authority. In fact, it's so hardwired, it's instinctual. We would not be alive today if an authority figure in your life hadn't taken care of you when you were a baby. That's how hardwired we are for leadership, for authority. We wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for that, right? And think about it. So we're conditioned to follow. It's why I think it's so easy to actually be a leader, is because everyone out there is so conditioned to follow. We follow our parents as kids. We go to school, we follow our teachers. We get jobs, we follow our bosses. We're psychologically wired for it. And when you can step up and become that authority figure, it becomes very simple to be a powerful leader. It gives you an unfair advantage over the competition. And you think about it, like in today's competitive environment, and let's be real, every year or two, it becomes harder and harder and harder to succeed in business because there's so many more people trying to do it. I mean, I think about, in my businesses and, marketing online, and there's so much competition. I'm always having to innovate, always having to get better and better and better. And so why are people going to do business with you? If you're a coach, why are they going to do business with you compared to so many other coaches out there? Why are they going to buy from you compared to thousands of other people who are selling similar products? Okay, when you are a best-selling author, you have that edge. It attracts business partners. I remember, just when I became an author, suddenly I became the most talked about person in the room. I would actually bring a backpack and I'd have a bunch of my books. And if I'm any kind of like networking event, seminar, things like that, and when I meet people, I hand out a copy of my business card. They start talking about they want to do business. People want to do business with other high profile authorities. Easily doubles your closing ratio. What I found is when I'm, doing a business deal with someone or selling a product, if I have that presence of authority, people are naturally more motivated to buy. Positions you as a thought leader online. You possess the ultimate business card. Think about it. When you meet someone and you hand someone a copy of a book, if someone hands you a copy of their book, you're likely to keep it. You immediately, what's your perception of someone if they hand you a beautiful book that they've written? Puts them on another level. Okay, you're easily able to get booked on podcast, radio, and TV. This was, I got to tell you, a very big fear of mine. When I became an author, it was like immediately I got interviewed on Fox News and many different radios. I got TV interviews. I wasn't even actively seeking it out. It was just through networking and friends. They're like, hey, you could do this. See, here's what kind of a misconception is: people who run podcasts and, you know, TV producers, radio producers, they're starving for quality guests. And when you've written a book, it's like that calling card immediately gets you booked. It gets you more press, more PR. Everything becomes easier. Now, there's 3 ways to publish. Okay, number 1 is through a major publisher. I talked a little bit about that. And here's the thing: if you work with a major publisher, the benefit of that is you may get placed in bookstores. Okay, because I had a catchy book title, The Unemployed Millionaire, sold 10,000 copies of the book. I was in every major bookstore in America, some airports, things like that. It was really cool. You go into an airport, you see my book in there, kind of a surreal experience. But once that happens, you know, they'll sell out, and then very rare, I mean, it's very tiny percentage move on. The average person, the average author sells less than 500 copies. I was blessed to sell over 10,000 my first year. So it was cool for my ego. I just didn't make a lot of money out of it. And they have the rights to it. And so if I want to, you know, have The Unemployed Millionaire, if I want to turn it into a course, I can't, because they own the copyright. I don't actually own the copyright. They have all the rights. And I make about $1 for every book. If it's a digital copy, I make even less, like a Kindle or something like that, it's even less. And so I don't really recommend going with a major publisher. I would recommend one of the last 2. So number 2 is self-publish. Now, this is where you actually own the rights. You're responsible for cover design. You need to write the book, typically anywhere from like 40 to 70,000 words. Can be a major undertaking. And if you're telling yourself you can't do it, I'm telling you, just do it. It's not hard. You can go on companies like Upwork and find great editors who can edit your chapter and help you out. I've, you know, written over 10 books now, and a couple of my books I hired a ghostwriter. I would really not recommend that if you're just an absolutely terrible writer, which I thought I was. You know, I had them write a book for me. We did a couple hours of interview. I sent them tons of material. We did all these calls. And then I get it back, and in both cases, I'm like, this doesn't sound like me at all. And I ended up having to rewrite the whole thing. But you can find ghostwriters out there. You can go to upwork.com and you can find ghostwriters. The bottom line is you can also go to companies like 99 Designs. If you want a great book design, 99designs.com. They can help you out. And the bottom line is there's no excuse for you not writing a book. Yes, it's going to cause you to burn the candle at both ends for a period of time writing the book. But if you'll simply force yourself to do it, and, you know, if you write 1,000 words a day over the course of 60 to 90 days, you definitely have enough for a full book. And it doesn't even have to be, you know, 40 to 70,000 words. The average published book is about 60,000 words. One of my books, 7 Secrets to Success, it's only about 20 to 25,000 words. It's smaller, but you know what? It's a published book. It's a best-selling book, and it has almost the same effect as if you had a full book. So the bottom line is there's no excuse to not doing it. The third option is a hybrid, and that is what I've created is what prevents most people from writing a book is the time. Like, they don't know where to start. They don't know how to do the, you know, book design, how to get the ISBN number, get it on Amazon. All of that is like this amazing, huge maze for most people to walk through. And they're like, I don't know how I could write that many words, 20, 30, 40,000 words. That's a lot. And so what I did many years ago is I said, man, how can we have the best of both worlds? How can I write more books and have more calling cards, more authority, be a best-selling author multiple times, and help other people do the same? And so from time to time, I don't do this very often, but every once in a while, I'll write a new book and I'll invite 29 other co-authors to write one chapter. So we each write one chapter of 1,500 words. We put all 30 in one book. It takes you, I mean, we have streamlined this over the last 10 years that I've been doing this. We have streamlined this. It doesn't take more than 2 to 3 hours of your time if you're accepted. Now, I do obviously have an application process. We want quality stories in the book. It can't be a pitch for your product, as an example. It needs to be something that really adds value to people. But I am publishing a new book. We're all going to write 1,500 words in the book. Takes about 2 to 3 hours. I have a team, helps you out with everything. We handle the cover design. We put your name. In fact, every author in the book is going to have their own custom cover. So you have your name and your picture on the cover of a beautiful book that when you hand someone, people are like, wow. You have your own Amazon account. Whenever you sell it, you get 100% of the royalties. I don't take any of the royalties. Now, obviously, there's publishing costs and so forth. And for anyone that I partner with or any of my co-authors, I have a vested interest in your success, because essentially we're co-authors for life in this book. And so I have a complete course called Using Your Book to Build Your Business, all the different ways that you can use your book to create more sales, how to get podcast interviews, radio interviews, TV interviews. And I can give you story after story after story of other people who are, co-authors of mine that have just crushed it. Never been on TV, and they're on TV. They've never had a speaking engagement before, and they're speaking at major conferences. It's just so cool to see what happens. And so I don't have time to get into all of that, but if you have a genuine desire to become a published author in the next 60 days or less by investing 2 to 3 hours of your time, even if you're a terrible writer, my editors clean everyone up. They clean up my chapter, so it looks great. They'll clean up yours as well. Just go to authorwithmatt.com, www.authorwithmatt.com, and you can read about the details. You can apply, talk to my director of publishing. And if it's a fit, you and I will be authors together for the rest of our lives. And, the thing that I love the most about this, it's just, so many people go through their lives wanting to do something remarkable, wanting to leave their mark on this world. And being an author is the one thing that really allows you to do that. In a sense, a book can make you immortal, because even after you're gone, a book that you've written lives beyond you. Your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren have evidence of you doing big things. Years ago, I went to my oldest known ancestor's grave in Van Zant, Texas, and tracked as far as I could my 6th great-grandfather. And I went to his grave, and I just remember thinking, man, it's so crazy that I never heard of this person. It's my oldest known ancestor, and no one ever mentioned his name. I only found it because I went to Ancestry and, did the online research. And so I don't know about you, but I want to be remembered after I'm gone. I want to leave my mark on the world, and a book allows you to make that reality. And probably my favorite thing, some of you, if you have children or you want children, this will resonate with you, but the level of significance and just the personal satisfaction of having a book, and knowing that my children know I'm an author. My daughter, when she wasn't even 2 years old, she's like 18 months old, she can barely speak. She would find my book and hold it up, and she'd say, Dada, Dada. She knew that Daddy was an author, right? And, what inspires me is not telling my children to do great things, but showing them that I can do great things. And the same is possible for you. I remember my mom, when I became an author, she was proud of me when I, had success, but when I became an author, it was a totally different story. All of a sudden, I gave more books away to my mom than anyone else, because she wanted to give copies away to all her friends, because her son is a best-selling author. And so it's just, there's very few things out there that allow you to leave a legacy more than being an author. And so whether you work with me, whether you do it on your own, my calling for you, my challenge for you is to make it happen in 2023. Don't let another year go by without you accomplishing something as amazing as having your name on the cover of a beautiful book and you being a best-selling author for the rest of your life. So once again, thank you so much for having me, Adora. Love you. Enjoy the rest of the event, and we'll see all of you again soon. Take care, everyone.
Woo, 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 woo. Fire, fire, Matt Morris. All right, and I'm going to bring up onto the stage, she's coming up, Olivia. All right, wow, so let's unmute you. And we have been going and going and going. we're still going. But just those of you that are still with us, we're going to say a couple of final words to you for tonight. And then remember, look out in your emails. If you're going to take us up on that offer and get all those incredible business tools, support, friendships, relationships, elevation, income levels, impact, influence, then do that. Let's go ahead and put that link up, guys. Let's put the link up to that because you still have time and you get our bonuses that are time sensitive to tonight. Then look in your emails because all of you are VIP for tomorrow. You're always VIP, right? But our VIPs, we have some VIP things going on. But tomorrow, all of you are going to be invited into a Zoom with us where you can ask your questions, all right? And then our VIPs, you're going to get a curated schedule. So it's going to happen over weeks and you'll have the replays, but it's all based on the speakers. We're all running and traveling and filming. So we're going to start to get that over to you, okay? So be patient. And we're so blessed, so grateful that you've been here with us. I know your heart, if you're here, you are about elevating humanity. You're about impact. You're into self-development. You're heart-centered. And it's been such an honor to just play this with you and to start the month, the year like this. Livia, what would you like to say as we wrap up?
Yeah, no, same thing. Same thing, guys. It's just the spark, right? Just, grasp this spark and this momentum that you started throughout these 3 days, right? Don't let it down. Just, keep on going. Stay in touch with us, right? Like really dive into as a part of the community because we're going to be doing big things all year round, right? Take advantage of the offers 100%. Absolutely. Like this, it's insane the amount of value that was put into this to really turn your trajectory around, and get you much higher. But just like grasp that momentum, guys, all the things, all these moments, all these people are coming here. Like that's a momentum. They don't get anywhere else. You got to come in, you got to experience all that for free. Like be a part of the community. Because there'll be so much space for so much growth and all year round, right? So just stay connected, check your emails, click on it, right? Read it, see what we're saying, and stay tuned for each step of the way for sure.
Yes, and I do want to add that even though she said we're creating a culture of entrepreneurial activism, and all of you are invited to participate and play. I do want to say, though, the offers that we laid out here, it's never going to be like that again. This was launch, there was opening, and those offers are, if they're even available, are going to move into courses and you'll buy them a la carte. Yes. So they won't, or if you come to me, you go to Eric, there's never, ever, ever, ever going to be that level. And we even questioned ourselves, as early as an hour before today, like, really, should we offer all this right now? Like, couldn't we? And we were just also all in on you all. So those of you that can, the other thing we tried to do or did is offer that payment plan. So, get in if it's calling to you. And then the rest of you, there's a place for all of us. We are all going to rise here. We're all going to collaborate, even if you can't take us up on those offers. But I'm speaking to the business people that know they want and need those tools, okay? And like Livia said, keep clicking. Come on tomorrow. We don't know the time yet because we've been here with you. So look out for the email to find out the time, but that's where you can ask questions. It's going to be in the evening because I think most of you are more available in the evening. Put evening if you're here, and that's when you're most available. So that way you can come and ask your questions. We can let you know all the ways that you can collaborate, any questions that you have. And Marissa, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And with that, we're going to say good night, right?
Yes.
Oh, finally, we get to sleep. We get to sleep.
Right.
A week, right? Or 2 weeks.
Maybe we'll go to sleep. Probably not.
That's you, girl. I'm going to sleep. Whatever it takes, I'm going to sleep.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, guys. And we'll see you again tomorrow.
All right. Good night.